You are listening to Who Hid My Corpse? By Demonic Eyes. Novels from Novel Fire. Chapter 301, 9 Wonderful, So Wonderful, 5K3. Chapter 301, 9 Wonderful, So Wonderful, 5K3. Look. Eamon felt uneasy. Look at what? At this moment, the ground beneath their feet cracked once again. More accumulated snow popped high into the sky. Eamon's eyes widened. Is this the man dance? This was a man dance on an even larger scale than before. Had she been preparing it all along? Using herself as bait, had she lured me in? But why? At this distance, not only him, but Huinia herself wouldn't be able to escape. He instinctively looked down at Huinia and found that she too was smiling at him. Since you want to trade lives with me, Huinia said with a light laugh, then let's die together. Eamon. So that was her plan. Madwoman. She truly was a madwoman. Fear surged through him like a tide. He knew Huinia was serious. At this distance, with this scale in their current state, completely consuming this outburst of man dance, they would both die here. Both would die here. But why would she do this? Was she not afraid to die? Eamon saw the snowflakes shatter, heard that deathly snapping sound akin to the Grim Reaper's call. He was scared. No, I can't die here. I have a future. I have a better future ahead. I can't die with this madwoman. Eamon bellowed, raising his magic wand, utilizing all of his magic power. 4 notes dustless. A ring of light rippled from the tip of the magic wand, forming a domain that isolated all attacks before the man dance could begin. Boom! The scattered man dance was stopped by the dustless domain. And the dustless domain also protected Eamon. Ha-hee-hee. The last of the 4 note spells drained Eamon's body. He used the magic wand as a crutch to keep from falling. The exhilaration of having survived was inevitable. Then, there was a soft sound. Another magic wand pierced straight through his throat. Death came so suddenly, he didn't have time to react, only staring dumbfounded at the person who attacked him. A girl with red hair was looking at him with eyes black as ink. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the blood already spurted from his throat, causing him to collapse to the ground, desperately clutching at his neck, and despite his efforts, he could only emit incomprehensible sounds. You are not who you claim to be, a man of humble origin. He heard Huinia's voice coming from the mouth of the unfamiliar red-haired girl. So you're afraid to die. Then you will die. But I'm not afraid to die. So you can't kill Huinia. But, said the red-haired girl, punctuating each word, I can. There was a plop. Eamon completely fell into the snow, unable to make another sound. What? After confirming Eamon had died, Huinia also couldn't hold on any longer and half-knelt on the ground. She had reached her limit. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to maintain Huinia's appearance. But she should be able to recover soon. Moreover, Huinia gently touched her cheek. Luckily, nobody saw her. Brilliant, really brilliant. The voice suddenly echoed in her mind, full of joy. It startled Huinia so much that her body shivered. I was even considering who to choose as my next partner just now, but I had no idea you would manage a counterkill. Huinia saw that her own middle finger was raised. A thumbs up for you? Sorry, I haven't found the thumb yet, so let's use the middle finger for now. The cheerful tone caused Huinia to have illusions, as if this moment was the real one, and the recent fight had merely been a dream. Damn it, the seal had actually been broken. Had it come loose during the battle? Huinia's expression was ugly. She was already contemplating whether it was time to cut off her finger. After all, her true appearance had been seen. Perhaps sensing what Huinia was thinking about, Bai Wei said with a light chuckle, I would really like to comment on your current look, but I must say, you should go now, otherwise you'll be found. Huinia then snapped back to her senses and quickly turned around. She heard the sound of footsteps on snow. Someone was rushing this way. The commotion earlier had been too great. There was no choice now. Huinia forced herself to gather strength and ran in the other direction. She hadn't had the time to recover her Huinia appearance. She absolutely couldn't be seen by anyone in her current state. But her condition was horrendous. She could hardly run swiftly. She could feel that those following had paused briefly at Eamon's corpse before quickly chasing in her direction. After all, there were footprints in the snow. Eventually, Huenia reached a fork in the road. There were two paths. One led deep into the forbidden forest, the other toward the library. Huenia didn't hesitate much. She waved her magic wand again and, using the little magic power she had regained, called upon the wind spirit. She had the wind spirit leave spreading footprints down the path into the forbidden forest, while simultaneously erasing her own footprints that led to the library. But that wasn't enough. Huenia looked down at her blood-drenched, riddled robe and immediately removed it, lighting it with magic. Then, in the last moments before the sun set, she entered the library. Og poured freshly boiled water into the teacup, while also lighting the lamp on the table. As the lamp ignited, a faint magic power emerged, dispelling the chill in the library. Og then took off his cloak and hung it on the back of the chair. Tonight he was the night watchman. He planned to read books, as usual, for the entire night. But just as he placed a book on the table, he suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. He was taken aback for a moment, subconsciously glancing out the window. The sun had set, and the library was supposed to be closed. Logically, no one should be coming in at this time. Og rose suspiciously and walked toward the door. There was nothing here. He pushed the door open and looked outside. The quiet outside was only disturbed by the cold wind rushing in, making him shudder. Strange, he muttered as he closed the door, then returned to his night-watch room. Then he froze, because he saw that familiar girl sitting in his seat, wrapped in his tattered coat, winking mischievously at him. "Hi, Og," Huenia greeted with a cheeky smile, waving at Og. "I've come to hang out with you." In the corner of the desk that Og couldn't see, blood dripped down from the half-golden, half-red hair. Chapter 302. Wearing the mask for too long, you might not be able to take it off. Chapter 302. Wearing the mask for too long, you might not be able to take it off. "Huenia," Og exclaimed in surprise, "how are you here?" "I've told you not to call me senior anymore. We're from the same year, and who knows, I might even be younger than you." Huenia tilted her head, her golden curls cascading down like a waterfall. "Besides, haven't I already said that I'm here to hang out with you?" "To hang out with me?" Og still couldn't believe it. Huenia patted the chair beside her. "Don't just stand there, sit down." Although Og didn't know what was happening, he found himself sitting down without much thought when Huenia patted the chair. In the dim candlelight, Huenia's perfect profile was faintly visible, drawing his gaze downward unconsciously. And then he saw Huenia's body wrapped in his robe. Og was not tall, even shorter than Huenia, and particularly slender, so his robe was a size smaller as well. Thus the robe on Huenia looked less like a coat and more like a fitted garment, outlining the curves of her body, usually hidden under her loose coats, very clearly. So it was that Og only glanced once before his cheeks flushed, and he had to shift his gaze down again. But then he saw Huenia's small bare feet exposed. There was truly no avoiding it. Og had been sitting for less than 10 seconds before he suddenly stood up again. "What's wrong?" Huenia asked. You're not wearing shoes." "Ah, the shoes." Huenia looked down at her feet and shrugged. "Couldn't help it. I had bad luck on my way here, accidentally stepped into a snow pit, fell quite hard and got all wet. I had to take them off temporarily and also had to borrow your clothes. Is that okay? Don't be so stingy, I'll wash them for you." Og was somewhat dumbfounded. He felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint what it was. He didn't even know where to look and after a long while managed to murmur, "I'm sorry." Why are you apologizing to me?" "If you hadn't come to see me, you wouldn't have fallen." Og could only look down at his worn shoes. "So, I'm sorry." Huenia burst into laughter. "That reason is really, well, okay, then it's your fault. Can you sit down now?" "I'd rather stand." Og still didn't dare to sit. Huenia sighed. "Come on, I've already taken a fall, I'm a mess and tired. Do you really want me to keep looking up at you?" Og immediately sat down. "Look up," Huenia commanded. Og instinctively lifted his head. He then saw Huenia pulling a corner of the shirt she wore underneath the robe, speaking lazily. "I am wearing clothes inside, you know." Og wanted to lower his gaze again. "Don't look down," Huenia said. "I came all the way here to find you and you can't even look at me. Don't you consider me a friend?" Og didn't dare to look down anymore and reluctantly kept his eyes on Huenia. "That's more like it," Huenia nodded in satisfaction. "It's just like in class, isn't it? You dare to look at me under Professor Ariana's watchful eyes, and now you're afraid. Huenia propped up the book lying on the table in front of Og as a makeshift barrier, then leaned down and hid her face behind the book before looking at Og and making a shush gesture. How about that? Doesn't it feel like being back in class? While speaking, Huenia deliberately lowered her voice. Be careful, don't let Professor Ariana catch us. In that moment, Og felt as if he had been transported back to the classroom where he first met Huenia. Back then, just like now, she had used the upright book as a shield and whispered to him, Hey, 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 what's your name? So Og relaxed, and the nervousness and unease in his heart dissipated at that moment. Huenia, did you know that I'm on night watch duty today? Og asked. Of course, Huenia said with a smile. You told me, didn't you? Told you. Og couldn't quite remember. But he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he asked worriedly, But is it really okay for you to not return for the night? Then Og heard Huenia sigh gently. Og, you're really not good at chatting. Whenever something like this happens, you shouldn't start by asking such pragmatic questions, Huenia explained. I've come out to play in the middle of the night. Why do you think that is? Og panicked. I don't know. You don't know, and yet you say you're my friend. Okay, don't look like that. I'm just joking. Huenia sprawled out on the table, her voice growing softer. I'm just a bit tired and wanted to escape for a bit, so could you not ask so much for now? Okay. And don't tell anyone, okay. You know, if the teachers find out I didn't return for the night, especially with the snow thorns beast around, they would kill me. Of course, Og responded earnestly. I won't tell anyone. Good, Huenia smiled. I trust you. Seeing Huenia's smile, Og instinctively lowered his head, then suddenly remembered her warning not to look down and quickly lifted his head again, only to see Huenia studying the book he needed to read tonight. Chapter 303, Wearing the Mask for Too Long You Can't Take It Off Too. Chapter 303, Wearing the Mask for Too Long You Can't Take It Off Too. No way, I thought you'd be reading something interesting, Huenia said with some surprise, and here you are in the middle of the night looking at a textbook. The use of universal wands. Isn't this Professor Delaman's Player Basics course? Og replied with a touch of embarrassment. I'm not yet able to take Professor Delaman's class. After speaking these words, Og noticed Huenia's brow furrow for a split second, and he immediately apologized. Sorry, I know as a copper rank I shouldn't be looking at these. What are you thinking? He hadn't finished his sentence when he felt something lightly tap his head, and when he looked up, he found that the object Huenia had used to knock him was a magic wand. I am a bit upset, she said, but not because you're reading this material, but because, why didn't you just ask me? Og was somewhat baffled. In fact, Huenia's momentary frown was indeed out of anger. But it wasn't anger at Og, it was anger at herself. She hadn't remembered that Og at copper rank was not yet qualified to take the Player Basics elective. This was a complete brain lapse, mainly because the battle with Eamon had drained her of much energy and vigor such that her mind was now lagging, fatigued from physical and mental exhaustion. But she could not allow herself to utter such words, as they might hurt Og's self-esteem, which could lead him to unconsciously distance himself from her, thus wrecking the persona she had been building for him over the past year. That was something Huenia absolutely could not accept. So she had to come up with a remedy immediately. And this was it. Ask you. Yes, Huenia said, wrinkling her nose and looking even more displeased. What are you questioning my abilities? You should know that I got passing grades in Professor Delaman's class. Her confidence faltered for a moment at the end, but then she quickly regained her composure and spoke with renewed vigor. But teaching you is well within my capabilities. Come, let me first tell you what the universal notes that come with the wand are, as well as its own unique notes. Universal notes are those engraved on the wand that can temporarily replace various notes, but they need to be used in conjunction with the player's own notes. Like if you want to cast a 4-note spell, you would need your own unique note plus 3 universal notes from the wand. Therefore, a player must rely on the wand to cast spells above 2nd note. And the number of notes a wand can have engraved directly determines its value. Under the flickering candlelight, the vivacious girl was teaching the shy, earnest boy. Come, you try it, cast a spell. I shouldn't, it might damage your wand. You think my wand is not good enough? No. What? Have you understood everything? Huenia rubbed her sleepy eyes while turning the pages. Then the next point is the composition of an orchestra. Oh, Huenia, if you're tired, you should rest. Tired me tired? Not at all, I'm glowing. Tonight I'm going to explain everything thoroughly. Ah, Huenia couldn't help but yawn. Take notes on these points, quick. Okay. What? Do you understand it all? Huenia lay on the table, barely able to keep her eyes open. Next is the composition. The more notes a piece of music contains, the more difficult it is to compose, and the more complex. Huenia, maybe you should rest. Shut up. Huenia's head drooped. I'm very alert. Have you heard the music of the 7 notes? I have heard it. I want to create music of the 7 notes. What? Huff, huff, huff. Huenia let out light snores. Og finally closed his notebook, which was filled with an entire page of notes. He looked at Huenia, who had fully entered into sleep, and then carefully stood up, trying not to wake her. He wanted to put another coat on Huenia, but he had no more clothes. He wanted to let Huenia sleep in a bed, but there wasn't even a bed here, and even if there were, he wouldn't dare touch her. After hesitating for a long time, he just pushed the candle closer to Huenia, then turned and prepared to leave the room. But just before he reached the door, he seemed to remember something and turned back. He bowed very seriously to Huenia, and then said in a very low but firm voice, "Thank you, Huenia." Finally, he left the room with the notebook and the books, leaving behind the only source of warmth, the magic candle. Click. The door gently closed, and almost at the same time, Huenia opened her eyes. In her eyes, there was no longer any playfulness or fatigue, just an indifferent coldness like solid ice. She sat up and began to straighten her clothes. It was then that Bai Wei's lazy voice rang in her mind. Is it necessary to go to such lengths? Even though Huenia was not surprised by Bai Wei's appearance, her body still paused for a moment before she asked indifferently, "Mr. Visas, don't you need to rest? Staying up all night just watching me." "That's not it," Bai Wei said with a laugh. "Sleeping is not as interesting as watching you. You're much more interesting than my last 2 partners. After all, looking at you is like looking at a bunch of people." Huenia ignored Bai Wei's teasing. She looked out the window, knowing that it would be light soon, so she quickly began to erase the traces of her presence. Like the blood stain underfoot. Then she heard Bai Wei speak leisurely. "A piece of advice for you. Wearing a mask for too long can make it easy to forget yourself. Do you have personal experience with this, Mr. Visas?" "Of course," Bai Wei replied with a laugh, "deep experience." Huenia frowned slightly. Under normal circumstances, she might ponder the meaning of Bai Wei's words. But she had no time now. If she didn't take the opportunity to return before dawn and got trapped in the library, that could be troublesome. But not yet. After patiently waiting about 20 minutes, Huenia pushed open the door. Then she saw Og, who had fallen asleep at the counter in the hall. She knew Og would fall asleep because, during her explanation to him, Huenia had woven in some hypnotic notes, which was not difficult for her now. She had intended to leave directly, but seeing Og shivering slightly from wearing only a single layer of clothing, she went back and took the magic candle from the room, placing it beside him. It was then that she saw an ancient book spread open on the counter. It must have been what Og was reading while sitting there. She did not care, merely glancing at it subconsciously, and then her pupils contracted slightly. Because on that page was a familiar word, visas. Realizing what Og had been reading, Huenia acted nonchalantly, sliding her right hand across the desk. She effortlessly tucked the book under her arm, ready to leave. Then she heard Og murmur in his sleep, "Thank you, Huenia." As if she hadn't heard, Huenia made no pause, stepping directly into the emerging dawn snow. Chapter 304, 11, Half an Hour of Huenia. Chapter 304, 11, Half an Hour of Huenia. After leaving the library, Huenia took another route back to the dormitory. Although she encountered a few school workers on the way, none of them stopped her. Because there were too many players in the academy who got up at this time to study, Huenia shaped herself into the image of a silly girl who, in her haste to go study early, forgot to bring her textbooks and was hurriedly returning to the dormitory. Even so, she remained tense throughout her return journey. After all, if just one worker stopped her and made her take off the coat that looked ill-suited for her identity, they would see the wounds on her body that had cracked open again from running. Many times, she felt like blood was about to uncontrollably flow down from her thigh. Luckily, she managed to make it back to her dormitory. When she closed the door of her room, Huenia felt like her whole body was falling apart. If possible, she really wanted to collapse into bed and sleep without waking. But she couldn't do that because she knew she couldn't, with Ariana's class coming up soon. As a golden rank, skipping 1 or 2 classes would not be blamed, but it would certainly attract attention. And in the previous class, Huenia had already left a not-so-good impression on Ariana. If she skipped this class as well, it would be difficult not to aggravate Ariana's displeasure and let her think that Huenia was a social climber, who no longer regarded her after formally becoming golden rank. This was something Huenia could not accept. Moreover, she had killed Eamon, and she didn't know how the school workers would react. If she skipped class now, when she had never missed before, the consequences could be unimaginable. So even though she was exhausted, Huenia had to force herself to muster her energy, took off Aug's coat and threw it aside, quickly went to the dressing table and began to tend to her body. When she saw her tired and haggard reflection in the mirror, looking like she might faint at any second, Huenia felt somewhat alien to herself. Why does my partner always look like they're about to drop dead? Bai Wei's leisurely voice echoed in her mind. Huenia took a deep breath, adjusted the frequency of her breathing slightly, and tried to speak as calmly as possible. Mr. Visas, do you enjoy making such biting remarks? How is it a biting remark? Haven't I been helping you? Been helping me? Yes, Bai Wei said. Didn't I lend you my finger? Without me, wouldn't you only have 9 fingers left? Huenia. It took her several seconds before she managed to suppress the urge to say something. And now, Huenia didn't know how to interact with Bai Wei. In this academy, she had different personas and personalities for everyone. These were her disguises. But Bai Wei had bypassed her disguises, lived in her body, and even seen her true appearance yesterday, which was a considerable disadvantage for Huenia. Currently, the two were in a very unequal relationship. She knew nothing about Bai Wei, save for the inconvenience of dealing with an evil entity, while Bai Wei might not have full mastery over her secrets but had a fair understanding. So interactions under these circumstances only put Huenia at an increasing disadvantage. Fortunately, Huenia's gaze briefly swept over the hidden book she had brought back from the library. She should soon find out what Bai Wei truly was. At that time, she would consider methods to deal with Bai Wei. But now was not the time. After all, she couldn't just read the book in front of Bai Wei. Earlier, she had taken that book as an identity-concealing tool and had glimpsed its contents with her peripheral vision. Bai Wei should not have seen it. So right now, she absolutely could not let Bai Wei discover the existence of that book. She would only be able to read it after finding an opportunity to seal Bai Wei. And the biggest trouble at the moment did not come from Bai Wei. She still knew how to prioritize. After glancing at the slowly rising sun outside the window, Huenia calculated the time in her mind. She had half an hour left. She had to transform from her current disheveled, decadent state back to the proud and lofty Huenia in just half an hour. The moment she made up her mind, she opened all the bottles and jars on the dressing table. Naturally, these were all cosmetics. Huenia rarely used cosmetics, because music could maintain her beauty most of the time, making the use of cosmetics somewhat superfluous. However, this did not mean she never used them, because the original Huenia was a true heiress. Therefore, to avoid any flaws, she, born in the Seed District and with no prior experience or even knowledge of cosmetics, quickly mastered their use in the shortest time possible with the help of magic, even to the point where she could chat about them with any girl for days and nights on end. Of course, she did use them occasionally. When approaching some girls, she would add some imperfect makeup to herself to blend in with those who were not as excellent as her in all aspects but had outstanding looks. However, today was the first time she had to completely wash off the decadent, full makeup. Under the swirling of the magic chalk, only half a finger long, Huenia's damaged eyebrows quickly filled in. Her pale cheeks instantly became rosy, and the wounds on her body healed with each wave. The look of exhaustion in her eyes also rapidly faded, regaining their brightness and vitality. She was like an outstanding orchestra conductor, with various cosmetics playing a symphony named Revival on her face. After all was done, only 10 minutes remained. The immediate issue was the smell. Without the coat to cover it, the stench of blood and filth on Huenia's body could no longer be hidden. And there was no time for a bath now, so Huenia directly picked up a bottle of perfume similar to her original body scent and sprayed it on. After finishing that, she took out a new magic robe from the wardrobe, draped it over herself, and then stood in front of the mirror again, turning her back to look at her nape. On her swan-like white neck, the resplendent golden seventh note appeared, its allure intermittently gleaming. Finally, she picked up Aug's coat and quickly cleaned it with third note's call tide, then used other spells to dry it. At the very end, she evenly sprayed the bottle of perfume onto the coat. The 30 minutes were up. The sun had fully risen. Huinia walked out of the room with poise. What? Ariana yawned as she left the room, ready to go to class. Then she saw Huinia standing in front of her, breathless. Ariana's eyebrows slightly furrowed. What is it, Miss Hevnia? What are you doing here? Professor Ariana, Huinia looked very nervous. You have a class to teach. Let me help you with your teaching materials. Huinia bowed deeply, her hat even falling off. Please forget my rudeness the day before yesterday. Ariana slightly opened her mouth, recovered from her brief stupor, then something dawned on her, and her eyes narrowed slightly as her surprise gradually morphed into a smile. What? Og, wearing only a thin garment, was shivering in his seat. Then a coat was handed to him. He instinctively took it, and then heard a familiar voice. Thank you for last night. I've cleaned it for you, said Huinia, grinning mischievously at him. Og looked at Huinia, stunned as he held the coat, which was exuding the same scent as on Huinia's body. It smelled very nice. Chapter 305, 12, I am here to invite you to play music with me. Chapter 305, 12, I am here to invite you to play music with me. This must have been the toughest class Huinia had ever attended. Because she wanted to redeem herself in Professor Ariana's eyes, she hardly dared to chat with Og during the class and had to listen attentively instead, occasionally responding to Professor Ariana's glances. This added a great burden to her already strained spirit, making her nearly fall asleep several times. When the class was finally over, Huinia collapsed on the desk, exhaling heavily. It's finally over. Og had already put his coat back on. The scent of Huinia that wafted from it had made him unfocused throughout the entire class. Rarely had he not paid attention this badly, and just muddled through without even realizing when the class ended. He hadn't even heard Huinia calling him until she knocked on his head, bringing him back to reality. What's up? Why are you so out of it? Huinia cocked her head to the side. Didn't you sleep well? Og didn't know how many hours he had slept. He couldn't even remember when he had fallen asleep the night before, only that it was nearly dawn when he woke up, and by then, Huinia had already left. Huinia was just about to bring up the book issue with him when she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure outside the teaching building. She quickly patted Og on the shoulder, said, "See you next class," and swiftly left the classroom, leaving Og alone and baffled, still not understanding what had happened. The reason for Huinia's hurried departure was simple. She had seen Dosi. Senior brother. Dosi, who was walking with 2 school workers at the edge of the forbidden forest, heard Huinia's voice, stopped in his tracks, and looked surprised at the sight of her running towards him like a little rabbit. Huinia, what brings you here? Huinia stopped in front of him, seemingly too out of breath from the run to stand straight, leaning on her knees, gasping for air. And that very posture allowed Dosi to catch a glimpse of the golden note that played hide and seek on the back of her neck. Although he had seen it many times before, it still unsettled Dosi, and he went to Huinia's aid, steadying her arm and helping her to stand up, his voice simultaneously softening considerably. If you needed anything, you could have just called me, and I would have come to find you, right? Huinia, seemingly oblivious to the implications of Dosi's gesture, spoke up with naive straightforwardness. I saw you and came over, what are you? She took a step back and looked Dosi up and down. Are you working? Dosi was also a 4th-year student, and planned to work in the school's facilities department after graduation. So he was already working there, including the recent assignment with Leonard to Lyra, which was part of his job. Therefore, there could only be one reason why Huinia was looking for her adoptive senior brother at this time. Her cheerful expression suddenly turned to one of concern, and then she lowered her voice. There hasn't been another attack by that Snow Thorns beast, has there? Upon hearing Huinia's question, Dosi showed a surprised expression. The announcement about the Snow Thorns beast attacks had been posted for a while, but because the once-in-20 years festival was about to start, drawing the entire academy's attention, the students weren't very focused on the attacks anymore. In Dosi's view, as a golden rank, Huinia should have been more concerned with the festival, yet here she was bringing up the Snow Thorns beast of her own accord. And she used the word again. Did she already know about last night's incident? Dosi looked at the two school workers behind him with a puzzled gaze. The chubby one shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "Looks like the incident the day before yesterday scared you, Huinia." The day before yesterday? Yes, the chubby school worker explained. It was right here that you witnessed, a rather gruesome scene the day before yesterday. With the school worker's explanations, Dosi learned that Huinia had seen the first victims seen 2 days ago in this exact spot. No wonder she became anxious and rushed over when she saw them here. Dosi now understood. Huinia, though I'd like to comfort you and tell you nothing happened and that everything is safe, sadly, what you feared has come true. Dosi shook his head as he spoke. Indeed, there were new victims last night. Huinia was about to feign surprise, but then heard Dosi add. And not just one. Now Huinia was truly shocked, instinctively thinking she had misheard. What? 2, Huinia, there were 2. Dosi said louder to emphasize the gravity of the situation. The victims last night were 2, 1 second year and 1 fourth year, so things are much more serious than we thought. 2 victims. That 4th year must have been Eamon. Who was that 2nd-year student? Huinia's mind struggled to make sense of it. Could it be that while she attacked Eamon, the Snowthorn's beast had also attacked another student at the same time? But let's set aside whether such a coincidence could have occurred. The traces of her battle with Eamon, those couldn't possibly have been made by a Snowthorn's beast, could they? So why would they come to such a conclusion? Before Huinia could figure it out, Dosi leaned in once again, lowering his voice to speak. There's something else, something we're not supposed to talk about, but I'll tell you anyway. We suspect that the creature hiding in the Forbidden Forest isn't a Snowthorn's beast at all. There never was any Snowthorn's beast. Instead, it's a player, disguised as a Snowthorn's beast. Huinia's eyes gradually widened in shock. What? Huinia had never imagined the situation could unfold like this. A player disguised as a Snowthorn's beast. Because the first 2 victims were 2nd-year students, it would have been very easy to target them. But Eamon was a 4th-year student, not so easy to assail. And that's why the groundskeepers were alerted, forcing the player into a hasty retreat without time to maintain their disguise. Although this logic could just barely make sense, Huinia still felt it was a stretch. But regardless, if that was what they believed, at least Huinia didn't have to worry about them discovering her identity for the time being. Still, something seemed off. Huinia furrowed her brow, deep in thought about the matter, when suddenly she heard a commotion coming from the docks. She turned her head and saw a crowd of people gathered there. Had someone from another school arrived? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she was shoved aside with an urgent "excuse me." The voice was very familiar. It was Orana. Huinia steadied herself and looked up to see Orana rushing towards the scene, apparently not realizing she had bumped into Huinia. Rarely seen on Orana's face were the emotions named joy and anticipation. Could it be? Huinia realized something. What? Orana pushed past numerous people, finally laying eyes on the young man surrounded by the crowd. She couldn't help but smile, for it was her brother. Orana immediately called out Phineas's name, running towards him. And Phineas did indeed look at her, a smile spreading across his face. He's come for me. Orana reached Phineas and opened her arms, longing for an embrace. But as if he hadn't seen her at all, Phineas walked right past her. Orana's smile froze. She turned her head instinctively and saw Phineas approach a woman she least wanted to see. Golden notes always attract each other, yet I'm pleased to see you immediately upon disembarking. Phineas smiled at Huinia. I'm here to invite you to play a duet with me. Miss Huinia. Chapter 306, 13 Rent. Chapter 306, 13 Rent. I was rejected. In the grand hall, Phineas stood by the window, gazing out at the snow-white world. He recalled Huinia's frightened, bunny-like retreating figure, constantly shaking her head and muttering, No, 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 this is a big matter. I need to ask my teacher, before she clumsily fled the scene. He couldn't help but slightly lift the corners of his mouth. He really is an interesting fellow. Seeing Phineas care so much about Huinia, Orana, who was standing behind him, clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her flesh. Did elder brother come here for that woman? Phineas turned around, looking at his sister, then smiled. What else would it be, for you? Those words instantly made Orana's face turn pale. Her body involuntarily shook, as if she could fall over at any moment. Still, she managed to steady herself and lifted her head, stubbornly staring at her brother. I can do it too. I am of the same note as her. I am only a bit worse than her. Hearing Orana's words, Phineas's smile grew even wider. He did not immediately contradict his sister, but instead slowly walked toward Orana, speaking deliberately, with each syllable falling precisely as if on piano keys. You know I went to the second institute before coming to your third institute, right? Orana tightly pursed her lips and then nodded. I know, otherwise you wouldn't have traveled by ship. And do you know why I went to the second institute first? Orana shook her head. I had already convinced Tupac to join my orchestra. Orana's eyes gradually widened. Tupac is golden rank 5th note. Orana involuntarily gasped. That means... Yes, we already have 2 golden rank notes. Phineas spoke calmly. And according to Tupac, he can also contact another golden rank, possibly convincing that individual to join us, bringing us to 3 notes. Orana was completely surprised by the speed of Phineas's actions. The news of the festival had not even been formally announced, and yet he had already found 3 golden rank notes. In that case... Then Orana was about to speak. But Phineas lightly interrupted her again. In that case, why could you, only a silver rank, join my team? You wouldn't be unaware of how important this festival is to the Lawrence family. Orana fell silent again. But Phineas continued slowly speaking. This time is different from 20 years ago. There is no figure like the principal. It's impossible to perform the 7 notes divine song. Thus, the more golden notes one can gather, the more likely they are to receive the grace of the holy sound master. At this moment, the Lawrence family has been waiting for 20 years. He paused, then looked again into Orana's eyes, his tone gradually cooling. And we too are the hope of the family, at least we were supposed to be. We are the ones nurtured secretly by the family, exhausting all their efforts. You should have been a golden rank too. Then before the festival starts, the Lawrence family could hold 2 golden ranks, and everything would develop in our favor. But you fell behind, my sister. It's because of your incompetence that we've reached this point. If it weren't for me finding Tupac, the Lawrence family's ambitions of 20 years might have turned to dust. Aren't you ashamed at all? Orana was almost burying her head into her chest, yet she still tried to defend herself. Elder brother, the 7th note has always been the hardest to achieve golden rank. I've tried hard, and even if I never became a golden rank, I am still the first choice among the silver ranks. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have. Before she could finish, the sound of a crisp slap resounded. Orana's eyes widened, her face a picture of disbelief as she stared at Phineas. You've greatly disappointed me, Orana. Phineas withdrew his hand, speaking in a calm tone. This is why you could never become a golden rank. You lack the temperament. Orana, covering her cheek, looked at her brother, familiar yet strange, and unconsciously took a couple of steps back. This was the first time Phineas had hit her. How could this have happened? When did it all start? In her memory, Phineas had always been as warm and friendly as the sun, which is why she liked him so much. But then one day, everything changed. The sun, like the early spring morning sun turning into the scorching sun of summer, became a flame that could burn and hurt people. When exactly was it? She remembered. It was when she lit up the note and confirmed she could not be a golden rank. That's when her brother's attitude changed and worsened after learning of Huinia's existence. Today, her brother's attitude towards Huinia was the same as his previous attitude towards her. Orana bit her lip hard, wanting to say something, but Phineas had already lost his patience. I don't have much time for your nonsense. Phineas spoke coldly. The ceremony has not officially started, and I can't stay here too long. Orana lowered her head. Understood, I won't disturb you. Chapter 307, 13 Rent 2. Chapter 307, 13 Rent 2. Disturb me? Do you think you're out of this? No, Orana, you two have things to do, Phineas said calmly. In a sense, I came here for you. For me. A flicker of hope rose within Orana's heart, only to be extinguished by Phineas's next words. I've heard that your relationship with Huinia isn't good, Phineas stated, so I'm here to urge you to mend your relationship with her. Orana was taken aback. Mend our relationship, how should I do that? It's simple, you concede and apologize to her. Phineas's words stunned Orana for a good while before she grasped what Phineas was suggesting. Apologize to her? This might have been the most emotional moment for Orana since meeting Phineas. Why? I haven't done anything wrong, she and I. Because you are her subordinate, Phineas said quietly. It's that simple. Orana was choked again. She stared intensely at Phineas, her eyes slightly reddening. This is what Father suggested, Phineas said. Any problem with that? Silence. A long silence. Orana bit her lip, the sweetness slowly spreading in her mouth. For a moment, Orana felt she should say or do something more, even if it meant rushing up to Phineas and punching him in the face. Anything but just standing there. But she did nothing but stand, like a puppet. Any other questions? Phineas asked again. No. Good, Phineas nodded slightly. Then you may leave. Orana stiffly nodded her head, turned around and prepared to leave. But as she placed her hand on the doorknob, she stopped. Her body was shaking, and she had to take several deep breaths to steady herself. And then, as if she had made a certain resolution, she looked back at Phineas, clenched her teeth, and said haltingly, Is it just the golden rank? I will become golden rank no matter what the cost. You'll see. After saying this, Orana forcefully opened the door and quickly left the room, then slammed the door shut behind her. From beginning to end, Phineas hadn't said a word. He just stood by the window, watching as an angry Orana stormed out of his parlor, quickly disappearing into the blinding snow. Then he softly said, This wasn't my doing, you know. What? Huinia was also jogging through the snow. Her brows furrowed as if pondering something. Then she heard Bai Wei's lazy voice in her mind. You seem troubled, Bai Wei noted. Is it because the prey has suddenly appeared, yet you're unsure how to strike? I don't understand what you're saying. Huinia, with things as they are, do we really need to play dumb about such basic matters? Bai Wei asked. No person should lie to their own heart. Do you mean that you are my heart? I live here at least, Bai Wei said with a smile. Huinia pursed her lips, seeming to acknowledge her intent to perform the 7 notes divine song. But also, it seemed like she didn't want to argue with Bai Wei. After all, as long as she kept her statements ambiguous, not providing a clear explanation, there would still be room to maneuver no matter what happened later. A woman should always maintain a sense of mystery, and not let men easily see through them. This was what Huinia heard 2 senior students discussing on her first day at school, and she had noted it down and implemented it ever since. Of course, not just with men, but with everyone, since once one's purposes are seen through by others, it becomes easy to be controlled by them. Especially with an entirely unknown entity like Bai Wei, it was even more crucial to retain that last bit of mystery. And Bai Wei, as if failing to discern Huinia's inner thoughts, continued with interest, speaking to himself. Judging from your reaction, that young master named Phineas must have been in your plans for a while, but clearly you are still not ready to hunt him down. The term hunt seems quite apt. Music inherently has a suppressing ability. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to kill the real Huinia. But this suppressive force is not infinite. Countering the original Huinia, who never attended a day of school, was already the limit. But to consume a fully matured Phineas, who is also a golden note, the score's suppressive power is that great, as seen last night when you struggled with just a silver rank. You need time, but unfortunately, that's exactly what you lack the most, because the grand festival has arrived. However, I'm curious, Huinia. Huinia felt a tug on her left hand. She instinctively lowered her head and noticed her middle finger had completely straightened, while her index and ring fingers were bent and overlapped together, giving Huinia the impression of someone standing with crossed arms, smiling but not smiling, gazing at her. Even those great families and powers in the holy sound haven't thought of playing the most perfect divine song. They only think about shining others, thereby securing the largest share of holy sound's grace. As for the ultimate grace obtained by playing the 7 notes divine song, no one really insists on acquiring that anymore. Chapter 308, 13 Room Rent 3. Chapter 308, 13 Room Rent 3. But you actually want it. What exactly is it that you must play the 7 notes divine song to achieve? Faced with Bai Wei's naked, as if heart-piercing question, Huinia couldn't help but to retort. Mr. Visas, these are all just your speculations. I've always said, I just want to live. Oh, of course, it's just my speculation. Bai Wei didn't defend himself, just said with a smile, perhaps in my eyes you should be that kind of person. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Huinia replied. I don't have such ambition. By the way, I feel like your spirit has recovered quite a bit. Bai Wei naturally heard Huinia's ejection order, and he didn't pretend to misunderstand, smiling as he said, Indeed, my soul has almost recovered, but I still want to stay in your body a little longer. Do you want to grow old with me? Of course, not that long. To be frank, I just sense that something interesting is going to happen, and I want to see more from your perspective. Bai Wei said, Of course, I'm not freeloading, I will pay rent. As soon as Bai Wei's words fell, Huania saw her index finger and ring finger separate, and then her thumb uncontrollably moved forward, pressing against the tip of her middle finger. Huania raised her attractive eyebrows. What does this mean? This is the rent I'm paying you, Bai Wei said indifferently. Can you snap your fingers? Yes. When you encounter trouble that you can't solve, just snap your fingers like this. Bai Wei controlled her 2 fingers, softly snapping a sound. At that moment, Huania felt a sharp quiver deep in her heart, a powerful force spreading from those 2 fingers in a wave-like form in all directions, causing her score to begin extremely irregular disturbances. It was as if someone was frantically pounding on the keys of a piano. This had never happened before. What power is this? Huania felt an immense shock. Though she tried to maintain a calm expression, her obviously abnormal eyebrows still betrayed her current state of mind. This is what? You can call it termination, Bai Wei said with a light laugh. You are the golden score, your perception is more outstanding than ordinary people, so you should understand what it does right. Huania fell silent for a while, then asked, What's the highest level it can reach? If we speak of your body's condition, it can interrupt everything but the divine song. Bai Wei said indifferently, then he didn't give Huania the chance to keep thinking, lazily raising 3 fingers. 3 times? What? I said the rent I'm paying you is 3 times, Bai Wei said. I allow you to use the power of this finger 3 times. Of course, you can also not use it at all, just like you said, to be a peaceful person, but if you choose to use it, you can only use it up to 3 times. 3 times? Huania's pupils slightly focused. Those 3 fingers stood erect before her eyes. Although intuition told her using Bai Wei's power wasn't necessarily a good thing, but... She asked in a low voice, What will happen after 3 times? Then you will have to pay much more, Miss Hevnia. Bai Wei slowly lowered his fingers, then said with a light laugh, In this world, nothing is free, right? Think it over where you want to use these 3 opportunities, Miss Hevnia. Chapter 309, 14 Let's Bet, Each Other's Rules 5K. Chapter 309, 14 Let's Bet, Each Other's Rules 5K. After enduring half a day of lessons, Huania didn't do much else but quickly returned to her dorm to rest and fell asleep in the shortest time possible. After she fell deep into sleep, Bai Wei gradually stood up, looking at her side profile with great interest. Huania was unlike Bai Wei, who now felt exceptionally energized. Because at this point, he could say he had completely recovered. Honestly, the speed of this recovery surprised Bai Wei, especially considering his previous severe depletion, and having barely survived a month in that broken body of divinity, arriving in Huania's body in an extremely weakened state. But it took him less than a week to fully recover. This, of course, was largely due to the strong self-healing ability of his soul, and also related to the body of Huania. With the golden note of the golden score, truly, she wasn't someone ordinary people could compare with. If Bai Wei's 3 hosts were to be described as landlords, then the place Ulu rented to him was like a rundown house, not very old but dilapidated due to poor maintenance, leaking everywhere, and filled with an unpleasant smell. It was uncomfortable but still livable. Gerard's was like a well-maintained old house, clean and tidy, but perhaps too clean and empty, as if even a thief would feel compelled to leave some money out of pity. There was no living experience there, but it was still more comfortable than the place Ulu offered. Huania was different. She could be seen as a refined apartment, clean and tidy with all amenities in place, fresh fruits on the table, boxes and boxes of meat in the kitchen. It's just that the room's various feminine items, such as plush toys and pink bed linens, might be somewhat uncomfortable for a rugged man to adapt to. But it was comfortable to live in, especially for someone in need of healing. Living in such an apartment definitely offered a more pleasant environment, and wounds would heal faster. However, after the initial excitement faded, a wave of loneliness and oppression relentlessly rushed in. The room was mostly dead silent. The cute teddy bear by the bed just watched quietly without making any sound. The fresh fruits on the table quickly rotted after a few days, and the boxes of meat in the kitchen bred insects in the heat. Even breathing fresh air was difficult. as the room had only one semi-open window, and the howling cold wind from outside couldn't flow in. This was the feeling Huinia gave to Bai Wei. In the game, Huinia was a character with more emphasis than both Ulu and Gerard. In the early part of the Holy Sound chapter, her relationship with the game's protagonist was like hers with Og. Players really found this girl excessively adorable, just like everything in that apartment at first glance. Of course, this was also due to the contrast created by the previous two chapters, as neither Rhine's priest nor Lyra's mechanical beings were as endearing as Huinia, the lovable witch. Unfortunately, this charm was just a disguise. The game's protagonist couldn't delve into the depths of Huinia's heart like Bai Wei could, and was naturally deceived by that glamorous facade. By the time something seemed amiss, Huinia had already gotten what she wanted and delivered a harsh stab in the back to the protagonist. That cold and decisive demeanor, completely different from her previous naive image, broke many players' hearts, yet some loved her even more for it. One could say Huinia was the character in the early part of the Holy Sound, chapter that the players couldn't stop obsessing over. The reason it's considered the early part, of course, is that she didn't survive to the later stages. Bai Wei silently watched Huinia, just as if he was looking at the fresh melons and the well-preserved meat in the kitchen. The skin of the fruits had started to wrinkle, and an insect searching for food inadvertently flew into the kitchen. Actually, Bai Wei had hesitated whether to choose Huinia as his third host. Because if Bai Wei remembered correctly at this point, Huinia had already walked into a dead end, yet she was entirely unaware. Moreover, it was troublesome because no one knew exactly what Huinia wanted. It was known that she wanted to play the 7 Notes Divine Song, but what she ultimately desired from playing the 7 Notes Divine Song had been widely speculated by players without a definitive answer. Hence, Bai Wei naturally lacked better utilities against Huinia, or the best means to manipulate her. So from multiple perspectives, choosing another host might have been better for Bai Wei. But what fun would that have been? There were indeed more secure ways for Bai Wei to achieve his goals. Choosing Huinia would only make it the most challenging mode. Yet once succeeded, it would also be the most rewarding mode. The golden score coupled with the golden note, the walking 7 Notes Divine Song. How wonderful, how melodious. Even Bai Wei began to look forward to it. So Bai Wei also made his move. The 3 chances of termination given to Huinia today were part of his little scheme. Unlike with Ulu or Gerard, traditional methods of temptation couldn't be used on Huinia. Chapter 310, 14 Let's Bet, Each Other's Rules 5K2. Chapter 310, 14 Let's Bet, Each Other's Rules 5K2. Once Huinia was persuaded, like how Ulu was, to use her own power, she was sure to feel wary because she absolutely wouldn't trust kindness without a reason. But if she was told that it's just rent, and she could only use it 3 times at most, then Huinia would consider how to maximize the use of these 3 times, and if she found it useful, she would definitely try to obtain more opportunities from Bai Wei. Moreover, she'd feel like she earned it through her own effort, just like she gained knowledge from Og and got information and connections from other girls. As for how effective it would be, that remained to be seen. After all, for this little praying mantis trying to catch cicadas, Bai Wei had already handed over the talons. How to use them was up to her. However, Bai Wei did not plan to pin all his hopes on this little praying mantis. Now he was different from the time with Rhine. He could do much more. Thinking this, the middle finger he held up slowly softened, as if it had lost all vitality. And Bai Wei's consciousness then entered into Taoyuan village. At the moment when the finger fell, Huinia, who had been in deep sleep, slowly opened her eyes. After a month, Bai Wei entered Taoyuan village once again. He couldn't enter Taoyuan village when his soul was damaged. So after his soul had fully recovered, Bai Wei naturally wanted to come in and see what changes had occurred to his real golden finger. As soon as he entered Taoyuan village, Bai Wei clearly felt that, compared to a month ago, there were indeed differences. The most direct was the feeling of dilapidation that hit him. Though it was still in ruins, it was not as dilapidated as before. And the giant tree had fewer withered leaves. Looking closely, one could faintly see some green buds sprouting from the branches above. It was as if it was about to rejuvenate. Something that should have died 1,000 years ago was about to rejuvenate. Truly undying and immortal. Bai Wei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Then he walked to the stone table under the tree, and was surprised to find a floating, ethereal page on the stone table, like an information bar in a game. Last time it was just a row of small words, but this time it had become impressively clear. Bai Wei felt that Taoyuan village was introducing itself to him in a way that he was familiar with. Just like how the all-gods could construct divine country in their desired style, operating by their own rules. And as a transmigrated person, Bai Wei naturally was more familiar with such introductions. At least he didn't need to guess. Bai Wei cast an appreciative gaze towards the giant tree behind him. Its branches swayed slightly as if responding to Bai Wei. Then he began to observe the updated Taoyuan village. On that ethereal page, Bai Wei saw the current source power integrity of Taoyuan village, 7%. That was the addition after he retracted his tongue. It seemed that to increase source power, one just needed to gather corpse blocks in the same body, complete unity, and establish a connection through the soul to elevate it. And even if it reverted to a fragmented state afterward, it didn't matter. Just like now, Bai Wei was only in one finger, but the increased source power integrity would not drop back to 3%. So what was the effect of Taoyuan village that had risen to 7%? The thing that caught Bai Wei's attention the most was the stone stool over there, which was now in an unlocked state. It seemed that he could now summon other corpse fragment holders here. But seeing that only one stone stool was lit, it should be possible to summon only one. The other two dim stone stools displayed 10%, meaning he needed another corpse block to gather more people. Well, having one person was okay for now, starting without experience. After figuring out what this can really be used for, then he might try multi-person summons. That made sense. Besides the now unlocked summoning, Bai Wei could also see the functionalities near completion on the page. Like now at 7%, he could see the features between 7 and 10%, even those not unlocked. Two features were particularly interesting. One was at 7%, which was now usable soul return, explained as encountering some special corpse blocks, allowing the recovery of only the power and source power. Meaning he didn't have to take the whole thing. This point was quite good, considering multiple corpse blocks were indeed inconvenient, as having just 3 was already a bit troublesome, let alone carrying a big box everywhere in the future. However, this was limited to those special corpse blocks. In games, these special corpse blocks usually referred to bones, flesh bits, teeth which were not easy to recover and didn't store rules. But collecting them wasn't without benefits. The worst was a permanent increase in health and mana, which here would translate into a straightforward power boost. However, corpse blocks holding powerful rules weren't that easy, like the termination, gaze, and domination Bai Wei currently held. These 3 were powerful rules still tied to their physical bodies. The drawback, however, was resolved in the 10% source power feature. Unity. A simple explanation was that any corpse blocks connected by Bai Wei could briefly concentrate all their rules in one block. Chapter 311, 14 Let's Bet, Each Other's Rules 5K3. Chapter 311, 14 Let's Bet, Each Other's Rules 5K3. They mean, even if I manage to collect a basketful of corpse blocks later, I'd only need one corpse block to use the power. It seems that future hosts won't need to cut off hands, gouge out eyes, and slice tongues all at the same time. Just doing one of these will suffice. Bai Wei felt he was just too kind, too considerate for the hosts. An old grandpa, like me, is hard to come by even if you searched with a lantern. However, these 2 new features were just to make future collection and use a bit more convenient. What mattered more to Bai Wei, the heftier concern, was the 8% feature. Visas' illusion. As a trade-off for completely sealing the corpse block's rule and power, for a month or more, can be reduced as the number of corpse blocks increases. One can leave the host and briefly descend in the form of an illusion, with 25% of the power of a second-order descent. This was the real blockbuster feature. Though the cost was exorbitant, sealing the rule and power for over a month, meaning that Bai Wei would be utterly defenseless during that time, completely at the mercy of others. But this could be an independent descent without the host, and though it was only a quarter of the second order's power, it was still enough to accomplish very, very many things. It only needed 8% of source power to unlock. Bai Wei was at 7% now, meaning he didn't need corpse blocks as significant as fingers or eyes. Minor corpse blocks like the ones he had mentioned before would suffice. Moreover, Baiwei happened to know that in this academy, somewhere, there was such a corpse block. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, filled with anticipation for the life to come. But before that, he might as well try out the new features he could use. Baiwei once again turned his attention to the stone bench. But after summoning people over, what could he do? It seemed as though Baiwei's confusion had been felt, as bits of information suddenly flooded into his mind. This made Baiwei's smile widen even more. So it can also be done this way. He was about to illuminate the stone bench when something suddenly dawned on him, and he turned his head toward a nearby pond. The once dry pond now had water in it, reflecting his current appearance. Everything was an illusion, with only his finger, left eye, and tongue glowing brightly. "I still need to disguise myself a bit," he murmured, gently touching his tongue with his finger. Instantly, the glow of the tongue dissipated, turning into an illusion as well. Satisfied, Baiwei activated the stone bench. "What, Lord Bishop, these are the work summaries for the past month." The handsome little priest smiled as he served Rocky a cup of tea. "You've worked hard." Leaning back in the chair, Rocky said with some impatience, "That's all. What's so hard about this, and what tea is this you've brewed? I've told you I wanted to drink." Before he could finish his sentence, Rocky suddenly felt dizzy, and then his vision went dark. His whole body seemed to fall into darkness, plummeting until it finally landed on a solid and cold object and stopped. He opened his eyes and found himself sitting on a stone bench, with the handsome little priest transformed into a shadowy figure that looked quite eerie. After a brief moment of stun, Rocky quickly came to his senses. Esoteric Buddhism. He instinctively tried to perform a sealing, but after lifting his hand, he realized his body had also become an illusion. His entire being was ethereal. The only place that emitted light was the thumb of his right hand. Rocky's eyes widened slightly, and he immediately realized something before looking again at the shadowy figure opposite him. There were two glowing spots where the shadow was. The left eye and the left middle finger. "This person is Ulu." Rocky's heart was filled with shock, and he was about to speak when Ulu spoke first. "Don't be nervous, stranger," he said in a hoarse voice, chuckling. "We aren't in reality and we don't know each other. We're here only because we share something in common." Rocky then realized. This wasn't reality. No spell, not even divine arts, had the power to bring an archbishop like him into a strange space like this. Only Visas's rule could possibly do this. In this space, both he and Ulu were shadows with indistinct faces. The only real presence was the corpse blocks they each held. And while Rocky could identify Ulu through his corpse block, Ulu had no idea who he was. Thinking this, Rocky couldn't help but feel relieved. It was good that he wasn't a fool like a one-eyed, hiding his corpse block well. Otherwise, Ulu would know who he was too. After a brief moment of relief, an idea quickly surged in Rocky's mind. Although he didn't know what happened, if this was the case, could he bluff Ulu into revealing his current whereabouts and then finish him off in the real world? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Ulu speak again. "Even though we are strangers, it's still a kind of fate to meet here," he said with a laugh, gesturing Rocky to look at the stone table. "Care for a game?" Rocky instinctively looked down and saw two sets of dice on the table. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you proposing a gamble?" "A small bet to entertain, a large bet to harm," Ulu chuckled. "We're just making a small bet." "Is there a wager?" "Even a small gamble has its stakes." "What could we possibly gamble on if this isn't the real world?" "Of course, it's something we have here." Ulu laughed raspingly, then pointed first to his own left eye with his middle finger and then to Rocky's right thumb. "Let's bet on each other's rule. The loser has to hand over their rule." Rocky's eyes widened bit by bit. Chapter 312, 5 Why don't you use it, 5K. Chapter 312, 5 Why don't you use it, 5K. The stake is each other's rules. When Rocky heard this, his first reaction was, "Are you kidding me?" He had never heard of Visas's rules being used as a stake, unless it was actually about chopping off fingers and gouging out eyes in reality. But then again, he had been brought to such a place, and within his own East Church no less, one of the closest places to the great Rhine god. Ulu had managed to drag him here. It really didn't seem like a joke. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Rocky said, "not clarifying anything and then asking me to gamble with you and on rules." Bai Wei sighed softly. A single game would make everything clear. There really is no need for extra words. Rocky sneered. He was no fool. Such an obvious trap was something only that presumptuous Cyclops would jump into, nobody else. Then explain a bit, although I don't know much either, Bai Wei said with his hands crossed, his bright middle finger conspicuously eye-catching. You can ask me questions, and I will tell you everything I know, as long as it doesn't involve the real world. Rocky asked subconsciously, why? Isn't it obvious? Even though he couldn't see Bai Wei's face clearly, Rocky still felt his smirk. Would you tell me your true identity if I asked you right now? Rocky was silent for a while, then answered, indeed. It seemed this guy had guessed it too. Once they knew each other's real-world identities, what that would entail. Take them, for example, Rocky as the Eastern Bishop of Rhine and Bai Wei, from his perspective. Ulu had just killed the West Bishop, making him the biggest traitor in the history of Rhine. They were naturally enemies, the kind that would start fighting immediately upon meeting in reality, and even here they couldn't possibly discuss things amicably. Fortunately, they didn't know each other's identities. Oh no, to be correct, it was only this guy who didn't know my identity. Rocky slightly raised the corner of his mouth. He realized this was his advantage, but he also knew he couldn't expose this fact, or else Ulu might immediately run away. You're right, he continued. We indeed shouldn't pry into each other's identities or the matters of the real world. Rocky decided to take it slow, not to startle the snake, and turn the conversation back to this illusory space. Did you create this place? Rocky asked. If I said it was me, would you believe it? Bai Wei said with a laugh. Do you think I'm capable of that? Indeed. Rocky wouldn't believe this place was created by Bai Wei, because as soon as he had entered, he felt a slight throbbing in his right thumb, which clearly had something to do with this space. Combining this with what Bai Wei had said before, Rocky deduced that this place must be Visas' legacy. Just like the corpse blocks. Visas' divine country. Rocky narrowed his eyes slightly. As the Eastern Bishop of Rhine, he indeed had more knowledge than the average person, and realized that everything here was like the legendary divine country. It seemed that Visas of the past was indeed comparable to all gods. No, wait. Rocky recalled the heart-shocking information the Pope had shared with them several months earlier, and his heart couldn't help but shake again. Fortunately, that guy is already dead, his body broken into pieces. His divine country, too, had fallen into ruins. But the question was, how did Ulu get here? It seemed as if reading Rocky's doubts, Bai Wei on the other side spoke leisurely. As you see, I was lucky enough to possess 2 corpse blocks, and then I came here, to be precise. My soul was guided here, just like you. Rocky didn't respond. He didn't think his fall could be considered guidance. It was more like being dragged in against his will. So he and Bai Wei had different methods of entry. Was it because of the different numbers of corpse blocks? After collecting 2 corpse blocks, could one receive guidance to this place? Why hadn't this happened before? Oh, no one had previously obtained 2 corpse blocks at the same time. At least not in the records. But 2 corpse blocks. Rocky pretended to glance casually at Bai Wei's throat. Since the body was illusory, with some effort, he could see directly to the pool of water behind Bai Wei. But Rocky wasn't looking at Bai Wei's body, he was looking at his tongue. In this space, only the corpse blocks were real and could not be hidden. They would shine brilliantly no matter where they were placed. During their earlier discussion, Bai Wei, Ulu, likely already possessed Visas' tongue, unprecedentedly owning 3 corpse blocks. The last to have so many had been Visas himself. If that were the case, then Bai Wei, Ulu, now was completely unfathomable. Fortunately, it seemed that this guy hadn't gotten the tongue. The worst scenario had not occurred. So where had the tongue gone? Rocky couldn't help but ponder this question, but he didn't think about it for long, soon redirecting his focus back to Bai Wei. So you've been here for a while? Rocky asked. To be frank, I've just arrived. You think you're fooling a child. You killed the Cyclops months ago, and you're telling me you've just arrived. Chapter 313, 15 why don't you use it? 5K2. Chapter 313, 15 why don't you use it? 5K2. Bai Wei naturally guessed Rocky's thoughts and said with a light laugh, If you are worried that I arrived here long ago and deliberately set this trap for you, then you can rest assured that I indeed just arrived. Although I had gathered these 2 corpse blocks several months prior, I sustained considerable injuries in the process, and only just recovered today. I'm referring to injuries on the soul level, which you, also possessing corpse blocks, should clearly understand. If the soul is too severely injured, there is no way to enter this place. Rocky's understanding was somewhat clarified by Bai Wei's explanation. After all, as a fellow possessor of corpse blocks, he naturally understood the negative effects of the corpse blocks. An ordinary person could hardly use the rule a few times before dying. Only someone like him, backed by the presence of all gods, could reduce the negative effects to a minimum. Therefore, they had always been puzzled about how Cory was killed by Ulu. Not to mention which part between the eyes and the middle finger had a stronger rule. Just considering the negative effects alone, Ulu, the little priest, should have had no solution. One would die after clicking his fingers twice, while the other could recklessly stare until the death of the latter. Hence, Rocky had always cursed Cory the Cyclops as useless. Now it seemed, Ulu indeed possessed a method to restore the damaged soul, and probably wouldn't die simply by snapping his fingers twice like ordinary people. However, this method was evidently not as efficient as theirs, backed by Rhine. Otherwise, Ulu wouldn't have rested for so long. No, wait, what about Lyra then? In their view, Ulu must have done something at Lyra's. There were still too many mysteries, temporarily impossible to unravel all. However, regarding what Bai Wei said about only arriving here recently, Rocky went from completely distrustful at the beginning to somewhat skeptical now. Moreover, you need not worry, I would specifically set a trap for you, Bai Wei continued leisurely, spreading his hands. Now I only possess 2 portions of corpse blocks. Do you really think with just these 2 corpse blocks I could control Visas' former divine country? You think too highly of me. What do you mean by that gambling game then? Rocky asked coldly. Did you figure it out yourself? Very simple. Bai Wei smiled and stretched out his hand to grasp one of the dice cups. Hold this and you'll understand. Rocky, still skeptical, looked down at the suspicious-looking dice cup. But having come all this way, and finding nothing certain would be a wasted trip. Thus, despite being very cautious, Rocky still reached out and grasped the dice cup. Then he saw rows of small characters slowly emerging on the stone table, introducing the rules of the game. This is the power left by Visas, Bai Wei said with a smile. That legendary figure seemed to really enjoy gambling, so he crafted many artifacts like this, and he came to play the role of the dealer. But he is already dead. Yes, so this probably resembles the final flicker of amusement he left behind, much like the rules sealed within the corpse blocks. Bai Wei shrugged and said, So rest assured in this place, what dominates are the rules and order of Visas, and I have no way to alter or interfere. After all, I am not Visas. Although he did not show it, Bai Wei's words indeed dispelled many of Rocky's doubts. Of course, it was not just because of Bai Wei's explanation. Rocky himself also felt that, in this space, only the power of Visas was effective. As for what he carried, whether spell or divine arts, all were sealed, unable to be used. If he couldn't, then Bai Wei was even less likely to. Thus both he and Bai Wei were outsiders here, both seen as gamblers in the eyes of Visas. But one thing made Rocky uneasy, the use of rules as gambling stakes. Visas must have created the divine country during his lifetime. Did he anticipate that one day he would die and be broken into pieces? And then there would be people using the rules from his fragmented corpse as chips to gamble with dice. No matter how one considered it, the scenario seemed eerie. How about it, care to play a game? Bai Wei asked lightly, pulling Rocky back from his contemplation. He looked down again at the dice cup he was tightly holding and asked in a low voice, So if you lose the rules forever. If that were the case, Rocky would definitely not participate. Oh, we won't be playing for such high stakes, Bai Wei said, just once. Once? Yes, Bai Wei nodded. For example, if I win against you, then I can use the rules you possess real-worldly, just one time. Just once, Rocky breathed a sigh of relief. If that was the case, it wasn't unacceptable. However, until the winner uses that one instance of the rule, the loser cannot use it, and is not allowed to enter this space during that period, Bai Wei stated lightly. Also, the cost of using the rule will also be borne by the loser. Rocky momentarily blanked out at Bai Wei's words, then nearly leapt with anger. Damn, losing the rule and still having to pay the price yourself. Yes, Bai Wei said with a smile. Otherwise, how would one be considered a loser? But don't worry, there is a limited term. Within 1 to 2 months, if the winner hasn't used the rule, it will automatically expire. Chapter 314, 15 why don't you use it? 5K3. Chapter 314, 15 why don't you use it? 5K3. The roll of the dice had calmed Rocky down. Calm? How could he possibly be calm? Although he wouldn't permanently lose the rule if the other party never used it, it was equivalent to being unable to use the rule for 2 months, nor could he enter here. Moreover, he would have to pay the price himself, which increased the risk substantially. After all, paying the price was like being stabbed. Handing over the rule to someone else was just like giving the knife to an invisible person. You never knew when they would stab you. Even if the knife couldn't kill you, it was absolutely unacceptable. So he couldn't take the risk, absolutely not. He definitely couldn't be like that stupid Cyclops. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Byway suddenly said, in the gambling here you can only bet on one option. Rocky looked up at Byway. What do you mean? Literally what I said. Whatever chips you have, that's how much you have to put on the table, Byway said with a smile. For example, if I have both the eye and finger rules and I bet with you, I have to put both rules on the line and you just have to bet one. Yes, this rule is also written before you. Rocky looked down again. After a brief silence, Rocky turned the dice cup upside down on the dice and pushed it forward. Come on, he said. Byway, too, smiled as he covered the cup. Now it's interesting. So the crisp sound of rolling dice echoed beneath the decaying colossal tree. During this time, Rocky had been watching Byway, while Byway had also been watching him. Ding! Both men stopped their actions simultaneously. Rocky narrowed his eyes slightly. Damn, it had been a long time since he'd been this tense. But shaking dice for size, a pure 50-50 bet, what he could gain was much greater than what he could lose, so there was no reason not to take a gamble, right? Moreover, as the Eastern Bishop, even without disturbance for a short time, it would be okay, right? No one could threaten him because of that. And he truly coveted Ulu's gaze and termination. You see, although he'd always thought the Cyclops was a brainless idiot, he acknowledged the Cyclops' idea. Once you have had Visas' corpse, you can never refuse such power again. You'll always want more. More. And if he refused this time, whether he'd have another chance next time was unknown. After all, Rhine had already sent people to find Ulu. If nothing went wrong, this guy wouldn't live long. But in that case, Rocky would never experience what gaze and termination really felt like. So, Rocky took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the craving in his heart, and then said in a deep voice, "Open it." He was about to pick it up when Byway suddenly raised his hand. Wait. What? Rocky immediately became vigilant. I just thought of a question, Byway said leisurely. We still don't know what to call each other. Isn't that what you said, not to pry into reality? Why use real names? Byway said with a smile. Just having a nickname should be fine, right? This way we at least know what to call each other next time we play. I do know what your name is. Rocky complained inwardly. He really wanted to open his cup now, but it would seem too eager, so he forced a deep voice and asked, Then what do you want to be called? Since we came in as corpse blocks, let's use each other's parts for nicknames, Byway said. I'll call you Thumb, and you call me I Hand, how about that? Whatever, Rocky waved his hand impatiently. Right now, all he wanted was to open the dice cup. Very well, Thumb brother, Byway said with satisfaction as he lifted the cup. Your disturbance, I'll take it. Rocky was stunned for a moment. He saw the dice beneath Byway's cup were 2 4s and a 5. He instinctively uncovered his own cup and found it was a 1, 2, and 3. Smooth but small. He lost. Rocky's first reaction was dismay, but he quickly sensed something was amiss. Wait, I haven't even opened the cup. How do you know my points? Rocky suddenly looked up at Byway. Then he noticed Byway was also looking at him. That left eye, shining like the stars, was slowly turning. He instantly understood everything and bellowed angrily, You cheated. In Visas' divine country, using Visas' power, how can it be called cheating? Byway said with a smile. You could use it too. You didn't fucking say so. Oh right, Byway acted as if he had just realized, then said with so-called remorse, I'll tell you next time. You motherfucker. Rocky wanted to go at Byway, but at that moment the ancient tree beside him slowly swayed, and the branches on the trunk made a crisp sound. Next, Rocky saw his bright right thumb turn into specks of light like dandelion seeds, detaching from his body and drifting towards Byway's right thumb. At the same time, he felt the world becoming more and more illusory. He realized that because the thumb's rule was moving away from him, he was being expelled from this space. You, he pointed desperately at Bai Wei, wanting to say something but couldn't utter a word. He could only watch helplessly as Bai Wei, with his finger, gave him a thumbs up. Your disturbance, I'll take it, Bai Wei said with a smile. Next time remember to use the rule. The moment the words fell, Rocky's illusory body completely dissipated, leaving only wisps of black smoke. And Bai Wei's right thumb had fully formed. Disturbance was his. Chapter 315, 16 Exposed. 5K, requesting monthly tickets. Chapter 315, 16 Exposed. 5K, requesting monthly tickets. Right thumb disturbance. In the game, it was a remarkably useful rule. Simply put, a thumbs up would add a positive buff, and a thumbs down would add a negative buff, of course with the ability to choose the target. Players usually gave themselves a thumbs up before a boss fight to strengthen themselves, and during the fight, they'd give the boss a thumbs down to weaken it. It was one of Bai Wei's favorite rules when he was a player, and in reality, its effect was definitely more powerful than in the game. Unfortunately, it didn't fully belong to him. After using it once, it would deactivate and return to Rocky's side. This was a regret for Bai Wei. If only he could snatch it directly, then he wouldn't need to run around. Just staying in Taoyuan village until he was fully revived would suffice. Of course, Bai Wei understood. This was the limit of what Taoyuan village could do. Taoyuan village couldn't directly snatch rules, but could temporarily retain them here, to be later taken by Bai Wei directly from Taoyuan village. And this depended on each corpse fragment holder willingly contributing their rule. If Rocky were here, he would definitely complain that he had not volunteered. But in fact, when he grabbed that dice cup, it was already voluntary. Yes, the so-called gambling was just a ruse for Rocky to willingly leave behind his rule, but it also made Rocky believe that these were rules left by visas, not strategic plots by Bai Wei. He didn't realize there was actually no difference between the two. Well, not exactly no difference. Bai Wei currently couldn't change Taoyuan village's foundational rules, so what he had told Rocky before about the loser only losing a rule for a month, and that the cost of the rule needed to be paid by the loser was true. Also, that staying meant leaving behind all rules was true. This meant that if Bai Wei lost to Rocky, he would also lose termination and gaze. Oh, and even domination. But Bai Wei still dared to gamble with Rocky because, although he couldn't rewrite Taoyuan village's foundational rules, he could add new elements on top, making it operate the way he wanted. That was the simple and brute action of rolling dice. On the surface, the odds were 50-50, but in reality they were not. Not just because of his all-seeing eye, but also because of a hidden element, the tongue. Rocky may not notice that tonight he was more irritable and impulsive than usual. But even if he did realize, he probably wouldn't think about the tongue. He'd mostly just think that Bai Wei was being too despicable, or that those two rules had overwhelmed his greed, clouding his judgment. In any case, tonight was a good trial. Bai Wei was quite satisfied with his gains. If there were to be a next time, surely Rocky would ask to change the game. With that thought, Bai Wei leisurely exited Taoyuan village. Unlike Bai Wei's leisurely demeanor, Rocky, back in reality, was like a lion enraged. He slapped away the handsome little priest, anxiously checking his condition, and strode towards the prayer room. Everyone in the East Church felt Rocky's fury. No one dared to stop him along the way, just hurriedly showing their respects, while Rocky ignored them all. He reached the prayer room at top speed, and like flicking a chicken away, threw several praying priests aside, yelling at them, "Get out, I need to pray to the Lord." The priests, well aware of Rocky's temperament, hurriedly left the prayer room without a word and closed the door behind them. Then the prayer room was left with only Rocky. He then immediately sealed under the statue of the Rhine god and simultaneously closed his eyes. A beam of holy light then descended from above, landing on him and forming a pure white spherical barrier around him. Divine skill-blessed land. Rocky connected with the power of the Rhine god, directly entering the state of divine blessing. In this state, any evil magic or curses would be expelled, purified. Impurities would wriggle out of his body like earthworms scorched by the sun, ultimately extinguishing in the holy light. Rocky, battle-hardened, was experienced in this. However, Rocky slowly opened his eyes, not seeing any impurities excreting from his body. but this only made his expression worsen. After taking a deep breath, Rocky canceled the release of the divine skill, his face no longer displaying previous anger, but rather a solemn demeanor. He looked down at his right thumb. It looked no different from an ordinary finger. Then he slowly raised his hand, giving a thumbs up to himself, as he had countless times before when faced with dire situations, waiting for a response from this finger. But this time, his body did not respond at all. In the silent prayer room, he stood there with his thumb up looking foolish. Hence Rocky, despite having prepared himself mentally numerous times, couldn't help it. He immediately swore. What? The room was very quiet. So quiet that one could only hear the sound of flipping book pages and the pounding heartbeat. Chapter 316, 16 Exposed, 5K requesting monthly tickets. Chapter 316, 16 Exposed, 5K requesting monthly tickets. Breathing was held intentionally or unintentionally. The one reading was naturally Huinia. She had sensed earlier that Bai Wei would occasionally leave her body, even when he was not sealed. And when Bai Wei left, he couldn't monitor Huinia. Hence, Huinia knew she had to make good use of this time to do things that Bai Wei shouldn't know about. Like now, what Huinia was currently flipping through was the ancient book fetched from the library yesterday, containing information about visas. To deal with this troublesome entity inside her, she at least needed to know who he really was. So today she had purposefully pretended to be very tired, waiting for the night to fall asleep without arousing Bai Wei's suspicion, gambling that Bai Wei would leave her body to do something else at this time. And indeed, her gamble proved right. She truly felt Bai Wei's departure, and he had been gone for quite some time. But she couldn't feel happy about it, because only now did she understand what it was that resided in her body. Although the ancient book didn't contain much about visas, phrases like enemy of the all-gods, a god-slayer from ancient times, and the most vicious evil god deeply shocked Huinia, who had only a year of education. In short, she had thought that visas was just a bit of an annoying evil entity. But now she knew it was not just some evil entity. It was an evil god. Because she only had a year of theological education, Huinia knew very little about the outside world. She knew the most powerful entity to be the Holy Sound Master. Does this mean visas was at least on the same level as the Holy Sound Master? Huinia subconsciously thought it impossible, considering the Holy Sound Master had founded the Holy Sound Church with millions of followers, while visas, not to speak of followers, probably had only a few hundred corpse blocks left. These two shouldn't be on the same level. But then again, having been divided into who knows how many parts, and still living well does affirm that he wasn't some simple entity. But in his current state, could he really still be considered alive? According to the book, the soul of visas had been extinguished 1,000 years ago, leaving only his undying immortal body in this world. Reading this, Huinia squinted her eyes unwittingly. According to the book, if the soul of visas no longer existed, what then was this visas inside her body? So either the ancient book's recordings were erroneous, or was he really visas? Was she really, truly Huinia? This thought had just surfaced in Huinia's mind, and before she could ponder further, she suddenly felt something swiftly returning to her body. Her pupils tightened slightly, thinking, oh no, too slow, and she immediately closed the ancient book and picked up another textbook. As she just spread open the book, she heard Bai Wei speak with a hint of surprise. Oh, why did you suddenly wake up? Huinia struggled to maintain calm and replied, couldn't sleep. Maybe my daily routine has been thrown off. Guess it's not yet time to sleep. That's so. And what about you, visas, sir? Huinia decided to seize back the initiative. Although the moment she recalled the descriptions of visas in that ancient book, she momentarily hesitated whether to continue addressing visas as sir. But this doubt lasted less than a second. Because no matter if visas was as depicted in the ancient book, or even if he really was visas, changing how she addressed him would arouse his suspicion. What is it? You were away from my body just now, said Huinia. I tried calling you, but there was no response, which means you don't have to stay inside my body, right? Bai Wei laughed. Even if the house is nice, one has to go out, right? So you consider me your house? If possible, I would rather have you as my score. I'm sorry, but I don't think that way, Huinia politely declined. In these few exchanges, she had completely returned to her earlier state, confident that Bai Wei wouldn't detect any flaws. Then she heard Bai Wei say slowly, "Is that so? By the way, your book is upside down." Huinia unconsciously looked down and realized the book she hastily picked up to cover up was indeed upside down. In that moment, Huinia felt as if her face was on fire. Yet she remained composed. "No wonder I couldn't understand it. Thank you for pointing that out, visas, sir." She then leisurely flipped the book right side up, not showing any embarrassment, fully maintaining her dignity as a young lady. Since it had come to this, she no longer intended to continue reading and stood up, putting on her clothes to go out. Since she had returned earlier, it was only around 9 or 10 o'clock, so Huinia decided to go downstairs to eat something, as there were snacks available in the girls' dormitory. But more importantly, staying here was indeed a bit awkward. To be honest, since becoming Huinia, she rarely messed up. After all, messing up implied danger, but she had done so more than once in front of Bai Wei, which made Huinia feel helpless, thinking it was too reckless to live in someone else's body. Chapter 317, 16 Exposed. 5K requesting monthly tickets, 3. Chapter 317, 16 Exposed. 5K requesting monthly tickets, 3. During her descent of the stairs, she heard the whispering of the girls huddled by the fireplace in the lobby. Is it for real, a magic that can directly promote someone? Isn't ascension supposed to be through years of learning? Ascending directly through magic, I don't think that's possible. That's why I said that kind of magic is very risky. One careless move could destroy your note. I've only heard about it, but it must exist. Look at Senior Eamon. Please, Eamon is already dead. Stop exploiting the dead. How is this exploiting the dead? And it's surely not just one person in the school using it. Magic for ascension. Huinia stood in the corner listening, but didn't pay much attention. After all, she was already of the golden rank, with no need to ascend further. Moreover, what she needed to be concerned about now was far too many. The evil god inside her body was much more troublesome than the rumored promotion magic. Huinia sighed softly. Just as she stepped away from the corner, the dormitory door was banged open. A cold wind gushed in, making everyone in the lobby shudder. Then they immediately looked over in anger. "Orena, why do you have the door wide open? Making such a noise, as if we wouldn't know you've returned." It was naturally Orena who entered. She ignored the girls in the lobby, just swept a cold gaze around, then paused upon seeing Huinia. Then she strode towards Huinia, her aura fierce as if looking for trouble. Seeing this, the other girls immediately stood up. "Hey, Orena, what are you trying to do?" "Huinia, come over to us." But Huinia didn't move, because she saw what Orena was holding in her hand. An invitation. She guessed the purpose of Orena's visit. Sure enough, when Orena reached Huinia, she stopped, and with a dark face stuffed the invitation into Huinia's hand, quite abruptly saying, "This is the invitation from my brother Phineas to you. He asked me to pass it on." After saying this, she did not wait for Huinia's reaction, and directly walked to the chair at the far end of the lobby, sat down with her back to everyone. This series of actions confused everyone, leaving them speechless for a long while. Until a girl muttered, "Such arrogance for just giving an invitation, one would think she came to slaughter the whole family." Everyone instantly laughed, filling the lobby with a lively atmosphere. They all understood what had happened. Her own brother had forsaken her and chosen Huinia. Listening to the laughter behind her, Orena remained silent, merely scowling, intensely staring at the fireplace, its flames flickering in her pupils. Meanwhile, Huinia, smiling lightly, walked to the dormitory door, using the moonlight to open the invitation. This was Phineas's invitation, asking her to have tea tomorrow afternoon, clearly intending to formally invite her then. And Huinia did plan to meet Phineas again. After all, they needed to understand each other. But as soon as Huinia finished reading the last word on the invitation, intending to fold it, the invitation suddenly trembled, emitting a crisp sound. Then magic surged from the invitation, spread over her body through her fingers holding the invitation. Huinia's eyes widened. She realized what it was. Third Note's Breeze knowledge. She immediately tried to stop it, but the spell was cast too quickly, and she hadn't brought her magic wand with her. In less than 2 seconds, the spell swept through her body, then flowed out from underneath her feet, instantly transforming into a light blue magic bird and quickly flying out of the dormitory. Huinia immediately followed, stretching her hand out to catch the bird. But she was a step too late. The magic bird flew past her fingertips, disappearing into the night. At this moment, Huinia's face was unprecedentedly pale, even paler than when she met Bai Wei at Lyra half a month ago. Her blue eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. And that breeze bird, after sweeping through the forest, landed in someone's hand, fluttering twice before once again transforming into magic and flowing into the person. Then that person emitted a gentle tremor. Indeed, the golden score has appeared. Wait, hey, Huinia, what's this? Returning to the dormitory, Huinia wore an expression none had ever seen before. She casually took a magic wand from one of the female players' hands and walked straight to the corner where Orana was. Orana, hearing the footsteps, turned her head towards Huinia, and upon seeing the magic wand in her hand, her pupils contracted, then subconsciously took out her own magic wand. But she was a step slower than Huinia. Huinia raised her hand and shot, a beam of golden light hitting Orana, who, without the chance to counter, immediately collapsed on the floor, her face showing pain. Huinia then grabbed her by the neck, lifted her up, and with a bang, slammed her against the wall. Everyone was stunned. Huinia, Orana's eyes were bloodshot, her look one of disbelief and anger at Huinia. What are you? Huinia pressed the wand against Orana's abdomen, then whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. At this distance, I can directly disable your note, turning you into an ordinary person, Huinia said. You know I can do it. Orana's eyes widened in shock, gazing at the unfamiliar Huinia before her, feeling fear for the first time. I'll give you one chance. Huinia enunciated every word. That invitation, who gave it to you? Finnies or someone else? Speak. Chapter 318, 17 Get Lost, This is My Prey. Chapter 318, 17 Get Lost, This is My Prey. Delaman's magic wand tapped lightly on the invitation, and soon a murky glow appeared on the wand. Delaman pushed his thick glasses up his nose, and then turned to look at Huinia and Orana beside him. Indeed, I felt remnants of a spell on the invitation, and judging by the type and scale, Miss Huinia, what did you say you experienced last night? The second note's light touch technique, Huinia replied. Yes, that must be it, Delaman nodded slightly. You see, 100 years ago this was a very normal, common spell, but now, in combination with other spells, it has indeed lost its original meaning and become somewhat unacceptable. Miss Huinia, I think I understand why you were so agitated last night. Pausing for a moment, Delaman then turned his head to look at Orana. Miss Orana, I would like to hear your explanation. This has nothing to do with me, Professor Delaman, Orana said excitedly. I didn't set up any spell in that invitation, especially not such a disgusting one. This is Huinia's slander against me. Oh, Miss Orana, are you saying there is a problem with my detection? No, Professor Delaman, what I mean is. You mean this is Miss Huinia using her own reputation to slander you? Orana was rendered speechless, simply biting her lips tightly while Huinia on the side remained very calm. At first glance, it seemed as though Orana was the victim. Of course, this was indeed arranged by Huinia. The trap spell she fell into last night was the smoky wind recognition of the third notes. It is a very common talent-detecting spell, apparently aimed at discovering Huinia's true identity. But if others knew that Huinia reacted so angrily and furiously to such a harmless spell as smoky wind recognition, they would find it strange, compounding her troubles. Thus, when she furiously grabbed the magic wand from someone else last night to confront Orana, Huinia also casually released a new spell on the invitation to cover up the smoky wind recognition of the third notes. And the spell she chose was the one Delaman just detected, the light touch of the second note. Like smoky wind recognition, this spell is also harmless. It records certain attributes of the person subjected to the spell. However, it does not directly detect the note of the person affected like the smoky wind recognition, but rather, it's like a massive hand of magic power gently touching the person's body, then recording their physical shape, voice tone, and scent. This was originally a useless spell, but in some people with ulterior motives, it could achieve very odd effects. For instance, with the data of the person's body and voice tone, spellcasters could use shaping magic to create a fake person. It's similar to the unspeakable dolls from Bai Wei's previous life. Some would even engrave the unique voice tone, the affected person, on their magic wands. It's like wearing a beloved's intimate clothing. Yes, the light touch technique itself is a harmless spell, but in the hands of a perverted user it becomes vile. So letting the academy know that she was subjected to such a spell explained why her behavior last night was so out of character. Especially in the girls' dormitory, where many had experienced such things to some extent, they became immediately indignant, nearly drowning Orana in their spit last night. However, they were stopped at the last minute by the dormitory manager and the professor, who arrived just in time, telling them to calm down first. Then the next day, Huinia and Orana stood before Professor Delaman. Though Professor Delaman is male, he also knew very well how repulsive the light touch technique is for girls. Certainly in the revered Holy Sound, not only women but also men fell victim to it, discovering even more perverse and vile means, but that's beyond the point here. Regardless, for Huinia she had achieved her purpose. Everyone would pity her, everyone would see her as the victim, simultaneously exerting pressure on Orana. After all, for a golden rank 7th note to be subjected to such a filthy ordeal, everyone would feel outraged, thus never suspecting whether Huinia was actually affected by the light touch technique. That was already the best response plan Huinia could come up with last night in such a short time. "Miss Orana," Delaman looked down at the invitation again and then asked, "This invitation was issued by your brother Phineas. Does it mean that the spellcaster is your—" "No, absolutely not." Orana didn't even let Delaman finish speaking before immediately denying. "It has nothing to do with brother Phineas, and certainly not me. Our Lawrence family would not do such a thing." Orana could not dare imagine the consequences if outsiders thought that the light touch technique had been cast by her or Phineas. Thus, she had to vehemently deny. "But the invitation was sent out by your brother," Delaman said, "and it went through your hands to Huinia, and yet you claim that you and your brother have nothing to do with this matter." Chapter 319, 17 Get Lost, This is my prey too. Chapter 319, 17 Get Lost, This is my prey too. Orana clenched her teeth tightly. "Indeed, it has nothing to do with my brother. He didn't even know about the invitation. I sent it in my brother's name." Oh, Delaman raised his eyebrows, his expression turning somewhat unpleasant. "But I didn't have any ulterior motives." Realizing that Delaman might have misunderstood something, Orana hurriedly explained. "It's true that my brother asked me to invite Hevnia, but he didn't send the invitation. I wrote it myself." "Why would you do that?" Delaman coldly asked. "Isn't that superfluous?" Orana clenched her teeth tightly, not wanting to tell the truth. But now, if she didn't speak, not only she but also Phineas and the entire Lawrence family would be shamed, so she could only say in a trembling voice, "My brother asked me to apologize to Hevnia, but I didn't want to do it. I despise her and didn't want to say another word to her or bow down to her, so I forged my brother's handwriting and used the invitation to replace conversation." Orana seemed to have expended all her energy with these words. After speaking, her body shook uncontrollably as if she might collapse at any moment. Neither Delaman nor Hevnia showed much change in expression after hearing these words. For Hevnia, what Orana said was not surprising. She didn't believe that either Orana or Phineas would take action against her, as it was too obvious. Not to mention Phineas, Orana didn't seem capable of such a deed. This meant she was being used as a tool by someone else. So it seemed possible for Phineas too. After all, he did not appear to care much about his sister Orana. But Hevnia still didn't believe it was Phineas, because she had only met him once, and there would be no reason for Phineas to suspect her identity. After all, the golden score had not been seen for many years, and people in the Holy Sound now generally assumed the golden score no longer existed, which had allowed Hevnia to stay at the academy for a year without her identity being exposed. Normal people simply wouldn't think in that direction. So it still depended on what Orana would say. This was why Hevnia had made such a big fuss about the situation. If she had not escalated matters this way, forcing Orana to prove her innocence, finding the spellcaster would have been even harder. Sure enough, under such pressure, Orana had to start actively recalling. "The invitation was bought from a gift shop," Orana murmured. "After buying it, I kept it in my backpack and then attended classes as usual." Hevnia's frown deepened as she listened. Because that invitation had been in Orana's possession for a whole day. During that time, too many people could have tampered with it. However, for someone to tamper under the nose of Orana, a silver rank would not have been easy. "After school, I practiced in the woods next to the dormitory. At that time, my backpack was set aside." Hevnia's frown grew even deeper. If that was the case, then the number of people who could have tampered with the invitation was even greater. After all, there were too many students practicing in the woods next to the dormitory, and they mostly couldn't see each other but could only hear sounds. So the information provided by Orana was of little use. Delaman shared this view. After hearing Orana's account, Delaman said indifferently, "Forgive me for being frank, Miss Orana, but this does not prove your innocence because you can't even find a suspect, and from your description, I can't even discern if you have any friends." Orana clenched her teeth. "I prefer to be alone." "That's not necessarily a good thing, Miss Orana." Delaman turned to look at Hevnia. "So, Miss Hevnia, what do you think?" Hevnia bowed slightly, very politely but visibly exhausted. "I'm sorry, Professor Delaman, but I'd like to go back and rest now." "Ah, is that so?" Delaman nodded slightly in understanding. "After all, you've been through quite an ordeal, but please don't overthink. We will ensure justice for you, no matter who the other party is." Saying this, Delaman glanced at Orana, making her face turn even paler. "Thank you, Professor." After saying these words, Hevnia turned and left without giving Orana another glance. Watching Hevnia's departing figure, Orana clenched her lower lip tightly, her eyes filled with hatred. She even bit her lip until it bled without realizing. But Hevnia was no longer in the mood to care about Orana. Her biggest secret had been exposed. Though it had been exposed once half a month ago, this time was undoubtedly much more severe. After stepping out of Delaman's office, Hevnia took a deep breath and for the first time decided to seek help from a certain presence. "Do you know who the spellcaster is?" Hevnia asked inwardly. "So you're asking me?" Byway said with a laugh. "Seems like you're panicking too." Hevnia said nothing. "But unfortunately, I do not know." Byway slowly straightened his small head as if to speak earnestly with Hevnia. "Although I could have known." "What do you mean?" "If I could see," Byway said, "but as you know, I have no eyes right now." Chapter 320, 17 Get Lost, This is my playthrough. Chapter 320, 17 Get Lost, This is my playthrough. Huinia naturally understood the implications of Byway's words. She asked, "Can your eyes see the spellcasters?" "At least they can see through the spell traps in that invitation," Byway said slowly, "which would have prevented this mess." He paused, then added with a smile, "How about it, do you want to go back to the dormitory and dig out your eyes before returning to class?" Huinia didn't answer again. Of course, she had considered employing Byway's power, but after reading that ancient tome yesterday, she understood just how dangerous a being Byway was. No matter who her current enemy was, they couldn't be more dangerous than Byway. Moreover, Huinia believed she wasn't in a desperate situation just yet. She had thought it over carefully last night. Those who knew her identity couldn't be from the public eye. Otherwise, she couldn't possibly still be operating under the guise of Huinia, which meant that the person who knew her identity hadn't exposed her yet. Thus, the other party's purpose became clear. They also wanted to consume the golden score, just like the real Huinia from a year ago. So this was an opportunity. Huinia narrowed her eyes slightly, a dangerous aura shining in her pupils. So to find him and kill him, just like she had with the real Huinia, just like she had with Aemon. After all, this wasn't the first time for such events. She could manage without relying on the power of visas. Huinia stood by the shore of Thousand Snow Lake, taking a deep breath. The cold wind that blew across the lake's surface filled her nostrils, gradually calming her slightly unsettled emotions. The tenser the situation, the more important it was to stay calm. The calmer Huinia was deliberating what expression to use today to portray the lady whose body was touched by a sleazy player using a disgusting spell, when suddenly her body stiffened, and the hairs on her skin stood on end. It was as if something had set its sights on her. She instinctively turned her head, looking in the direction of the bad feeling. That direction was the endless forbidden forest. She couldn't see anything, but she felt an extremely malicious gaze locking onto her, rendering her immobile. Fear surged in her like a tidal wave. What was that thing? Huinia wanted to speak, but her throat seemed frozen, wanting to move, but her body felt as if it had been encased in ice. And that malicious gaze was inching closer to her. Even though separated by hundreds of meters, even though she couldn't see anything, she felt as though she could hear the sound of its claws crushing bones, a sound not even the howling wind could suppress. Was she going to die here? That was Huinia's sole thought at the moment. Then she heard that voice, which was always light and cheerful in her mind, speak with the utmost authority and decisiveness to that gaze. What are you looking at? This is my prey. The voice merged from her mind into the wind. Scram, it was both a roar and a command. The malicious look vanished in an instant. Huenia's body instantly returned to normal, with only the monotonous sound of wind by her ears. Huenia knelt on the ground, her entire body drenched in cold sweat. What was that thing? She asked in a low voice. That thing, there was nothing there, Miss Hevnia. Bai Wei's reply was relaxed, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. Chapter 321, 18 Huenia's Response. Chapter 321, 18 Huenia's Response. Hevnia. Hevnia. The somewhat urgent male voice awakened Hevnia from her daze, her confused pupils gradually regaining focus. Then, subconsciously, she turned her head towards the source of the sound. It was Og sitting beside her, now hiding his head under an upright book, looking anxiously at her. Seeing that Hevnia finally turned to look at him, Og's face showed no relief, but instead raised his hand and pointed at the lectern. Professor Ariana is watching you. It was then that Hevnia came to her senses and immediately turned to look at the lectern, seeing Professor Ariana staring at her with an unfriendly expression. Moreover, it was not just Ariana. At this moment, the entire classroom of students was also gazing at her. Realizing what was happening, Hevnia quickly stood up, promptly and straightforwardly apologizing. Sorry, Professor, I was distracted. Ah, yes, you were distracted, Miss Hevnia, said Ariana coolly. Although I know you encountered some not very pleasant things last night, I still want to remind you that today's lesson is very important. If you don't want to fail the finals, you'd better listen carefully. Yes, Professor. Hevnia quickly regained her composure. Then sit down. Ariana nodded slightly, allowing Hevnia to sit down before waving her magic wand once more, drawing magic arcs in the air. Good, let's continue. The relationship between the score and the sound ever since the creation of Holy Sound. Relieved that Ariana did not hold Hevnia too accountable, Og finally relaxed and then, full of concern, looked at Hevnia, asking in a very soft voice, Hevnia, are you okay? Hevnia knew what Og was asking about. Now the whole academy knew about her ordeal last night. Even Ariana was aware, so they naturally assumed Hevnia's distraction was because she was still thinking about that incident. But it was not. Hevnia was contemplating her earlier encounter in the Forbidden Forest. That malicious and dangerous gaze that even provoked a retaliation from Bai Wei. It should be noted that this was the first time Bai Wei had revealed his might to outsiders since entering Holy Sound. So what exactly was that thing? Was it really the snow thorns beast the workers always talked about? Hevnia had her doubts. She really wanted to ask Bai Wei for clarification, but Bai Wei just kept nonchalantly saying, I don't know, I'm not clear, I don't understand. And that was just your hallucination. Such responses, which didn't even bother to give a plausible excuse, irritated Hevnia immensely. But she was, regrettably, without any means to challenge him. As for the words Bai Wei used to repel that entity, Hevnia wasn't too concerned. Bai Wei had never hidden his purpose and had made it clear from the moment he entered her body. However, Hevnia still wanted to clarify something. In these few short days, she had suddenly gone through a series of events. Being found by that guy Eamon, Phineas's unexpected invitation, the clever scheme last night revealing her identity, and being targeted by that unknown creature in the Forbidden Forest. This series of crises naturally made Hevnia more vigilant. Was it a coincidence, due to the festival's approach stirring up all parties, or because Bai Wei had entered her body? Or to put it differently, were these crises triggered by the festival or by Bai Wei? Hevnia had to consider this possibility. But as the saying goes, you eat one bite at a time, handle one thing at a time. The more crucial the moment, the more necessary it is to stay calm and prioritize. The thing in the Forbidden Forest, though unknown, probably wouldn't pose a big problem as long as she kept her distance for the time being. As for visas, she still didn't understand Bai Wei well enough to make rash decisions. She needed to continue observing, analyzing, and even using him. At least she could be sure that Bai Wei and that thing in the Forbidden Forest were not on good terms, so that could be regarded as a sort of safeguard, albeit a dangerous one. So the most pressing issue now was the individual who knew her identity. Although in terms of power, that person may not be as formidable as the monster in the Forbidden Forest or Bai Wei, the threat they posed to Hevnia was the greatest. It was like a concealed mine, ready to explode at any moment. When and where it would blow, Hevnia had no idea. It was incredibly dangerous. But as Hevnia had analyzed before, this person was not someone overt, but rather, like her, a praying mantis operating in the shadows. So before being exposed, Hevnia had to take care of him or be dealt with by him. As she thought this, Hevnia slightly narrowed her eyes, then quickly returned to normal. Her normalcy here meant a look of grievance, red-rimmed eyes, and a nasal tone tinged with a cry. Og, Hevnia looked at Og and asked in a low voice, "Can you help me do something?" After a brief moment of bewilderment, Og quickly perked up. "What can I do for you?" In his eyes, this was the first time Hevnia had ever sought his help. He always believed that lending books to Hevnia was a voluntary act on his part. Hevnia tightly pursed her lips, about to speak, but then quickly shook her head. "No, that's not right. It's against the school rules. I can't let you be punished." Chapter 322, 18 Huenia's response to. Og opened his mouth. After a brief hesitation, he firmly said to Huenia, "It's okay, Huenia. Tell me. I will help you." After class, as Huenia was about to leave the classroom, someone called out to her. "Wait, Huenia." Huenia recognized the voice as Ariana's, immediately stopped in her tracks, and turned around to respectfully greet the approaching Ariana. Ariana walked up to Huenia, surveyed her with dignity, and then slowly began to speak. "I've heard about what happened to you last night. What can I say? Although it wasn't an accident that endangered your personal safety, it was indeed very unsettling." Huenia bowed her head, obediently replying, "Thank you for your understanding, but I still should not have been distracted during your class." "It's good that you realize that." Ariana nodded with satisfaction, but her tone quickly softened. "However, don't worry too much. The Academy won't just stand by when you've been wronged like this. I can assure you the worst won't happen." The worst, as Ariana referred to, would be if the ill-intentioned person spread the light touch technique audio obtained everywhere, causing an even worse impact. Many years ago, there had been such a malicious incident. A very talented golden rank female player had been subjected to this, her sound stolen and widely disseminated, becoming toy notes in the hands of countless players overnight. That woman, unable to bear such humiliation and pressure, had chosen suicide. Since then, such matters were strictly managed, and dissemination was considered a violation of the rules. However, Ariana was still concerned Huenia might do something rash, hence she made a special trip to counsel her. But Ariana's visit was not just a console. Quickly, she changed her tone, speaking with a hint of sternness. "Yet as a golden rank player to follow such a low path, do you think it's appropriate?" "I'm sorry, Professor." "Don't apologize," Ariana said. "What you need to do now isn't to apologize, but to prevent such incidents from happening again. Here, take this." A bundle of parchment scrolls fell into Huenia's hands. Huenia looked at Ariana with some confusion, to which Ariana replied indifferently. "Just some insignificant self-defense music scores I composed when I was young. They are not registered officially. You can use them with peace of mind." Huenia was truly surprised now. In Holy Sound, not all music scores were public for every player to perform. Scores created privately were not made public, to be used or taught or sold only by the individual. Thus, the number of private scores a family possessed indicated their power, and the number a professor owned reflected their prestige. Of course, it wasn't just about quantity, but also quality. Generally speaking, professors would not pass their private scores to just any student. They were taught only to their own disciples. For example, Huenia's mentor, Leon, would pass his private scores to Huenia and Dosi, but not to other students. And Ariana, who was not Huenia's mentor, had also given her private scores to Huenia. Even though they were below third notes and not particularly valuable private scores, it was enough to show Ariana's regard for Huenia. In the face of Huenia's surprised look, Ariana simply said, "Don't mind it, I have no intention of taking disciples from Leon. After all, Leon is a man, many of his compositions aren't very helpful to you now, so." She paused, then looked again at the parchment scrolls in Huenia's hands. "Consider them extra homework. I will want them back before the 7-note syllable event, and if you haven't learned them by then." Huenia immediately stood up straight, excitedly responding, I will definitely learn all of them. Absolutely before the 7-note syllable." Music scores, that was also something Huenia greatly desired. After all, elsewhere it was magic. As Byway said, Huenia's main problem now was the lack of time, or rather being too young. She indeed was a golden rank, indeed talented, but there wasn't much time left for her to prove herself. Of course, if she truly were Huinia, she wouldn't need so many scores, merely studying normally, mastering enough of the public scores, on top of roughly learning Mentor Leon's private scores, would be enough to become an excellent player. Unfortunately, she wasn't. She desired more, much more. Thank you, Professor Ariana. Huinia sincerely thanked Ariana. I think the luckiest thing in my life is not becoming a golden rank, but having a teacher like you. Even knowing it was a mere courtesy, a smile couldn't help but creep onto Ariana's lips, though she quickly suppressed it. Even if you say that, after the holiday you still have to honestly submit the essay I assigned. If it doesn't meet the standard, you know the consequences. Huinia's expression immediately turned sour, looking pitifully at her. Ah. There. Ariana seemed to notice something and looked up. Your friend is here to see you. Friend? Huinia also raised her head and first caught sight of a pair of full, incessantly shaking breasts. Looking further up, she saw the lovely face of a girl, waving at her incessantly. I've already heard such a low-down thing happening, Daphne said indignantly. It's truly disgusting. If I find out who did it, I'll make sure they pay. It seemed she was expressing her emotions. As she spoke, Daphne could not resist pounding her chest to indicate her anger, which, because it was so tumultuous, drew countless eyes with every step she took. If you speak any louder, the entire school will know. Well, it seems they do already to a large extent. Huinia sighed softly before looking at Daphne with some resignation. So why are you looking for me again? That again hurts, you know. Daphne made a hurt expression. I came straight here to comfort you after hearing about your ordeal. You know about my situation from the second college. Yeah, don't underestimate how much attention the golden ranks get during the festival periods, Daphne said. After all, that Finney's from the first college arrived at the second college first, and he's already allied with our second college's golden rank senior 2-pack. Now he's come to the third college to find you, so everyone wants to know if you'll accept their invitation too. If you do, then even before the festival announcements, there will be 3 golden ranks already banding together. But it looks like you didn't accept Finney's. Yeah, Huinia shrugged her shoulders. You should be able to guess why. Where I go isn't really up to me after all. That's true. Daphne nodded and then sighed deeply. Alas, compared to the Lawrence family, our families are like people from the lower tier, unable to even protect one of our own who is a golden rank. Lower-tier people. Huinia's pupils contracted slightly, as if she had come up with something, but she remained silent. I almost forgot to mention the real business. Real business? Huinia raised her eyebrows. You going to send me an invitation, too? Daphne snapped her fingers. Right, but it's not to join the orchestra, it's for the 7-note syllable. Want to come and hang out at my place? Go to your house? Yeah, we have 7 days off. You're not planning to stay at school, are you? Daphne said. Your home is so far away, it'd be better to have fun at my place after all. Daphne pulled Huinia into her arms and gave her a crushing, smothering attack with her chest. We haven't had a bath together in such a long time. Stop it, you're going to suffocate me. While Huinia exaggeratedly struggled and protested, she also pondered whether it would actually be good or bad to briefly leave the academy during the 7 Notes holiday period. Would that guy who knew her identity let her enjoy the holiday properly? Thinking this, Huinia narrowed her eyes slightly. In that case, she had another idea in mind. Chapter 323. 19 is such an easy-to-understand woman. Chapter 323. 19 is such an easy-to-understand woman. To be honest, Miss Hevnia, Phineas looked at the Hevnia sitting before him, revealing an elegant smile. I was really surprised when I received your message. I had truly given up hope after all, considering what my sister had done to you. I didn't even know how to begin to apologize. In response to Phineas's words, Hevnia returned the sentiment with a sweet smile of her own. Because I believe that Orana is not that kind of person. It's really good of you to think so. Phineas glanced at Orana beside him and spoke indifferently. But even if that wasn't her intention, it was her taking matters into her own hands that led to such consequences. Please offer a proper apology, Orana. At this moment, Hevnia and Phineas were sitting across from each other, while Orana could only stand beside them. Her one cheek was abnormally red and swollen, and upon hearing Phineas's words, she slightly lifted her head to look at Hevnia, her eyes filled with anger and humiliation. But under Phineas's oppressive gaze, she had to lower her head again and then, in as low a voice as possible, said, "I'm sorry, Hevnia." "It's okay, Orana. It's not a big deal," Hevnia replied with a smile full of goodwill, "but I am willing to accept your apology." Orana pursed her lips tightly, but Phineas gave her no chance to continue speaking and said lightly, "All right, you can leave now. Hevnia and I have important matters to discuss." "Understood." Orana turned to leave, and at the moment she was exiting the door, she heard Phineas saying, "Miss Hevnia, I've always thought how nice it would be if I had a sister like you." Orana's body trembled slightly, but she said nothing and quickly left. As Hevnia watched Orana leave, she slowly and leisurely lifted the hot chocolate in front of her, sipped it lightly, accidentally smearing a bit of chocolate on her upper lip, then unintentionally licked it away with her tongue before smilingly saying, "If that were the case, then I would be very lucky indeed. I've always hoped for a brother like you." After saying this, Hevnia felt Phineas's smile became even more cordial. After some brief pleasantries, their conversation finally got back on track, with Phineas initiating the topic. "Miss Hevnia, are you inclined to join our orchestra now that you have honored my invitation?" If I say no, would you still let me finish this cup of hot chocolate?" "Of course, even if you're here just as a casual meetup, that would be satisfying enough for me," Phineas said with a smile. "You can drink as much as you like, but I still have to remind you, be careful not to get fat." Hevnia immediately set down her hot chocolate. "Then I won't drink it." The two exchanged a smile, their rapport as warm as if they were lovers or siblings. It would be hard to tell that this was only their second meeting. However, Hevnia could still see the almost emotionless rationality in Phineas's smiling eyes. And she understood. He was also putting on an act. Just like herself. The eldest son of the Lawrence family, indeed not a simple character, it wasn't likely to deal with him with an everyday green tea persona. Fortunately, Hevnia was not here to deal with him. So after a simple probing, Hevnia finally asked the question, "Mr. Phineas, what I really wanted to know in coming to see you today is, how much preparation have you made for the grand ceremony, and after joining you, what can I expect to gain?" Upon hearing Hevnia's question, Phineas's smile gradually faded, and he became a bit more serious. After all, this was the real issue at hand. "Miss Hevnia, I'm glad you asked these questions," Phineas said with a smile. "It shows that you take the ceremony very seriously, and my family, or I should say our family, feel the same." "The Lawrence family, huh?" Hevnia said with a smile. "My father always says compared to the Lawrence family, our Haluo family is practically at the bottom." "Your father is being too modest," Phineas replied with a mild smile. "Miss Hevnia, as long as you are here, I believe the Haluo family will rise eventually, and as for our family—" Phineas paused, then smilingly pointed to his head. "There are others above us, aren't there?" he said. "After all, the Lawrence family is just a newcomer that has recently achieved success, still quite far behind the Techu two families that have existed since the founding of Holy Sound. At least that's the case for now." Hevnia caught the thinly veiled depth of meaning in Phineas's words. At least for now, which meant it wouldn't be the same in the future. Facing Phineas's undisguised ambition, Hevnia wasn't surprised. After all, what the Lawrence family wanted, the whole academy knew, so Hevnia didn't need to put on any pretense there. She just calmly looked at Phineas, waiting for him to continue. And Phineas clearly understood Hevnia's intention. What the Lawrence family wanted wasn't her concern. She was more interested in what she could gain for herself. So Phineas leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice even as his words grew heavier with significance. Chapter 324. 19 is really an understandable woman too. Chapter 324. 19 is really an understandable woman too. As long as you help us defeat the Techu family at the festival, all the scores of the Lawrence family will be open to you. When he said this, Phineas clearly saw Miss Hevnia's pupils tighten slightly, obviously shocked. "This is quite surprising." Miss Hevnia did not hide her astonishment and softly added, "Is the Lawrence family's move that significant?" "It's not about the move, but the determination," Phineas said with a smile. "This is the Lawrence family's determination to strike at the Techu family. If we can achieve this goal, all those sacrifices are nothing. But if it doesn't succeed, we will still make those scores available to you," Phineas said with a smile. "But then it would be for a limited time. How much you can learn will depend on your ability. Generally speaking, we will at least let you master 3-6 notes or perhaps 1-7 notes. How do these terms sound?" Miss Hevnia nodded. Those are indeed superior terms. Not superior, but the best. I am confident that no one can offer better terms than us, Phineas stated. Ultimately, there are only 3 powers wanting the grace of the Holy Sound Master at the festival. One is those 2 major families from Techu wanting to consolidate their power, and another is emerging families like ours wanting to challenge Techu. But the Techu family wanting to consolidate their position won't, and isn't willing to, give too much. Of course, most of the time they don't need to pay the price. Just like in previous festivals, facing those uncontrollable outstanding talents, they just need to extend an olive branch, and most people won't refuse. That's why we are very clear about the cost needed to snatch people from Techu's hands. An entire private collection of scores from a century-old emerging family. This is our sincerity. Techu can afford it, but they won't give it. Emerging families following us might want to give, but can't offer it. So, Miss Hevnia, you should understand the value of our sincerity and also understand how this opportunity is a rare find for you. Phineas slowly picked up his hot tea and said with a light smile, Of course, you are equally a rare find for us. Hearing Phineas's lengthy speech, Miss Hevnia also nodded slightly, then seemingly with a mixture of emotion and reverence muttered, The Techu family. Phineas laughed again. In the past, the Techu family was indeed unattainable, but not anymore. Miss Hevnia, I can assure you that if you join us, we are the party most likely to receive the grace. After all, just for now, we already have 4 golden notes publicly, and the festival hasn't even officially started yet, plus. Phineas paused, then once again gazed into Miss Hevnia's eyes. For a long time, Techu's method to attract golden notes was to allow others to join them. But if we become Techu after receiving the grace, why can't we do the same? Miss Hevnia raised her eyebrows. You mean? If we really succeed, Miss Hevnia, perhaps we could actually become real siblings, Phineas said with a light chuckle and spread his hands. Of course, for a beautiful lady like you, just being your brother might leave me a bit discontent. If possible, I'd prefer a further relationship with you, you know. But if it actually comes to that, I definitely won't be discussing this in such a plain place. I will prepare a much grander ceremony to invite you to become the new matriarch of the Techu family. 20 minutes later, under the gaze of many, Phineas escorted Miss Hevnia out of the restaurant. What a pleasant evening! Phineas stood under the colorful lights of the 7-note syllable, watching the snowflakes falling, and then turned to Miss Hevnia with a smile. It's almost like it's celebrating for us, isn't it? Miss Hevnia brushed the snow-laden strands of hair behind her ear, and likewise responded with a smile, though she said nothing. I hope you have a pleasant 7-note syllable, Miss Hevnia, Phineas said gallantly as he bowed. After the holiday, I will be waiting for your arrival at the 2nd courtyard, waiting for the day we play the Holy Sound together. Of course, Miss Hevnia replied with a smile. I too am looking forward to that day. In front of the restaurant, the dialogue between the two was not hidden. Thus, those present immediately understood. Miss Hevnia had joined Phineas's orchestra, and after the 7-note syllable, she would head to the 2nd courtyard to prepare for the festival. On this peaceful and harmonious evening, this news was bound to spread like a storm throughout the 3rd courtyard. The festival was yet to begin, but the strongest orchestra had already emerged. Watching Miss Hevnia slowly disappear from view, the smile gradually faded from Phineas's face. I didn't expect you to settle her so quickly. A man approached from behind him, stood shoulder to shoulder, and spoke in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. That's quite surprising. There's nothing surprising about it, Phineas said indifferently. She's a greedy and easy-to-understand woman. Oh, the man seemed surprised. Why do you say so? Why do you think she initially rejected me but came to find me today? Why, it's simple because of the matter with Orana. I gave her an excuse, and she wanted to use it to get more from me, Phineas explained. Simply put, she was just waiting for me to offer a higher price, just like those women who claim not to sell themselves. They're just waiting for you to raise the bid. These words don't seem to describe a noble. No, this is precisely the nature of those smaller nobles, Phineas said lightly. Occasionally, when they obtain something valuable, they try every means to sell it for a higher and better price. She's no exception, she's just better at hiding it. But when I proposed to marry her, she couldn't hide it any longer. That was what she wanted most. Status, position, and the scores. Thus, after I promised her all these, she immediately agreed. Well, not immediately. She hesitated for about 5 minutes. That was her limit. So that's how it is. The man laughed. After you succeed, do you plan to marry her? Why not? Phineas smiled. A beautiful, foolish, and greedy, pretentious woman from a certain perspective. Isn't that very interesting? You're right. So be prepared. Phineas turned to leave. After 7-note syllable ends, bring her to the second courtyard. Let us play the holy sound together. What? Apart from the once every 20 years grand festival, 7-note syllable is the most important festival for holy sound. Otherwise, the whole academy wouldn't have been enveloped in the festive atmosphere 3 days before the festival. That melodious and wonderful tune weaved through the colored lanterns, and then circled back within Huinia's footsteps on the snow. Let us be honest, Byway's leisurely voice echoed in Huinia's mind. The role you crafted today is so far the most interesting one I've seen. Tusk, 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 I really want to know what more you can do. You know this is a disguise of mine again. Isn't it? Byway spoke with a smile. Tonight, on the surface, you seem to be bargaining with that man named Phineas, but in reality, you were gambling with that person in the dark who knows your identity, right? Huinia narrowed her eyes. Byway continued leisurely. Isn't it? Everything you did tonight was just to inform that person in the dark who knows your identity. After 7-note syllable, you'll be moving to the second courtyard, and then he'll have no chance to touch you. You're forcing him to make a choice. Either choose to kill you before 7-note syllable or watch as you leave, and even if he fails, you're someone else's prey. Am I right? Huinia's eyes narrowed into a dangerous curve. Everything she had done today, she had only reviewed in her mind, never consulting with Byway. But Byway was able to know all her calculations, as if her disguises were useless against Byway. This guy. Huinia was about to say something, but her peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow lurking at the end, stealthily watching her. Her eyes slightly hardened, and she immediately pulled out the prepared magic wand from her sleeve and shot without hesitation. Chapter 325, 20 Ascension Magic 3K. Chapter 325, 20 Ascension Magic 3K. At the moment she launched the attack, Huinia immediately regretted it. Because she was too hasty, far too hasty. Just as Byway had said, everything Huinia did today was to signal to the person lurking in the shadows that if he didn't make a move, there would be no chance left. Because it was impossible to take someone under Phineas's watchful gaze. Even if Huinia failed, the sound and the score would not end up in his hands. So this was Huinia forcing him to show himself before the 7-note syllable. She also knew that he must have been watching her closely. Thus, when she noticed the figure hiding and spying in the shadows, Huinia's first reaction was to think it was that guy, and she immediately attacked him. But as she launched the attack, she realized it wasn't the right time. She was not prepared yet. There were still 3 days until the vacation of the 7-note syllable. She could have spent these 3 days getting fully prepared. At least she should have learned all the private scores given to her by Ariana. But now she had acted prematurely. She had only startled the snake in the grass. It could only be said that her conversation with Byway earlier had greatly influenced her mind, causing her not to make the right judgment immediately. Since that was the case, she might as well just give a token chase and then pretend she couldn't catch up and let him go. Huinia thought this, but soon she discovered that the person she was chasing seemed somewhat recklessly panicked. He didn't counterattack, nor did he use any spells, just ran, leaving a series of uneven footprints in the snow, looking quite panicked and embarrassed. This allowed Huinia, who was augmented by magic, to easily catch up. Could the person targeting her be so weak? Huinia felt suspicious, and thus she raised her magic wand again, aiming at his feet. A secret spell shot out with a bang, and the man tumbled into the snow. Huinia easily caught up to him and held her magic wand against his forehead before he could lift his head. "Who are you?" Huinia asked coldly. He slowly lifted his head, letting Huinia see a face that was all too familiar, prompting an exclamation from her. "Og." Og was sitting properly in the snow, and as Huinia flexed her wrist holding the wand, the wound on Og's leg quickly healed. He lowered his head, his voice as small as a mosquito's. "Thanks, thank you." Huinia raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. "Thank me for what?" "Thank you for healing me." "Do you think I want to hear that?" Huinia poked Og's head with her wand. "Shouldn't you be telling me what you were doing there?" I was here to give you this." Perhaps due to the cold or the pain from his injury or maybe another reason, Og's body shook slightly, but he trembled and pulled out a book from his bosom, then stutteringly said to Huinia, "I thought you must be in a hurry, just wanted to get it to you quickly." Huinia looked at the book in Og's hands. The book was titled Lost Music Score, and it had a seal on it stating, "Do not take this book out of the library. Students below 4th grade are not allowed to read." This was the book she had asked Og for during the day. She was silent for a while, accepting the book while tapping his head again with her wand. "I didn't ask you that. Couldn't you have just come straight to me when you got here? Why did you run when you saw me?" Og kept his head lowered and said nothing. This surprised Huenia, because Og had never not responded to her before. So she slightly narrowed her eyes, deciding to provoke Og a bit. "What? Knowing that I've been affected by the light touch technique, do you think I'm unclean now, so?" Og immediately raised his head, his face full of panic. No, how could I think that?" "Then why did you run when you saw me?" Huenia angrily pressed on. "Does this mean you already dislike me? Don't you consider me a friend anymore?" "No, it's not like that." "Then what is it?" "No, I just... Just what?" Huenia pressed on. "Say it, don't you dare." Og blushed frantically. "I just heard that you were leaving." Huenia paused slightly. "What?" Og realized he had misspoken and lowered his head again. But this time he didn't remain silent but spoke in a very low voice. I saw you coming out with that senior from the 2nd Institute. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to bring you the book. But then I saw, and I heard other people say that after the end of the 7-note syllable, you are going to leave the 3rd Institute, so. His voice grew lower and lower until it turned into a very soft, "I'm sorry." Huenia looked at Og, then looked at the book in her hands, and then she leaned to the side and sat down beside Og. Og startled and instinctively turned his head to see Huenia's nearly perfect profile, accompanied by an even more perfect smile. "So it's that kind of thing. Do you think I won't come back afterward?" Og was somewhat dazed. "Isn't it?" "Of course not," Huenia said. "After the festival ends, won't I come back?" "The festival lasts only for a few months." Huenia tilted her head to look at Og. "What? You mean to say that when I come back after a few months, we won't be friends anymore?" Of course not." "Then there you go." Huenia slapped Og's back hard. "Besides, shouldn't you be happy for me being able to attend the festival?" Of course I'm happy." "Then do you think I can receive the final grace?" "Surely you can." Og, who had stammered at first, gradually became more fluent. "You can surely do it, Huenia." "Really?" Huenia suddenly looked worried. "But I feel like I'm far behind the other golden ranks." "How could that be, Huenia? You're the strongest." "Really?" Huenia's eyes smiled like crescent moons. "HMPH, I hope the Holy Sound Master shares your view, then I will definitely receive the grace." After several exchanges, both seemed to have forgotten what had happened earlier. They sat there as if they were in Ariana's classroom. After a long while, Huenia stood up from the snow, stretching and saying, We've talked so late again, I must go back now, otherwise we'll have to spend the night together again." At the mention of spending the night together, Og's cheeks turned red again, and he was speechless for a moment. He watched Huenia standing under the colored lights, tilting her head to look at him. "Og, the 7-note syllable is coming soon," Huenia asked. "Do you have any wishes?" "Wishes?" "Yes, don't you know? On the day of the 7-note syllable, if you weave your wishes into the song and sing it completely, you'll receive a blessing from the Holy Sound Master." Og seemed dumbfounded as he had never thought about that and stammered again. I don't know. What is your wish?" "My wish," Huenia smiled with narrowed eyes. "I'm not telling you." But I will play it at the festival." Huenia's voice grew softer. "And it will be a solo." What did you say? I didn't hear." "Nothing." Huenia shook her head, shaking the snowflakes mixed in her hair, and then waved at Og. "I'm off then, and happy 7-note syllable." With that, Huenia turned and left, leaving Og alone, standing in the dark snow, watching Huenia's figure disappear into the bright-colored lights. Then he softly said, in a voice only he could hear, "Why am I not a golden rank?" No one could hear his words, and he could only turn and walk the opposite way from Huenia. "What? Poor thing," Bai Wei's voice echoed in Huenia's mind. "A dog walking into the darkness. Does Mr. Visas even have a heart for compassion?" "Yes, and I have 2 portions, only one was given to him." "Where is the other one?" "The other given to a moth that doesn't know it's dead, flinging itself toward the fire," Bai Wei replied with a laugh. Huenia fell silent but said nothing, instead walking alone into the fire-like dazzle. After saying goodbye to Huenia, Og rushed to the library. He still had to keep watch tonight. The 7-note syllable didn't mean much to him, coming from the Seed District. If anything, guarding during the 7-note syllable meant a bit more pay than usual. But he had delayed too much time with Huinia, and it was quite late now. If he were caught by the librarian at this hour, he was sure to get a good scolding. Thinking this, Og quickened his pace. When he got to the library, he couldn't help but feel a lump in his stomach. Because he saw the lights on. At this time, there shouldn't be anyone around. So he was discovered by the librarian. Og steeled himself and walked in, immediately bowing and apologizing as soon as he entered. "I'm sorry, Mr. Librarian, I'm late." But no one answered him. The library was quiet enough that he could only hear his echo. Og looked up, seeing no one. Only a candle and an open book lay on the table. As for the reader, nowhere to be seen. Had the librarian already left? Og walked forward, puzzled. For some reason, he always felt a strange scent in the library. Like blood. Og was frightened by his thoughts, then involuntarily remembered the snow thorns beast rumored in the Forbidden Forest these days. He immediately tensed up. Was it possible that a snow thorns beast had entered the library? Og hesitated about whether to grab a chair for self-defense. After all, as a low-ranking player, he didn't even have a magic wand. But in those few seconds of hesitation, he had walked up to the candlelight, glanced subconsciously at the open book, and was then completely stunned. Because the title of the open book was plainly Promotion Magic. Chapter 326, 21 It Turns Out to Be You. Chapter 326, 21 It Turns Out to Be You. In the following days, Huinia's life was very peaceful. For Huinia, these were probably the calmest days, since Baiwei had moved in. As the 7-note syllable festival approached day by day, the regular classes had already stopped, and the students began to leave the school one after another. During this period, the person lurking in the shadows did not come to find Huinia, as if they didn't exist at all. During the day, Huinia spent her time in the study rooms learning, writing papers, and talking with others, looking as if she was preparing for the festival. At night, however, she would study Ariana's private musical scores all night long. On the day of 7-note syllable, the academy would be locked down, so both students and professors needed to leave the school the night before the festival. Most students wouldn't wait until the last day to leave, and would depart earlier. However, during her daytime conversations, Huinia would slip in that she would stay until the very last evening before leaving. On the surface, it was for study, to better prepare for the festival. But in reality, Huinia was signaling to that person in the shadows that the coming night would be their last chance. Huinia believed the other party would understand. At this moment, a rare tacit agreement had been reached between prey and hunter. At the same time, Huinia was also observing the people around her, because she knew that the person must be one of those who stayed until the last day. And so, the time finally came to the day before 7-note syllable. This day was also known as the Silent Night. On this day, the entirety of Holy Sound was to remain silent, forbidding any musical performance. This silence laid the groundwork for an even noisier melody on the day of the 7-note syllable. Huinia walked out of the dormitory. Because playing tunes was forbidden, and most students had already left the campus, the entire school was so quiet one could almost hear the sound of falling snow melting. Huinia took a deep breath. The cold air that filled her nostrils made her slightly groggy mind from only 2 hours of sleep a bit clearer. "Let's go," she shook her head, about to leave, when a familiar voice rang out beside her ear. "Huinia." And then came the familiar feeling of being smothered. Daphne was still embracing her, in a way that seemed to want to drown Huinia in her ample bosom. "Ah, Daphne." Huinia kept patting Daphne's back, struggling to escape the suffocating embrace, and then breathlessly looked at the smiling Daphne. "Why are you here?" Daphne stepped back with a beaming smile and pointed behind her. "Look, are I here to pick you up and take you to my house?" Huinia followed the direction Daphne was pointing, and indeed saw a carriage parked in front of the school gate, with Daphne's servant standing beside it respectfully. It did seem that she had come to pick her up. Huinia casually said, "Didn't I tell you? I can't go to your house for this 7-note syllable." Why not?" "Because I'm going to spend it at my own home." Daphne's eyes widened. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Sorry," Huinia spread her hands, "I forgot." Really?" Daphne began to furiously rub Huinia's head again. "I came all the way here to pick you up. Honestly, I'm from the 2nd Division, and I run to your 3rd Division every day, and you still stood me up. It makes me so mad." Huenia quickly begged for mercy, but her hair still ended up in a mess from Daphne's rubbing. Seeing Daphne's indignant look, Huenia said somewhat helplessly, "I'll come apologize to you after the festival." "Come apologize?" Daphne blinked, then suddenly, as if remembering something, slapped her hand. "Oh, right. After 7 notes syllable you'll be coming to our 2nd division. I'd forgotten about that." With that thought, Daphne immediately flashed a satisfied and radiant smile, and then hugged Huenia again, this time without the suffocation attack. "Heh, then we can be together every day just like before, staying together for sleeping, bathing, eating. I won't have to run here every day, making me look like a transfer student in your 3rd division when I'm actually from the 2nd. No more transferring after this." Yes, no more transferring." After confirming that Huenia would go to the 2nd division after the festival, Daphne didn't mind any more that Huenia had caused her a wasted trip. After waving goodbye to Huenia, Daphne got into her family's carriage and then left the academy. Meanwhile, Huenia stood in place, smiling and waving at the carriage as if saying farewell to Daphne, her close friend. Only when Daphne's carriage had completely vanished from her view did Huenia's smile fade, and she slowly opened her other hand. In the palm lay a flaring flame. As long as she held the flame in her hand, she could feel the carriage speeding through the snow, and even hear the carefree Daphne inside, humming a song whose lyrics were clearly audible. Very good. She turned around and looked at the ancient castle standing in the snow. Next is... "What? You've come?" Leon looked at Huenia and spoke indifferently. "I thought you had forgotten about me, your mentor." Naturally, Leon, as her mentor, was quite dissatisfied with Huenia's private acceptance of Phineas's invitation. Chapter 327, 21 It turns out to be you too. Chapter 327, 21 It turns out to be you too. Especially since Huenia had already promised him, Leon felt betrayed. Therefore, for several days, Leon did not see Huenia. And for this, Huenia was well prepared. "Sorry, mentor, it was my own decision," Huenia said very cleverly. "The Lawrence family has promised to reveal all their private music scores to me after the success." Leon narrowed his eyes slightly, just about to say, "Is this your reason for betraying me?" when he heard Huenia continue. "After everything is complete, I am willing to share these scores with you as well." Leon's pupils contracted slightly, causing Dosi, who stood by and listened without daring to speak, to widen his eyes in astonishment. After a moment of silence, Leon slowly spoke. "Is this true?" "Of course," Huenia said with an innocent smile. "After all, you are my mentor. I would say the same even at the festival." Another long silence ensued. Leon gazed at Huenia, and Huenia looked back at Leon. Gradually, Leon's expression softened. "Since this is your own decision, so be it." Leon stood up, speaking indifferently. "Let me know directly if there's anything I need to do. After all, you are my student." "Of course," Huenia smiled foolishly. "I will always be your student." Leon hemmed in response, and then turning to Dosi, who still hadn't recovered, his tone became stern. "What are you still looking at? Don't you plan to leave?" Only then did Dosi come back to his senses, and hurried forward to help Leon put on his coat. At the same time, he lamented in his heart that the gap between himself and Huenia was growing wider. Although he had always known that as a golden rank, Huenia would never be on the same path as him, he had still indulged in fantasies. After all, they were from the same mentor, and Huenia was truly his junior sister. What if proximity brought opportunity? But he hadn't expected the gap between them to become apparent so quickly. Huenia, just a 2nd year, was already preparing for the festival on the invitation of the Lawrence family, while he, about to graduate, could only toil beside Leon and even be his chauffeur during the 7-note syllable. That really was. Dosi sighed inwardly, so much so that when he walked past Huenia, he dared not look at the junior sister he had once fantasized about countless times. No longer on the same path. Dosi thought to himself, it would be better to no longer harbor fantasies in the future. But just then, Dosi felt his coattail tugged gently. He turned instinctively, only to find Huenia, and he was taken aback. "What's the matter?" Huenia held her hands together, with a notebook sandwiched between them. "Brother, I have a favor to ask." Huenia held the notebook above her head and spoke. "Professor Ariana gave me an assignment to write a paper, and I really don't know how. Could you please help me?" Dosi was stunned. He hadn't expected it to be this kind of matter. Huenia seemed to think Dosi was unwilling to help her, and immediately made a pitiful sound. "Don't leave me to die, brother." You know how Professor Ariana is. If I can't complete the paper, she will definitely kill me. Now I can only rely on you. You're my best brother ever. As long as you help me with the paper, I am willing to do anything. Dosi blinked, feeling a sudden wash of relief. She was back. The cute little junior sister was back. Even though she was now golden rank, she still needed her brother's help, the adorable junior sister. Heh, I really have no way to deal with you, Dosi chuckled as he took the notebook from Huenia's hand. Knowing that I won't have a break during the 7-note syllable, you still have me doing this and that. Oh well, what can I do? I'm your big brother. As he took the notebook, all Dosi's attention was on Huenia, so he didn't notice the flickering golden flame that jumped into the notebook from beneath it. Dosi, what are you doing? Leon's displeased voice came from the corridor. How much longer do you want me to wait for you? Ah, sorry, Mentor, I'm coming right now. Dosi hurriedly ruffled Huenia's hair, gave her a leave-it-to-me look, and then quickly left the room to catch up with Leon outside. Meanwhile, Huenia watched with a smile as Dosi tucked the notebook under his arm and left the castle with Leon. Only then did she open her hands, the flame in her palm flickering out of existence. Next, she whispered softly, What? Orana looked at the envelope Huenia handed her, incredulous. You want me to deliver a letter to Brother Phineas for you? Yes, Huenia said with a smile. These are my thoughts about the festival. Orana's face darkened. Why me? Huenia feigned surprise. Ah, are you serious? Orana gritted her teeth. She really wanted to slap Huenia right then, but she also knew she couldn't do so, so instead, she snatched the letter from Huenia's hand and turned to leave the dormitory. Huenia kept calling after her. Make sure it gets to Phineas. You can't peek, okay? Orana didn't respond. Huenia spread her hands, the flame in her palm flickering out in an instant. Next. Og, aren't you going home for the 7-note syllable? No, I'm not. Inside the library, Og lowered his head. I still have to watch over the library. I see here this is for you. What is this? It's a protective talisman I made. It will make a sound when you twist it open, Huenia said with a smile. As long as you wear it through the 7-note syllable, you'll have good luck in the coming year, so you must wear it tonight. I will definitely wear it, Og replied earnestly. Ah, Mr. Janitor, haven't you gone back yet? Could you please help me look at this? Guard Uncle, happy 7-note syllable. This is a little something from me. And so, clusters of flames were held within the palm of Huenia's hand. After nightfall, Huenia arrived at a church in the farthest corner of the academy. The church was as silent as death. Because on ordinary days there were very few students who would come here, it was even more so on this day. Which meant that whatever happened here, no one would know. Huenia stood beneath the large statue of the Holy Sound Master and squinted her eyes. Then she slowly opened her hand. The flames in her palm flickered in the wind. Some flames were bright, some dim. Huenia touched the brightest cluster with her finger. The flame transformed into the image of a young man, who was repeatedly looking at a little trinket in his hand, appearing both happy and anxious. This was the very protective talisman Huenia had given to him during the day. Yes, the young man was Og. Inside the library, 500 meters from him. Every move he made was observed by Huenia's pupils, which betrayed no hint of temperature. This was a 3rd-note spell called Fire Spark that Huenia had learned from Ariana. It had no offensive power, and its sole purpose was to observe those marked by the flames, just like now. This was the method Huenia had devised, to mark everyone who decided to stay on the last day. If these people left the academy, the fire spark would disappear, but as soon as they returned, the fire spark would reignite. This allowed Huenia to know in advance who the person lurking in the shadows was. Then she could explode the flames in battle, causing some interference to the opponent's spellcasting. So, Huenia squinted her eyes and whispered softly, "Come on. Let me see who you really are." Huenia stared at each cluster of flame, time ticking by, the footsteps of the 7-note syllable getting closer. But these flames showed no sign of advancing further, with Og inside the library remaining the closest to Huenia. She didn't know how long she had waited, just as Huenia was beginning to wonder if the person targeting her had already left. Footsteps suddenly echoed in the empty corridor. Huenia's pupils contracted slightly, because there was no change in the flames in her palm. The footsteps stopped. Huenia put away the flames, let out a soft sigh, and then slowly turned around to face the newcomer. To be honest, you're probably the last person I wanted to see tonight. Huenia said softly. Professor Ariana. Chapter 328, 22 Use My Power 4K5. Chapter 328, 22 Use My Power 4K5. The person who emerged from the darkness was Ariana. In her usual manner, with a book in her right hand and a magic wand in her left, she wore a faint smile on her face, as graceful and peaceful as if she were coming to a class. Only her eye reflected the sole source of light in the church, the deep blue magic fire flame hanging overhead, adding a touch of ice gold and enigmatic allure to her elegance. Ah, Huenia, Ariana began leisurely, her voice as cold and clear as a breeze sweeping through a valley. The 7-note syllable is almost upon us. Why are you still sitting here all by yourself? Won't you be going home? Huenia dispelled the flame in her palm and replied in a soft voice. My family will be here to pick me up soon. Would Professor Ariana allow me to go back? Why not? Ariana answered with a smile. You are my favorite student after all, Huenia. Huenia did not move, but simply watched Ariana quietly, because she knew Ariana had not finished speaking. Sure enough, after a brief pause, Ariana continued leisurely. If indeed you are Huenia. At those words, a gust of wind raged outside the church, causing the magic blue flame hanging from the ceiling to flicker wildly. They gazed at each other, one with a smile, the other with a composed expression. May I know the reason? Huenia asked. Of course, Ariana replied with a smile. Clearing up a student's confusion is a teacher's fundamental duty. What would you like to know? Huenia nodded slightly before asking directly, Why do you suspect me? The golden score hasn't been seen in many years, and normal people wouldn't think along those lines at all. Hearing Huenia's question, the smile in Ariana's eyes grew even deeper. Before I answer your question, I must say, is this your true character? Ariana walked slowly towards Huenia. If it were before, you would pad your speech with preamble, making roundabout inquiries and finally express yourself hesitantly, like a cautious child. I must admit it was an excellent disguise, and it's precisely because of this harmless image that you were able to be so well-liked in the academy, earning the fondness of the majority here. Ariana approached Huenia, gently lifting her chin with her hand. The gesture was tender, as if handling a work of art. But what should I say? Rather than your feigned, delicate image like porcelain, I prefer you as you are now. Ariana's eyes reflected Huenia's face. Like a weed that never breaks no matter the wind and rain, of course, it is also because of this character that you have been able to stay hidden until now. Over a year and no one has discovered your presence, not even your parents. Oh no, I should say, Huenia's parents. But you still found out. Yes, Ariana again let go of Huenia's chin, stepping back slightly. Huenia, although you often sleep, daydream, get distracted during my class, and get unnecessarily close with that copper-rank boy, surely you haven't forgotten what kind of teacher I am. Of course not, Huenia replied. You teach the steps and rhythms of music. Yes, but that's not what I'm best at. Ariana spoke as if she were back in the classroom, tapping her magic wand in the air, leaving behind erratic traces. What I truly excel at is... She suddenly swung her wand horizontally, and those seemingly random traces quickly formed into elegant musical notes, ultimately intertwining into a score. Then she swept her wand quickly over the score, and a stirring melody erupted, shattering the silence of the night. Composition, Ariana said softly. You know what the requirements are to stay on and become a professor in this academy, Huenia. Let me tell you, one must independently create 3 pieces with more than 4 notes or a single piece with 5 notes. That's no easy task. Your mentor Leon took 10 years, the music score teacher Delaman 7 years, but me, it only took me half a year, did you know? Just half a year. In this aspect, I am the best. Do you know how many pieces I've composed? Let me tell you, I have 43 pieces of more than 4 notes. Do you realize what this number means? Leon and Delaman together don't even account for half of mine. Ariana's tone grew increasingly passionate. Yet in this academy, my status is much lower than theirs. I don't even get to teach my best subjects, music scores and composition, all because that old fellow Delaman got there first. I'm relegated to teaching the most basic steps and rhythms, suffering through the days with all of you talentless dolts, even instructing copper ranks who are barely distinguishable from waste. Ariana flicked her wand sharply, and the wooden wand emitted a cutting sound as if slashing through the air. I am clearly more outstanding, more talented, and have ventured further in the pursuit of melody than they have. Yet, paradoxically, I do not receive what I deserve. Chapter 329, 20 to Use My Power 4K5, 2. Chapter 329, 20 to use my power 4K5, 2. Do you think this is fair, Huenia? Ariana looked at Huenia again, and Huenia's expression remained calm. You seem to have gone off topic, Professor Ariana. After a brief vent, Ariana gradually calmed down. Looking at Huenia's expressionless face, she clicked her tongue lightly. Fine, I take back what I said about you being cuter now. I still prefer the understanding you, even if it was all a guise. At least back then you seemed to truly listen to every word I said. Besides, I've actually already told you the answer. Huenia did not ask further, only quietly looking at Ariana. All right, Ariana sighed softly. It seems that the likable Huenia won't be coming back. The you right now only reminds me of that annoying brat named Og. The same clear foolishness is evident in your eyes. I've already said before I am skilled at composition, and composing isn't something that can be achieved just by hard work. It requires talent, and a very high level of talent at that, to clearly feel the vitality and life in each note. Leon can't do it, neither can Delaman, but I can, and I can achieve perfection. I can even deduce the recent state and mood of a player just by the music they play, Ariana said. Although I really don't want to know what kind of foolish feelings you idiots live with daily, I can indeed do it. As your teacher, I naturally heard your music too. The golden seventh note, indeed, it's perfect. In this academy, no matter who listened, they'd say the same, perfect, truly too perfect. But only I heard it, only I detected the unnaturalness amidst that perfection. Although slight, I still picked it up. Ariana approached Huenia once more, gaze locked into her eyes before gradually moving downwards, to the fair skin of Huenia's neck, and further down, as if intending to see through everything beneath her robe. I heard it, that sense of being bound, Ariana said, like a fish caught in a net, like a bug in a spider web, like. She paused, then softly continued. A note trapped within the score. Huenia's pupils contracted slightly. She had considered many possibilities, but she had not anticipated this one. This was completely outside the scope of her comprehension, an unexpected occurrence. Of course, just by this, I can't confirm you as the score. After all, the golden score hasn't appeared for so many years, and Huenia herself is indeed a bona fide golden rank 7th note, although now it seems that the person who took the test back then was indeed her. So at first, I didn't consider it, just thought it was my delusion. But from that moment, I began to observe you, started to engage with people around you to figure out what you were really about. As for the result, well. She paused. Although you've done well, the disguise of the golden score is also quite impressive. The fake is ultimately fake, and you can't become the real Huenia. I still found some clues, not enough to directly confirm you as the golden score, but at least they gave me the courage to confront you, huh? Ariana bowed her head and realized that, unknowingly, 2 black snakes had climbed up her legs, now dangerously flickering their tongues. When the snakes noticed Ariana's attention, they sprang up like springs, darting towards Ariana's neck. Ariana merely smiled slightly, shook her wrist lightly, and the magic wand in her hand emitted a simple note, causing the 2 snakes to vanish in midair. Huenia. Ariana raised her head, looking at Huenia in front of her with a half-smile. What are you doing? Huenia didn't speak, but pointed the magic wand at Ariana, and twisted black snakes shot toward Ariana. 3rd note's black snake. Ariana also raised her magic wand, which stirred ripples with a wave, shattering the black snakes. In the church, Ariana's laughter almost drowned out the sound of the wind outside. Are you trying to use my spells against me? Huenia. Huenia remained silent, just continuously casting spells at Ariana. And these spells were effortlessly dissolved by the magic barrier Ariana had casually drawn. Huenia's spells hitting Ariana's magic barrier like raindrops onto a lake's surface, causing ripples but no harm. Ariana advanced towards Huenia with an effortless grace. Therefore, Ariana was the last opponent Huenia wanted to encounter. After all, more than half of the spells she had at her disposal now were on the parchment rolls Ariana had given her a few days ago. It could be said that now Ariana understood Huenia's existence even more than her direct mentor Leon did. Just like Ariana herself said, Huenia couldn't possibly use her own spells against her. Chapter 330, 20 to use my power 4K53. Chapter 330, 20 to use my power 4K53. But Huenia didn't give up. When she attacked Ariana with the 2nd note and 3rd note spells, she was still infusing magic power into the ground beneath her feet. She was preparing 3rd note's man dance. It was the spell that had helped her defeat Aemon a few days ago. Ariana was undoubtedly much stronger than Aemon, so Huinia had to prepare a man dance, much larger in scale than that of a few days ago. Therefore, before that, she had to use other spells to delay. Suddenly, Huinia's eyes widened, and her entire body stiffened abruptly. The spell halfway through was forcibly ended, and the man dance she had prepared for so long returned to its origin in an instant. She thudded to her knees on the ground, her whole body racked with stabbing pains. "Oh, it's finally taken effect," Ariana's airy voice floated over. Huinia fiercely raised her head, staring intently at Ariana not far away. "What have you done?" Huinia felt that all the magic channels in her body were blocked, preventing her from casting any spell. "What have I done, what do you think?" Ariana stood in front of Huinia, smiling sweetly at her. "Did you never wonder why, despite having already decided to deal with you, I would give you my private score? Was it really just to let you use my spells against me?" Huinia tried to stand up, but Ariana pinned her head down with a magic wand. "Miss Huinia, you're always like this, always thinking you can control everyone," Ariana said with a smile, "like Orana and that fellow Og. But have you considered the possibility that you could control them not because you are clever, but because they are simply fools? However, this world isn't just full of fools. That fellow Aemon, you killed him, right? Logically, you shouldn't have been able to beat that guy, but you did. Even if I don't know by what means, how could I not take precautions?" Ariana said gently, "In those scores I gave you, I added some special notes. Used alone as scores, they wouldn't have any side effects, but once you use them in combination or repeatedly, they take effect like now." Ariana tapped Huinia's head with the wand, just as she often did when Huinia was distracted during lessons. "If you had an exceptional perception of scores like me, you would certainly have noticed something odd about these scores. Unfortunately, you don't have that gift. You're just a very lucky fool. Both the golden note and golden score are wasted on you, so why not give them to me?" Ariana slowly moved the wand downward, gradually lifting up Huinia's clothes as the golden scores and notes slowly revealed themselves. Finally, a covetous gleam appeared in Ariana's eyes. "Perfect, just perfect," Ariana whispered. "Only something this perfect deserves me. I really can't wait any longer. I almost forgot." Ariana suddenly remembered something, waved her wand again, and gently tapped it on Huinia's throat. Huinia's eyes widened as she felt a wave of intense pain spreading in her throat, and though she tried to scream, no sound would come out. "I've heard that when a score is stolen, it feels like being flayed," Ariana said with a smile. "I'm sorry, I'm too kind to bear such a sound, so I'll just need you to be a bit quieter." After these words, Ariana plunged the wand into Huinia's body. At that moment, the notes and scores on Huinia's back shuddered simultaneously, and the ensuing intense pain almost made Huinia pass out. I can feel it," Ariana exclaimed, watching as the notes and scores climbed onto her body, unable to keep her previous calm and becoming agitated. As for Huinia, her vision blurred. She could only feel her consciousness and life force rapidly fading. But at that moment, from the deepest recesses of her mind, came a voice that seemed to draw one into the abyss. "It's time, Huinia. Use my power." Chapter 331, 23, Why do you think I would believe you? Chapter 331, 23, Why do you think I would believe you? Bai Wei calmly gazed at Huinia. In the game's plot, the witch, who made countless players love and hate her, had reached the end of her life tonight. But how she died, no one knew. Even her body was only discovered many days after her death. And that precious golden scroll, like the skin of a rare beast, was stripped away and passed through countless hands like merchandise, even ending up in the hands of the protagonist. Just as it was now, completely subdued by Ariana, unable to muster even the slightest strength to resist, she could only be skinned and boned at will, like a dying unicorn. It was truly pitiful. Bai Wei thought to himself. He had been observing Huinia these days, so he knew that Huinia had reached the limits of her present capabilities, but it still wasn't enough. She was still too young. Compared to Ariana, who had immersed herself in this path for who knows how many years, Huinia was far too young. Even though she had given it her all within the limits of her understanding, she was still outmaneuvered at every turn by Ariana, eventually walking towards a predestined, painful end. But Bai Wei looked at her left hand that clutched the ground in agony, yet for some reason refused to lift it. "Why even now? Do you still refuse to use my power?" Huinia, what exactly are you holding on to? What? Pain. So much pain. Huinia's body trembled uncontrollably. Under Ariana's extraction, a quarter of the score had already left her body and was imprinted onto Ariana's skin. Her golden, curly hair also rapidly lost its color, gradually turning the color of blood. What? Lord, look at this child. She has potential. Yes, both her father and I have notes, and they are both high-quality copper rank. This child will surely have notes too. She just hasn't produced them yet. The shrill voice shattered the tranquility of the memory. Take it off now. Can't you understand human language? Take it off quickly. The whip lashed against her body. It hurt so much. She opened her eyes to see herself standing naked before three well-dressed people. The woman with red hair, whom she called Mother, kept whipping her with the whip. Because only by doing so, it might make the hidden note patterns under her skin appear. But there was nothing on her body, apart from the bloody marks. The well-dressed people shook their heads, murmured, "There's nothing here," and prepared to leave. No, it has to be there. The woman panicked, rushed in front of the three, and deftly stripped herself of all her clothes, showing them the crooked note patterns on her body made of what looked like copper rust. I'm copper rank, her father is too. Our child can't possibly have nothing. She just hasn't manifested it yet. Really, lords, believe us, she will be able to produce notes. The three well-dressed people exchanged glances. Then a bag of coins was tossed at the woman's feet, and many coins spilled out as they were not tied up securely. But the woman didn't care and instead joyfully picked up the money from the ground, not even thinking to get dressed first. Raise her for another 3 years and see. The one who threw the money spoke with a cold tone, then lifted his foot to step over the woman who was picking up the money without any reaction from her, because her entire attention was on the coins scattered in the mud. And she quietly lowered her head, thinking to herself, "That's good. 3 more years to live. But why can't I feel happy at all?" She numbly looked into the distance, her eyes empty. What? Pain. It hurt so much. Ariana's golden score was already half complete, her expression joyful and saintly. It was as if she could already hear the perfect melody of the golden score, combined with the golden note. Beneath her, Huinia's once delicate cheeks were now flaking off like paint, gradually revealing another face. Those eyes, once as blue as the ocean, were slowly turning into pure black. What? You've been given 5 years, and this is all you have to show for it. Isn't this still nothing? Those people had come again, and although she had grown up, she still had to stand naked before them all, as she had 5 years ago, with a woman brandishing a whip beside her. I do have something, I have a little, the woman said. Just give me a bit more time and it will definitely emerge. The people shook their heads. She's so big now, if it doesn't come out now, it will only be inferior copper later on, the man said coldly. We won't continue to care for this kind of seed. But I have raised it for so long, the woman was somewhat unwilling. A snap. Again the sound of a coin purse hitting the ground. Let's make it a clean break. A blonde girl stepped out from behind the people. At this price, after the buyout, leave the handling to us. She gazed blankly at the girl before her. She could feel that the girl was about the same age as her. But why did the other seem like the sun, and she like an insect about to be scorched to death by the sun? She lowered her head, looking at her naked body, and her heart, numb for who knows how many years, suddenly felt a stir. The girl's gaze also filled her with fear. No. As if seeing her fate to come, she instinctively turned her head to look at her mother. But at this moment, her mother, no. It was appropriate to say that woman was already sprawled on the ground as she had been 5 years ago, frantically picking up coins. The words she had yet to speak were thus stuck in her throat. What? The score was 2/3 complete. Ariana, so excited she could hardly hold onto her magic wand, kept muttering, "My future is arriving, my future is arriving," paying no more attention to Huinia collapsed on the ground, looking like a lump of rotten flesh. 7 notes divine song, Ariana murmured. With these, I can even complete the 7 notes divine song. She ecstatically stood up, devoid of her usual composed professorial demeanor. At this moment, she only wanted to play a song of triumph. With this golden score and notes. However, just as she raised her magic wand high, she suddenly noticed that within the golden lines of music, there was a dark blood that seemed to be surging. Ariana froze. The next second, a pop. The score hidden beneath her skin explosively burst open. Instantly, she became a bloodied figure. Eliza. Ariana let out a hysterical scream. This is secret poison. This is the secret poison of notes. Why would you plant secret poison in your own notes? Huenia struggled to lift her head, her face now like a melting snowman, half Huenia's face, half another. It was as if she had crawled out of hell itself. But she was smiling, a hideous smile. Do you know, back in the Seed District, I actually killed 2 people. One wanted me dead. The other gave birth to me. So why would you think I would trust you? Ariana, my teacher. Chapter 332, 24 Hervinae 4K. Chapter 332, 24 Hervinae 4K. Black liquid flowing through the music score, and veins mercilessly tore through Ariana's body, making her keenly feel the rapidly approaching scythe of the Grim Reaper. Secret poison of notes. A spell known by few, but not exactly a secret. But how could Huenia? Ariana suddenly thought of that boy she disdained the most, named Og. Lost music score? Ariana screamed at Huenia with her already distorted voice. It was you who had that little bastard sneak it out of the library, but how could he dare, that is? Ah. Agonizing pain ripped through Ariana's nerves, stopping her unfinished words abruptly. The most important thing now was to quickly cleanse the secret poison from her body. Otherwise, she would indeed die here. Ariana immediately pulled out her magic wand, aiming it at her own arm. But before she could chant, the flesh on her arm rapidly swelled into a black cyst, which then instantly exploded. The immense pain made it impossible for Ariana to concentrate, and after another scream, she knelt on the ground, then watched in horror as black cysts bubbled up like boiling water across her body. It was clearly too late for cleansing. How much secret poison did you plant? Ariana, face filled with despair and anger, stared at Huenia. Why would you dare do this? Don't you know what happens when you plant secret poison in the body? The secret poison of notes was an extremely unique trap-triggering spell, somewhat similar to the third note's man dance. It needed someone to step into it to trigger. But the secret poison of notes was much more extreme, because it used the caster's own flesh as bait. And once the poison was planted, it couldn't be removed by oneself, because it essentially meant contaminating one's own notes and score with poison, and to remove the toxin, it had to be completely drawn out from the body for cleansing. Just as Ariana had just done to Huenia. But the problem was, extracting the notes or score was in itself extremely dangerous, and even a slight mistake could cost a life. And the secret poison accumulated in the notes wouldn't remain dormant in the caster's body indefinitely without being triggered. Over time, the concentration of the poison would increase, eventually becoming unstable and exploding within the caster's body. In such a case, not even gods could save them. And Huenia had not only planted the secret poison in her body, but also the maximum amount of it, which caused it to explode upon entering Ariana's body due to its instability. But such a dose of the poison could only maintain stability in the caster's body for a maximum of half a year. Just half a year. Had Ariana not come tonight, and had failed to extract the music score from Huenia's body, then Huenia's life would also end in half a year. Why would you dare do this? Ariana's voice trembled uncontrollably, whether from pain or fear. She watched Huenia slowly rise from the ground and couldn't hold back, crying out hysterically. Why would you dare go so far? Don't you know you can only live for half a year like this? Are you seeking death? Hearing Ariana's words, the standing Huenia slowly cocked her head, seemingly puzzled, then began to seriously ponder Ariana's questions. Was she seeking death? Huenia wondered. No, not at all. She shook her head. She just had to accomplish one thing. And half a year was enough for that. As for what happens after half a year, Huenia did not care. But Huenia's indifference did not mean Ariana didn't care. She was still desperately trying to save herself, struggling to survive. In the pitch-black pus and blood, she groped for her magic wand, then hurled a barrage of healing system spells into her body. She could survive, she absolutely could. She was the most talented, most gifted professor in this academy. She knew the most spells, had the most private scores. Though she was born a commoner and only a silver rank, she was no less than anyone else. She just lacked an opportunity, a chance to prove herself. This festival was her opportunity. She was going to perform the 7 notes divine song before the great holy sound master in front of those damned nobles. So, she couldn't die here. In her struggle, Ariana's mage robe also tore, revealing the notes she always concealed, silver-ranked notes of 5th notes. But they weren't high-level silver. This was also why Ariana had always been reluctant to show them. But now, her hard-earned golden score and golden note were still entangled with the secret poison, and the only thing she could call upon were the native notes she detested. Please, save me. She raised her magic wand high, and spells from the healing system rained down like a torrent. And Huinia just stood by quietly watching. It was hard to know how much time had passed. With a thump, Ariana's raised arm finally fell powerlessly onto her nearly liquidated body. Chapter 333, 24 Hivinae for K2. Chapter 333, 24 Hivinae for K2. The healing spells were unable to salvage her waning life force, to the extent that she was now struggling to even breathe. Huinia hobbled over to Ariana and looked down at the once professor. Ariana's disfigured body was still adorned with a golden score and notes that shone as brilliantly as ever, untouched by any filth. She stared blankly above, her eyes devoid of any focus. It was uncertain whether she was looking at the ceiling or at Huinia. After what seemed like an eternity, she finally spoke, her voice resembling a broken accordion. I always thought I would be the next headmaster. I also considered that I might fail, that I might die at the hands of the nobles in the last moment, perish at the hands of the Techu families, but I never imagined. She slowly closed her eyes. That I would die by your hand. In Ariana's exceedingly fragile voice, her unwillingness was unmistakably evident. Huinia didn't speak, merely bending down slowly, her fingertips touching the golden score on Ariana's body. The golden score sensed its master's summons, and immediately began to flow back into Huinia's body. Feeling this, Ariana suddenly opened her eyes wide and grabbed Huinia's wrist with her hand. But it wasn't to stop Huinia, she no longer had the strength to do so. Instead, she said, You just want to play the 7 notes divine song, right? As long as you play the 7 notes divine song and earn the Lord's approval, you will be safe. But you shouldn't have the 7 notes score, right? In that case, you can use mine. Ariana, as if squeezing the last drop of energy from her expended body, took out a bundle of parchment from her chest and pressed it into Huinia's hands. Just as she had done a few days earlier, when she handed over those bass spells to Huinia. However, this time, it was the 7-note spell. This is my 7-note score, mine, Ariana said. It's an original creation, and I believe it's no inferior to anyone else's, not even to the noisy piece composed by the headmaster 20 years ago. It just lacks someone to play it, just one opportunity. Please help me. If you can just perform this piece at the festival, just prove that I am not less than those nobles, not less than any player from Techu, not less than anyone else, then even if I die, it won't matter. Huinia saw the final hope in Ariana's eyes, which had previously lost all focus. And she could feel the profound mysteries contained in the parchment. She knew indeed it was a genuine 7-note score, one that even the Techu family would consider as a precious treasure. But, I refuse, Huinia stated calmly. Ariana's expression instantly froze. You refuse, she muttered in disbelief. You refuse the 7-note score. Huinia didn't respond, but simply let go of her grip. The 7-note score that Ariana had considered her pillar of support just fell into the black, tainted blood. Ariana watched in a daze as the exquisite score was marred by the black of desecration, becoming indistinct. In that moment, she experienced the last outburst of her life. Why? Why are you doing this? Without my piece, what will you use to compete against Techu for the favor? You lowlife from the Seed District, a fool who can't even comprehend scores and melodies. Do you understand what you've destroyed? Huinia remained silent, now fully retracting the score, while Ariana no longer had the strength to grasp her again. Like an earthworm in the mud, she twisted frantically, attempting to pick up the now sullied score. But she failed. Mid the muffled sounds of curses and regrets, the once graceful and knowledgeable professor lay still, ultimately passing away on the eve of the 7-note syllable. And in the final moments of her life, Huinia stood silently by, her ink-black eyes betraying no emotion. What a spectacle! It's unclear how much time had passed, when Bai Wei's voice leisurely echoed in Huinia's mind. Frankly, I thought I would have to find a new partner tonight. Sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Visas, Huenia said lightly. She too was at her limit. Ariana and she were not on the same level as players. To defeat Ariana, she had to resort to such measures. Fortunately, it succeeded. You refused to use my power until the very end, Baiwei said with a smile, which means that from the start you never believed the gift I gave you came without a price. So you would rather leave your body in this state than snap your fingers. That is truly saddening, especially when I am quite sincere. Baiwei paused for a moment, then looked towards the sheet music that had been desecrated. You refused the 7-note score even when it was freely offered, and you refused to cooperate with me. So I am truly curious, Huenia, what exactly do you plan to play at the festival? Huenia did not answer Baiwei, but instead lifted her head and glanced at the hanging clock. Only a few minutes remained until the 7-note syllable, meaning she had already endured the hardest night. Huenia gently closed her eyes. She wanted to lie down and rest right away. But she knew she could not, because she did not want to show weakness in front of Baiwei at this time. The battle with Ariana tonight was not only a fight for survival, but also a statement to Baiwei. In this world, she trusted no one and would not cooperate with anyone, whether it be her teacher or the legendary Visas. Because she did not fear death. Nobody could threaten her. She did not need to rely on anyone. Huenia thought to herself. Understanding her meaning, Baiwei replied with a light chuckle, not relying on anyone, Hess. Huenia sensed that Baiwei's laughter might carry a deeper significance, but at that moment, she had no time to ponder what it meant. She needed to return. With that thought in mind, Huenia cast one final glance at Ariana's corpse, then turned to leave. As she reached the entrance of the church, the muffled bells rang out, marking the end of the silent night. The 7-note syllable had arrived. In that instant, countless preset magic power fireworks surged into the sky, turning night into day. The sudden brightness made Huenia, who had grown accustomed to the darkness, instinctively raise her hand to shield her eyes. The silent night was over. The unexpected noise provided Huenia, who had escaped death, with a rare sense of tranquility and comfort, almost as if she had been reborn. But she knew she couldn't indulge in this feeling. Tonight was not the end point. She had so much more to do. She had to make it to the end. Not Huenia, not Eamon, not Ariana. Nobody else could stop her. Not even Visas. After savoring one last breath of rejuvenation, Huenia prepared to leave. She couldn't stay in school during the 7-note syllable. She had to leave immediately to avoid being discovered. But just then, from the corner of her eye, she noticed a residue of magic power in the palm of her right hand, still sparking with tiny embers. This was the flame previously used for surveillance, now reduced to mere sparks. As Huenia was about to erase the last vestiges of magic power, she suddenly noticed that one of the sparks was several times larger than the others. Her pupils contracted slightly as a realization hit her. But it was too late. The loud firework explosions masked the piercing whistling of cleaving air, as innumerable fine threads lay in ambush under the light that turned the night sky into daylight. By the time Huenia recognized the danger, her body had already been penetrated by countless silver threads, including her heart. Huenia's eyes widened, then she saw the familiar figure walking from beneath the fireworks, accompanied by 4 fully armed players. I had thought it would be that foolish woman Ariana who would come out from there, but it turns out to be you instead. As usual, she walked towards Huenia, smiling indulgently. Huvine Ea. Chapter 334, 25 This Girl Is Mine Now, 4K8. Chapter 334, 25 This Girl Is Mine Now, 4K8. The person who emerged from the snowstorm was Daphne. She looked at Huenia with a smile brimming with intent, but her eyes no longer held the warmth and naivety of days past, instead revealing an unfathomable abyss. After being pierced by those silver lines, Huenia's body was already riddled with holes, but she still instinctively grabbed for the magic wand. However, before she could make any move, the 4 players following Daphne acted first. They solidified the blood gushing from Huenia's countless wounds into thin lines. These lines spread out in all directions, trapping Huenia where she stood, and the magic wand she had just picked up fell to the ground. You're already in such a state and you still think about resisting, Daphne chuckled. That's so like you, since that's the case. Daphne gave her magic wand a slight shake. Consequently, the bloodlines were manipulated to slowly lift, suspending Huinia's feet off the ground. This made her look like a helpless puppet bound by countless red strings, or like an insect trapped in a spider web, waiting for death. In this way you can't move any more, can you? Daphne's smile was as blooming as a flower. Huinia struggled to raise her head, looking at Daphne before her. You never expected it to be me, did you? Just like how I didn't expect you to be the one to come out. Daphne spoke with a smile. Originally, we planned to go after that foolish woman, but unexpectedly you managed to kill her. Well, it's not entirely surprising after all. Daphne walked up to Huinia, grabbed her hair, pressed their foreheads together, and then whispered in her ear. After all, you are the one who killed my dear sister to get here. What? Og abruptly closed the book, gasping for breath heavily. Since a while ago, he had been feeling restless. He did not know whether it was because the promotion magic recorded in this book was too shocking or for some other reason. He turned his head and looked out the window. 7-note syllable had already arrived. The dazzling fireworks were erupting continuously in the night sky. Honestly speaking, Og, having come from the Seed District, could not quite understand why the Academy bothered to set off magic fireworks when almost no one was around. A waste, wasn't it? He could not figure it out. But it wasn't just because of that. Everything about this academy was baffling to him. Even though he was a student here, everything here made him feel out of place. Except for... Og lowered his head, looking at a delicate pendant hanging around his neck. He gently twisted the pendant, and it emitted a rather low-quality, iya-iya melody. This small sound seemed capable of drowning out the loud fireworks outside the house. Og held the pendant in his palm, softly mumbling, Huinia. What? You should understand what kind of person Huinia is. Otherwise, you wouldn't have impersonated her so successfully, but you don't understand her thoroughly, Daphne said to Huinia with a smile. On the surface, she indeed seems harmless, gifted, and good-looking, a famous lady in the upper city, loved by many, and you played that part very well. Only very few know her true face, as she revealed in the Seed District. Quite distinctive, right? Completely unlike the personality a golden rank note holder of the upper class should have, more like a psychopathic butcher. But she always hid it well. Only the very few servants of the Haluo family working in the Seed District knew, not even her parents. So you thought that after taking her place, as long as you stayed away from the Seed District and maintained the facade of a good girl, no one would discover you. That's not a bad thought. The problem is... Daphne slowly straightened up and started unbuttoning her collar. Those two facades of Huinia are innate, but her venting in the Seed District began after she turned 10. Have you ever wondered, before she was 10, on whom did she vent? Huinia strained her eyes to watch as Daphne pulled open her collar, revealing the proud curves and, on those curves, a web-like pattern of dense scars. Of course, it was on me who grew up with her, Daphne spoke softly. I experienced her other side much earlier than you did. Our family itself was a vassal of the Haluo family, and she established her talent at an early age. So, growing up with her, I was ostensibly her good friend, but in reality a lower being than a servant, because a servant might tell her parents, but I could never tell. You seem quite envious of my chest, though this should be part of your persona. She didn't like it and never hid it. When my development started early, she tried more than once to cut off these pieces of flesh, but she dared not due to parental pressure. Yet, she dared to vent a little, and I never dared to tell, not even to show any sign of displeasure because I was her dear sister. In front of the adults, she would laugh and jest while hugging me, just like this, me hugging you. Daphne once again wrapped her arms around Huinia's neck, just as she had done during the day. Chapter 335, 25 This Girl Is Mine Now 4K8, 2. Chapter 335, 25 This Girl Is Mine Now 4K8, 2. Afterward, she whispered into Huinia's ear, So I really do thank you. When I was about to break down, her family allowed her to go to the Seed District, and she finally found another way to vent. Not only did you divert her attention, but you also helped me kill her. So, compared to her, I really would rather have a sister like you. Huinia looked coldly at Daphne. She wanted to do something more, but the bloodlines on her body completely sealed her movements. Had it not been for the Golden Score's life force naturally being much stronger than ordinary people, these wounds would have been enough to kill her 100 times over. Daphne saw that Huinia still wanted to resist, and her smile became even more brilliant. Really now you're still thinking about struggling at a time like this? Daphne gently patted Huinia's face. It's impossible, you know. My preparations tonight were thorough. The methods I am using against you now were originally prepared for that foolish woman. Although she is only of silver rank, she is, after all, a professor and needs to be taken seriously. Oh, right, I've been talking all this while and forgot to mention why I am here tonight. It's quite simple, really. The reason that foolish woman knew you were from the Golden Score is because I told her, Daphne said with a smile. You must have wondered from time to time why I'd come from the Second Institute to find you, right? Do you think I came just for you? Of course not. Didn't you notice that I mostly came after that foolish woman's classes? She is quite talented and very scheming, always wanting to gain more power over women. So I just needed to casually mention in front of her, little Huinia is not the same as before. Oh, she has become less cute since starting school. I really miss the not-so-well-behaved little Huinia from before. Naturally, she would then focus her attention on you. Daphne looked at Huinia with a smile. For those who are self-righteous and think they are clever, you just need to subtly point out a path to them, and they will blindly run down that path until death. Huinia saw undisguised mockery in Daphne's eyes. Don't look at me like that, I'm not talking about you, Daphne said cheerily. You've done very well indeed. Just by yourself to rise from the seed district to where you are today, at least you are far more formidable than those two foolish women. If Huinia had your brains, she wouldn't have died so casually. Backed by the Haluo family, a golden note, yet she died without leaving a trace, really. Daphne clicked her tongue and shook her head, her tone full of regret, but her eyes brimming with mockery. Huinia lowered her head. She had still not given up. She still had one last chance. That was the 1/3 of the secret poison remaining in her body, which Ariana had not completely extracted. If only Daphne would absorb directly like Ariana had, then she might have been able to. You're not waiting for that little bit of secret poison, are you? Daphne spoke slowly. Huinia's eyes widened bit by bit. Daphne extended her hand in front of Huinia, a flame burning in her palm in which Huinia could see her reflection. While you were watching me, did you think I wasn't watching you? Daphne said with a smile. It's just a 3rd note spell. Do you think it's hard to break? Any family qualified to live in the upper city has the resources, even the Haluo family. But you didn't know, after all, you've only lived as a player for a year. At that moment, Daphne's men dragged Ariana's body to the front of the two women. Seeing this, Daphne slowly walked forward, crouched down, and then picked up a stick, gently poking Ariana's body. You and she are of the same kind, Daphne said with a smile, always thinking that by your own power you can change something. Although I don't know the reason, you intended to perform the 7 Notes Divine song alone. And she, too, wanted to prove herself at the festival, show that she was no less than the nobles, not even the Teichu family. But what was the outcome? This individual will never know to her dying breath that she was used by me. In her view, she could only see this much. Just like you wouldn't think that I went through all this trouble to have that foolish woman deal with you because you are troublesome, right? No, that's not it. Daphne shook her head. I simply wanted an excuse for you to vanish from the public eye otherwise. Do you really think your identity was so well hidden that no one but me had noticed? As she spoke, Daphne lightly tapped her magic wand, and Ariana's body immediately ignited. The flames reflected in Huinia's eyes, where she saw the 7-note score, which Ariana had seen as her spiritual pillar, burn swiftly to ashes like cheap firewood. All right, it's time to end all of this. Daphne slowly stood up and stretched leisurely. Next comes the finale. 3rd Institute Professor Ariana killed Golden Rank 7th Note Huinia and skinned her. This way everyone will think, perhaps Ariana got the golden score and no one will pay attention to us. After all, I left the Institute this morning and went home for the 7 Notes Festival. Chapter 336, 25 This Girl Is Mine Now 4K83. Chapter 336, 25 This Girl Is Mine Now 4K83. Daphne turned her head to look at Huinia, smiling as she spoke. How is it, compared to our family's plan, don't your schemes seem rather childish? In the end, Daphne raised her finger to Huinia, you're nothing but mud from the seed district. Even if it's the golden score, it's still mud. What right do you have to think that your single effort can compare to the centuries of accumulation by us wholly sound nobles? As she finished speaking, 2 sharp blades pierced Huinia's heart from front and back. Huinia's eyes widened. She stared fixedly at Daphne, watching the latter leisurely pull out a small knife. Actually, I should thank you, Daphne said. You've kept up that appearance until now, giving me the sensation of avenging a great wrong, so I've decided to personally flay you. She smiled at Huinia. That cruel, devilish smile, just like the original Huinia from a year ago. Finally, Huinia's vision darkened, and she completely bowed her head. What? There was a snap. The pendant broke. Og stared blankly. Then an unprecedented panic surged in his heart. Huenia? What? Huenia stared blankly at the vast sky. Something was falling from above, landing on her body. Was it rain? Huenia squinted subconsciously. Then she realized it wasn't rain. It was soil. Shovel by shovel, the soil with a scent of blood. Huenia looked around subconsciously, and as she turned her head, she saw a head. A lone head, staring with eyes wide open, dead but unyielding. Below the head were more heads and bodies. Children's, adults. Countless. Huenia slowly remembered what this place was, and then it became clear. The mass grave of the Seed District. She was back. Was it all a dream then? She had killed the young lady who tried to kill her, and entered the academy under the identity of the young lady, hoping to accomplish something significant. So it was all a dream. The one who was killed, was it herself? Huenia felt around. Indeed, her heart had stopped beating. She truly was dead. The soil continued to fall, covering her body bit by bit, quickly burying her halfway. It seemed the dream was over. Huenia thought to herself. She slowly closed her eyes. Are you really content to die like this? A male voice suddenly sounded. Huenia instinctively opened her eyes and saw a black umbrella appear above her head, shielding her from the harsh sunlight while also stopping the dirt. The one holding the umbrella was a cheerful-looking young man. Are you really content to die like this? The young man asked again. Content? Huenia's eyes were full of confusion. If this path has failed, why not try another? Another path? Huenia didn't know what he meant, but instinctively, a sense of resistance welled up inside her. However, this resistance was suppressed by another powerful emotion that surged up. That emotion was named reluctance. Clap, 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 clap. Suddenly, there was the sound of applause. The young man was clapping vigorously. Exactly, this is more like you. Dying here would be too pitiful. After clapping, he extended his hand toward Huenia. If you're not content, take my hand, the young man said with a smile, and pledge your loyalty to me. Pledge loyalty? Huenia didn't understand. She was clearly already dead. How could a dead person take his hand? That's what she thought. But by the time she reacted, her hand was already clasped with the young man's. Pledging loyalty requires a name, the young man said. Your true name. The real name. Huenia felt puzzled again. What true name? She had almost forgotten. She thought so, but her mouth answered before she could think. Nia. As her words fell, the umbrella was tossed aside. The sunlight shone down again, and the young man, holding her hand, suddenly exerted force, pulling her out of the dirt with seemingly limitless strength, unstoppable. Her stalled heart resumed beating. She watched the young man smile in the blazing sunlight. Very good. Your life is mine now. What? Daphne's eyes widened bit by bit. Because the hand she was using to stab into Huenia's body was caught by another. It was Huenia's hand. She subconsciously raised her head and saw the supposedly dead Huenia smiling at her with a battered face. Thank you all so much, Huenia said with a light laugh. Thanks to you. This girl is mine now. Chapter 337, 26 Dolls. Chapter 337, 26 Dolls. What's going on here? Daphne's pupils shrank slightly. Hadn't this fellow died? Surely her heart had stopped beating. Miss Danger stepped back. An attendant hastily shouted to Daphne. Danger? Where's the danger? Daphne didn't catch on, but the attendant standing beside her sensed something and immediately pulled Daphne back 2 steps. Almost simultaneously, several magic chains burst out of the snow like giant pythons aiming for the spot where she had stood. If the attendant hadn't reacted so quickly, Daphne would have been ensnared by those chains by now. But how could this be possible? Daphne's face was filled with surprise. Leaving aside how Huenia had suddenly resurrected, one must know that her body was still under their control. Her magic wand had been thrown away early on, and most of her notes and the golden score had been stripped from her. With such damage, it was clearly impossible to use her powers. So without notes, the golden score, and the magic wand, how was she casting spells? Daphne hadn't figured it out yet, but the 4 attendants she brought with her were already making a move, lifting their magic wands as silver notes flickered on their skin. 5th note's magic cube. In that frantic accompaniment, several beams of magic power emanated from the magic wands of the four attendants, interconnecting and forming a third-rank magic cube with Huinia at the core. At this point, Daphne had also snapped back to reality. She watched Huinia trapped in the center of the magic cube. Despite the strong doubts in her heart about how Huinia had come back to life and cast spells, her uncertainty was accompanied by intense unease, prompting her to make a decisive call. Attack! Kill her first. The four attendants energized their magic wands again. The third-rank magic cube began to rotate, each rank in a different direction. Consequently, the various parts of Huinia's body caught in the magic cube also twisted in different directions along with it. The sound of a series of nauseatingly crunching bones echoed, as Huinia's body contorted into a grotesque shape. The fifth note's magic cube was part of their original plan to intercept Ariana. To ensure Ariana's death, Daphne's family had even sent over 4 core attendants to help. What they did not expect was that Ariana, their practice target, would not be able to leave the church. And now, they had to use such a powerful spell on someone who had been an attendant for only a year. And yet, watching the body twisted grotesquely out of human form in the magic cube, a body that by all accounts should not have been able to live, Daphne's unease remained intense. After all, Huinia's sudden awakening had given her a tremendous mental shock. What on earth was going on with this person? Although the golden score possessed recovery abilities beyond those of ordinary people, it shouldn't grant resurrection from death. Before she could articulate another thought, another series of cracking sounds came from the magic cube. They saw Huinia's body, previously mangled by the magic cube, realigning at an astonishing speed. And it wasn't just that. The wounds pierced by the silver threads were also healing rapidly. Consequently, the lines of blood split, allowing her to slowly fall from the heights where she had been bound. As she descended, her body realigned, her wounds healed, and her despairing, unwilling black pupils turned back to elegance and refinement, her blood-like long hair now like a blazing flame. How could this be possible? Even the 4 well-trained attendants who accompanied her couldn't help but show expressions of shock. It was as if someone had picked up a doll from a trash bin, one that had been damaged beyond recognition for many years, and after repair had shed its tattered and untidy appearance, restored by an invisible hand to its original beautiful form fresh from the factory. Even then, it was beyond comparison. At least Daphne had never felt that this person she had observed for a year, whether in his disguised form or his true appearance, had ever been as dazzling and as terrifying as he was now. Yes, she was afraid. Even more so than when she had faced Huinia herself in the past. What exactly are you? Daphne couldn't maintain her previous composure, her voice trembling as she spoke. What kind of thing are you? Huinia did not answer her, but instead seemed interested in her own body, muttering to herself as if the people in front of her did not exist. This body is even more exceptional than I imagined, truly befitting the golden score everyone desires. Huinia slowly clenched her fist, then said with a smile, "Good thing, it's mine now." The 4 players brought by Daphne exchanged glances. Although they didn't know what exactly had happened, it was clear that Huinia was no longer the same person as before, and their instincts told them that the Huinia now was very dangerous. And for that very reason, they could not delay. She had not yet picked up her magic wand. After exchanging silent looks, the 4 players immediately sprang into action. 2 of them stood in front of Daphne, and the other 2 charged at Huinia. The 2 players in front of Daphne were there not only to protect her, but also to be able to use their ultimate trump card. Yes, the 5 Sounds magic cube was not their most powerful spell. They could also cast the 6-note spell, but that had a flaw. It required a longer preparation time. Originally, they didn't intend to use this spell, but the current, Huinia, brought them such an intense sense of crisis that they decided to go all out without hesitation. The 2 players were responsible for holding back Huinia, preventing her from picking up the magic wand, although she had already cast a spell without relying on the wand earlier, which should have been a special case. As long as she was a player, she needed to follow the rule that neither notes nor wand could be missing. Of course, holding back did not mean just passively fighting to waste time, and they also had coordination, quickly forming a front-and-back formation. The player at the back applied a spell called Growth to the player in front, and the front player's body quickly swelled up like a balloon being inflated. Then the front player cast a spell called Blessing on himself, enveloping himself in a half-meter diameter magic barrier. Inside the barrier, he could be greatly immune to magic damage and control. Only fists could take effect. So he threw a punch at Huinia. He did not believe that this doll-like body could withstand such a direct physical attack. Normal players couldn't either. But, with a puff, Huinia's dainty hand effortlessly stopped his enhanced fist. His eyes widened in shock, not understanding what had happened before he heard a roaring sound by his ear. Like a machine bellowing. The next second, his right arm, which he had swung out, was plucked off effortlessly. The ease of that action. As if he were the doll. But in stark contrast to that ease was an even more gruesome sight. The blood that spurted out dyed half of Huinia's body a bloody crimson. The player's hysterical scream was the best explanation, and the four present all involuntarily stopped what they were doing, fear reverberating in everyone's eyes. Especially Daphne, who now felt an overwhelming urge to flee this place at all costs. Huinia elegantly threw the broken player aside, and what followed doubled the fear in the hearts of all present. Because that player's magic wand had fallen into her hands. So, she said with a smile, holding the wand in front of her, and spoke with interest. Let me experience it as well, the chapters that belong to the player. Chapter 338, 27, giving you guys a chance. Chapter 338, 27, giving you guys a chance. Every church in Desecration had its unique way of combat. In the Holy Sound, it revolved around chorus magic that combined sound and scores, where the magic wand, one's own notes, and the musical score were all indispensable prerequisites. This also meant that those who weren't part of Holy Sound couldn't use chorus magic. Even in the game, the protagonist could only release it through some special means. It could be said that chorus magic had the highest threshold and the most demanding conditions of all spells. But at the same time, it was also the most powerful spell without any rival. Bai Wei, who couldn't fully experience chorus magic in the game and could only play as a knight, now had the perfect magical body. And right in front of him just happened to be a tool that he could practice on. How could he not take advantage of this opportunity? Therefore, Bai Wei revealed a smile. But this smile seemed terrifying in the eyes of others. Especially to Daphne. She stared intensely at Hevnia's face, still not understanding what had happened. It was still that face, that same body, but it was clear that the person was no longer the same. It was as if Hevnia had been killed by them, and an even more fearsome creature had crawled out of her body. Could such a thing really happen? What on earth was it? Miss, something is wrong, an attendant in front of Daphne whispered. Although I don't know what happened to this fellow, it's too late to think about it now. We must prepare for the worst. The worst? Daphne subconsciously glanced at the speaking player. The worst-case scenario. We can't get the golden score. No, miss, the attendant shook his head with a grave expression. It's not just about failing to get the golden score. It's very likely we might not be able to leave this place at all. Not able to leave. Daphne was startled for a moment before she realized what the attendant meant. In his view, was Hevnia going to kill them all? How was that possible? She was just a girl who came out from the Seed District and had been a player for less than 2 years. And the ones here were 4 experienced core players who could be counted as solid pillars in the noble families of the upper city. Now, were they all going to be killed by her? How was that possible? Daphne wanted to say that, but she couldn't because the attendant who had first charged at Hevnia was still lying at Hevnia's feet, wailing continuously as fresh blood poured from the wound, blindingly vivid against the pure white snow. Of course, miss, we will still make one last attempt, the attendant said, but please be prepared in advance. Should we fail, then please. No, another older attendant interrupted him, speaking sternly. Not if we fail, but now. Please leave now, miss. If we succeed, then naturally there will be no problem, but if we fail, we must at least ensure your survival. Leave now? Daphne bit her lip tightly. Alone. How can I leave by myself? Should I just run home? No, not home. The aged attendant shook his head. No, you must go back to the academy. There should still be people staying behind at the academy. Let them know what happened here. Tell others? Daphne's eyes widened in disbelief. If we let the rest of the academy know, then how can we compete for the golden score? Seeing that Daphne could still ask such a question, the aged attendant couldn't help but turn away, looking at her with a serious expression. Don't you understand, miss? he said deliberately. Once the four of us die here, our family will lose the qualification to compete for the golden score. The best you can do is use the news of the golden score to save your own life. Use the news of the golden score to save her life. Even though Daphne knew the attendant's words were correct, a strong sense of unwillingness surged in her heart at that moment. On what basis? How much had Daphne sacrificed to obtain the golden score? First, she persuaded her family to believe that Hevinia was a fake, that she wasn't the golden note but the golden score. Then she convinced her family to resolve to snatch the golden score and participate in the grand festival. After all, as an affiliate of the Haluo family, they had no right to vie for the title of Holy Sound Master under normal circumstances. Next, she devised a plan to lure Ariana into action, and for them to reap the benefits of the fishermen's gains. In the end, it was her father who found a way, under the radar of the Haluo family, to send the family's 4 core players here. Everything had been for the sake of obtaining the golden score, to change the family's fate against the heavens. And victory had been within their grasp. Hevinia's heart had already stopped beating, her skin peeled off halfway. Her plan was flawless. But why? Why did she come back to life? The frustration in Daphne's eyes quickly turned to rage. She remembered the days when she was humiliated by that Hevinia, the days when she was covered in wounds yet dared not tell her family, the days when her father, upon learning everything, could only sigh softly. Go back. Preserve life. Impossible. The moment they resolved to contend for the golden score, there was no turning back. Under the astonished gazes of 2 attendants, Daphne too raised her magic wand, standing shoulder to shoulder with them. The 3 universal notes on her magic wand were illuminated by the silver notes she herself had engraved. Surging magic power emanated from the wand, and then poured into the 6 notes magic that the other 2 attendants were preparing. Miss, what are you doing? I won't leave, Daphne said, pausing after each word. I am a player too, a player of the Treel family. Tonight there is only success or failure, no retreat. Upon hearing Daphne's words, the older player nodded slightly after a brief silence. I understand, Miss, let's give it our all together then. Daphne's actions were also noticed by Bai Wei. He chuckled, tapping his own head with the magic wand. Interesting, very interesting. No wonder this kid fell into your hands. In some ways, you and she are indeed alike. Bai Wei's words stirred the minds of everyone present. This child, was he referring to Hevinia? Indeed, he was Hevinia. So what exactly was he? Bai Wei guessed their thoughts and said with a light laugh, Want to know who I am? I'll give you a chance then. A chance? You're preparing a troublesome spell, aren't you? Bai Wei said with a smile. I won't stop you. If that spell harms me, then I'll tell you who I am. Of course, I won't just stand here and let you hit me. I will counter with a spell, if you fail. Bai Wei paused. Then nothing will be left. How about it? Do you want to wager your family's fate? Bai Wei asked with a smile, on this one spell. Chapter 339, 28 7 Notes Heavenly Gods, 5K. Chapter 339, 28 7 Notes Heavenly Gods, 5K. Bai Wei's words startled everyone present for a moment. What did this mean? Was this guy intending to simplify the upcoming battle to the next strike against each other? But why would he do this? Hadn't he already seen that they were preparing a spell that could seal the deal in one hit? Shouldn't he rush forward immediately to interrupt and prevent them from casting it? With the strength he had just demonstrated, shouldn't this be easy for him? But why would he? Daphne's pupils tightened slightly. There was only one possibility. It was that he believed the chorus magic he could release would be superior to theirs. But how could that be? At this thought, Daphne's first reaction was that the other party was too ignorant and arrogant. In the Holy Sound, the power of an individual cannot overcome the group. Even the most outstanding player, the Golden Note, equipped with the most advanced 4 notes magic wand, could at most play chapters up to the 5th notes. The magic melody of the 6 notes and the 7 notes could only be played by an orchestra. And the magic melody of the 5th notes and the 6 notes were not even in the same concept. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much time preparing. So on what basis could he? Wasn't this courting death? That's what Daphne thought. However, the smile of Bai Wei, no, to be precise, the smile of Huinia at that moment. For a long time during her childhood, Huenia's smile was a lingering psychological shadow for Daphne. Some might describe a cute girl as a little devil, but the Huenia of that period was a real demon in Daphne's heart, especially that smile. Every time she saw Huenia smiling at her, Daphne's body would tremble uncontrollably. This situation persisted for a long while, until Huenia was allowed to go to the Seed District, and then it slightly eased. The real healing occurred after Huenia's death, when seeing that false Huenia with the same face could smile sweetly and harmlessly, Daphne realized that her nightmare had truly ended. So what was this now? That smile. Why had that smile, which had startled her awake so many times in her dreams, appeared again? It was as if the ghost that was supposed to be dead had come back. And it was even worse than before, to the point where her body, no longer like that of her childhood, began to tremble as it had back then. Miss, the voice of the elderly attendant came from behind her. Move back. Daphne snapped back to attention. Only then did she realize that her whole body was unknowingly soaked with cold sweat. But the other party had said nothing, done nothing. He was just smiling. Miss, the elderly attendant noticed something was wrong with Daphne and whispered, "Step back, we're done." Done? Daphne instantly turned her head and saw for sure a more complex 6 notes magic cube, bristling with a violent and screeching aura, centered within the magic wand. 6 notes magic cube. This was the 6 notes magic cube modified, and endowed by the Terrell family on top of the 5 sounds magic cube. Although it was only 1 note apart, the difference was huge. It was like real magic, with the difficulty of each additional rank growing exponentially. When reflected in spells, the 5 sounds magic cube could only twist objects. But the 6 notes magic cube could twist not just objects, but also magic power, notes, and chapters. If hit by the magic cube, even a magic melody of the same note rank would be distorted and disintegrated, eventually vanishing like smoke. Therefore, in a more direct spell collision, the advantage of the 6 notes magic cube was tremendous. Its only flaw was that the casting wind-up time was too long. But now it was ready. "Miss, move aside," the elderly attendant said again. "The spell is ready." "Is it ready?" Daphne stared blankly at the 6-ranked magic cube, just a bit larger than a fist. Was it ready like this? Then she heard the voice of Huenia from the other side. "Is this the answer you want to give?" Byway said with interest as he looked at the slowly rotating magic power cube. "Seems like a nice spell, in that case." He too slowly raised his magic wand, the notes etched on his skin gleaming brightly. "Let me give it a try." "No," Daphne suddenly stood in front of Byway and the magic cube. "We are not ready yet." Byway paused. "Miss." The elderly attendant, surprised, looked at Daphne, not understanding what she meant. While Daphne, gazing straight into that face that had once filled her with immense fear, repeated slowly and deliberately, "We are not ready yet." Byway seemed to understand her meaning after a brief moment of surprise, and leisurely withdrew his magic wand. "Okay," he said with a light chuckle, "I can wait a little longer." "Thank you." After barely saying "thank you," Daphne turned and walked back to the magic cube, then said to the attendants with puzzled faces, "This scale is not enough." The elderly attendant knew what Daphne meant. The 6 notes magic cube grew stronger the longer the preparation time. Chapter 340, 28, 7 notes heavenly gods, 5K2. Now it had just barely reached the most basic standard. "Miss," the elder attendant said, "by all accounts this should be enough." "No, it's not enough." Daphne shook her head and then softly said, "Uncle Terry, we've staked everything the Terrell family has on this spell." Uncle Terry's mouth fell open slightly. Then he understood Daphne's meaning and subconsciously looked toward Huenia not far away. He was still waiting there. Facing the powerful 6 notes magic, he hadn't said a word. But he exerted a tremendous psychological pressure on everyone present. Terry also knew that if their attack failed this time, they would absolutely not have a second chance. And it wasn't just them. The entire Terrell family would have no second chance either. With this in mind, Terry slowly nodded. "I understand, miss. I'll keep increasing the mana input." "No, not just you." Daphne shook her head, then reached for her garment's clasp again. "Me as well." Terry's eyes widened immediately. "Miss you." With a click. As the button was undone, the robe was shed from her body. Daphne stood half naked in the icy, snowy landscape, her comely face and figure in stark contrast to her skin. Scars and notes crisscrossed, making her skin look not like that of a young girl, but rather like the cracked skin of an old person. And when Bai Wei saw this body, a look of surprise couldn't help but emerge on his face. It's the amplification scale. The amplification scale was a different kind of engraved note, not as rare as the score but still special. Its effect was just as the name suggested, amplifying the power of chorus magic spells. But this did not come without a cost, and the cost was the amplification scale itself. The higher the magnification, the greater the price paid, at best permanent loss of notes, at worst endangering life. Daphne approached the magic cube once more and reached out her hand toward it. When her hand hovered above the magic cube, the notes on her body immediately resonated with it. The magic cube vibrated madly, increasing in size rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had risen from 6th rank to 8th rank, and it was still growing. In stark contrast to the increasingly swelling magic was Daphne's condition. Her complexion grew visibly paler at a noticeable rate. It was as if she wasn't infusing the magic cube with magic power, but with her life force. "Are you willing to go to such lengths?" Bai Wei said softly. "This is indeed interesting." Under Bai Wei's gaze, the magic cube kept rising, getting larger. From a 6th rank magic cube, it jumped to 8th rank, then to 10th rank, 12th rank. Eventually, it grew to a point where it was innumerable, far surpassing the highest rank of magic cube Bai Wei could recall from his past life. Of course, it wasn't just size and number that expanded. The contained, frenzied, and powerful energy of the chorus magic made even Bai Wei uneasy. Oh no, it wasn't him that was uneasy. More accurately, it was Huenia's body he was in. Just like how humans innately feel a sense of fear when facing snakes, a mage faced with such a vast and pure magic energy would also naturally become uneasy, almost instinctively wanting to retreat. Bai Wei uttered a light, "Don't tell me things are going too far." He had proposed a direct duel with Daphne and the others for 2 reasons. First, he genuinely wanted to try out the unique chorus magic and test the limits of what Huenia's body could achieve. Second, he needed a reason to keep these people from leaving, because if they truly wished to flee with Huenia's current physical condition, Bai Wei would have found it difficult to hold them all back, and should any of them escape and spread the news of the golden score, that would be troublesome. Thus, by using this reason to keep them here, and then figuring out a way to blow them all away, was the plan. However, looking at the magic cube that had expanded to fill his entire field of vision, massive like the sun itself, Bai Wei couldn't help but think. It seemed that the one to be blown away would be him. Just kidding." The middle finger of his left hand lightly tapped on the magic wand. As long as that finger was there, Bai Wei couldn't possibly lose. Just like in a game, termination was also a treasure for mages like Holy Sound. Aside from the difficulty of interrupting 7-note spells, the other spells were roughly the same. The only difference was the cost. But at least the cost would definitely be much less than what that carefully concocted magic cube would require. The magic cube was almost complete. Now he just had to snap his fingers, and all the ambitions this girl called Daphne and her family held would vanish in an instant. Just had to snap his fingers. With a thud, Daphne suddenly fell to her knees in the distance, and Bai Wei's lightly tapping finger stopped. Then he looked over. In just a few minutes, Daphne seemed like a different person. Her once voluptuous body now was so thin her bones were visible, her breathing intermittent, as if she might stop breathing at any moment. Chapter 341, 28 7 Notes Heavenly Gods 5K3. Chapter 341, 28 7 Notes Heavenly Gods 5K3. But she didn't fall instead. She mustered her strength to stand up and turned her head to look at Bai Wei. The giant magic cube behind her was like a sun lighting her path. "I'm ready," she said to Bai Wei. Bai Wei fell silent for a while, then chuckled and straightened up. "You've kind of impressed me." Bai Wei slowly raised his magic wand, and the 7th note in the staff burst into a brilliant golden light, with the 4 universal notes on the wand lighting up one after the other. "Since that's the case, I'll also try my best." Daphne looked at Hevnia. She wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but she felt that Hevnia was finally getting serious. But at that moment, she was no longer afraid, but said deliberately, "I don't know who you are, but I want you to know my family, the Daphne Trell family, we've had enough of being vassals." So tonight we must get that golden score. No matter what the cost, even death. Bai Wei nodded slightly. I understand. No, Daphne shook her head. You don't understand, I mean even death. Daphne repeated those 4 words. It was like she was speaking to Bai Wei, but also to someone else. And Bai Wei quickly figured out who that someone was. The moment Daphne finished speaking, the magic cube, half the size of a church, burst out with an unstoppable force, thundering forward. Everything touched by its edges would instantly disintegrate into thousands of pieces. It seemed ready to crush everything, nothing could stop it. Bai Wei then raised his magic wand. But almost at the same time, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a shadow that hadn't moved for a long time. It was the player whose hand Bai Wei had broken at the beginning. Bai Wei thought he was dead, but he was. He leaped up, tearing off his clothes, the musical scales on his skin moving wildly like the keys of a piano. For the family, he shouted as he charged at Bai Wei. Bai Wei frowned, instinctively trying to dodge. But it was too difficult for the high offense, low defense, agility lacking, and severely injured body of Hevnia to avoid the large man bent on death. Indeed, the opponent was intent on dying. Because Bai Wei saw him turn the notes on his body into chains, binding toward himself. He didn't want to hurt Bai Wei, he just wanted to restrain Bai Wei's movements. Or rather, it wasn't even a restraint. He just wanted to hold Bai Wei back, even if just for a second or two, just to prevent Bai Wei from immediately casting a spell. Then the amplified 6 notes magic cube would completely disintegrate him into elements. As for himself, he would naturally be disintegrated before Bai Wei. So that's how it is. Bai Wei understood. The even death Daphne spoke of earlier wasn't for him to hear, it was for this person. And this person responded well to Daphne. With such a strategy in place, Bai Wei was indeed pushed into a corner. Behind him was the church. Beneath his feet lay Ariana's body. In front of him was the player who was throwing himself at him without a care, and the magic cube that threatened to destroy the world. There was no way to retreat. But there was no need to retreat anymore. Bai Wei raised his magic wand once again. The golden score already primed made a sound, like the pluck of a guitar string. Beneath this string sound, the disfigured body of Ariana suddenly flashed with silver musical notes, and the silver ranked notes on the body of the player charging at him resonated with the same frequency. In the next second, they vanished from their respective bodies, and then appeared on Bai Wei's body, merging with the golden 7th note, intertwining in the midst of the golden staff. 3 notes sounded a stirring melody together, and the 4 universal notes on the staff were also awakened at the same time. 3 plus 4. A more dazzling light reflected in Bai Wei's pupils. Watch closely, Hevnia, he said with a soft laugh. This is how your body is used. With a boom, the 6 notes magic cube struck the church. It was so large that when it was fired, Daphne could not see the scene beyond, so her heart was constantly in suspense. Until it finally landed on the church. The dilapidated church immediately began to crumble and disintegrate. The violent and pure magic power, when it bloomed, seemed to cut through the air itself. Daphne's suspended heart finally settled. It looked like it was a success. No one could survive such an attack. Suddenly, Daphne's eyes widened, because she saw the magic cube stop. The 100-tier magic cube that seemed capable of leveling everything, of disintegrating everything, suddenly stopped. Everyone was stunned. What was happening? Of course, they soon found out what was happening. Because the magic cube was shrinking rapidly, and that immense power was visibly ebbing away. So they saw what was stopping the magic cube. A larger, more exquisite and complex magic array. An array that could stop 6 notes. Daphne couldn't believe it. Until, as the magic cube shrank further, they saw the notes engraved on the edge of the array. At first, they could only see 2. As the magic cube continued to shrink, they saw more. The 3rd, the 4th. By the time she saw the 5th, Daphne's breathing gradually halted. How could this be? Could it be? Before Daphne could see more, she saw Terry standing in front of her suddenly turn around and look at her. His face was full of despair. Miss, he shouted at Daphne with his last bit of strength, run. As his words fell, the array began to rotate. This allowed Daphne to finally see the previously unseen corner. The 6th. And the seventh, 7 notes heavenly gods. The next second, a white light engulfed everything. Chapter 342, 29, just helping you gouge out eyes and cut tongues, that's all plus some BB. Chapter 342, 29, just helping you gouge out eyes and cut tongues, that's all plus some BB. You are my favorite student, Huenia. Huenia. If you're not content, then grab my hand, and then swear your allegiance to me. This girl is mine now. What? Huenia's eyes snapped open. A swath of pallor invaded her field of vision, but it wasn't snow, it was the ceiling. Familiar yet foreign, the ceiling. She felt like she had endured a lengthy nightmare, to the point where she was still uncertain whether she had actually awakened from it. Her mind was groggy, her body uncomfortable. Drenched in a cold sweat, the only sounds echoing in her ears were her own heavy breathing and, "It seems you didn't sleep very well." That familiar, leisurely inner voice. Another's voice coming from deep within her soul. With that inner voice came memories. Gradually, Huenia began to recall everything, including the pit of corpses that she wasn't sure was a dream or reality. She didn't speak immediately but struggled to sit up, changing from lying down to sitting, and then looked around. Indeed, she had returned home. But not to her own home. She was in the true Huenia's home, lying on Huenia's bed, and she lowered her head, wearing Huenia's nightgown. After a silence, Huenia finally spoke up slowly. "What did you do?" "Of course, I pulled you back from the brink of death," Bai Wei said with a smile, "and helped you with a little problem." A little problem. Huenia thought back to last night. It must have been last night. Daphne with 4 seasoned players ambushed her, pushing her into a corner in an instant. No, not a corner. Huenia subconsciously touched her chest. Even after a night had passed, the sensation of her heart being pierced by death was still vivid, making her acutely aware that she had been dead at that time. But Bai Wei had brought her back, then reversed everything. What happened afterward, Huenia could not remember clearly, only managing to recall a few hazy fragments. But even these vague snippets were enough for Huenia to know that Daphne was dead. The Daphne who had seen herself as the hunter had been killed by a stronger hunter. Was this the work of visas? A complex mixture of emotions surged through Huenia's heart. There was discouragement, defeat. But notably absent was any relief or joy for having survived a calamity. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her left eye, causing her to instinctively cover it with her hand. But it still hurt terribly, as if someone were gouging out her eyeball with a knife. Ordinarily, the Huenia who emerged from the seed district already possessed a greater resistance to pain than most people, but this pain still had her gasping for breath. But what she didn't expect was that just as she opened her mouth, a tearing pain erupted from her tongue. "Ah, it seems there's a reaction," Bai Wei remarked as if sensing something, still speaking in his casual tone. "Don't worry, it does hurt at first, but you'll get used to it eventually." Huenia, one hand covering her eye, the other clutching her neck, asked with difficulty, "What did you do?" "I didn't do much, just helped you with some eye gouging and tongue cutting," Bai Wei said calmly. "But I didn't do it for nothing. I installed my own for you." Naturally, Huenia understood what Bai Wei meant. Bai Wei, while in control of her body, had gone back to the dormitory and replaced her left eye and tongue with his own. "Just like that, finger. In theory, it shouldn't hurt this much," Bai Wei continued. "After all, my body's plug-and-play attribute is quite high. Maybe it's because you're too weak right now, the burden on your body is too great. Of course, there could also be individual differences. There's still a disparity between male and female bodies. And we didn't have much time to let my body adapt to the shape of yours, so maybe we were a bit rough. That might be it." Exactly what Bai Wei was saying, Huenia couldn't make out through the pain. For several seconds, she felt as though she was being dismembered, those 2 foreign limbs restlessly unsettling. The eye felt like it was frantically stabbing her eye socket, wanting to delve deeper, while the tongue was ruthlessly tearing at her throat to make its dwelling more comfortable. Then she couldn't hold back anymore and let out a cry of pain. "La!" The sound traveled beyond the room, startling the maid outside. "Miss," soon there were knocks at the door accompanied by the maid's slightly anxious inquiry. "Are you all right?" Huenia couldn't respond. The pain was too intense. Miss, are you feeling unwell?" The knocks grew more urgent. "I'm coming in, miss." No, she couldn't come in. She had to endure, she must. Huenia clenched her teeth tightly, preparing to suppress the pain with sheer willpower. But it was really hard. She couldn't even voice to the maid that she was okay. Miss, the maid, growing more anxious without a response, insisted, I'm coming in. No. Huinia instinctively raised her head and then yelled out. And at the moment she opened her mouth, the pain vanished. Simultaneously, the world in Huinia's eyes transformed. Everything in the room became crisp and yet surreal. Chapter 343, 29 just helped you gouge out eyes and cut off the tongue, that's all plus some BB. 2. Chapter 343, 29 just helped you gouge out eyes and cut off the tongue, that's all plus some BB. 2. I could see everything clear as day. The delicate eyebrow pencils on the dressing table, the wing abandoned by some unknown insect beneath them, and the maid with her hand on the doorknob, anxiety written all over her face. But that maid was clearly outside the door. Huinia froze. She saw clearly the hesitation in the maid upon hearing her voice, wanting to come in but wary of offending her. Even the subtle expressions were unmistakable. Miss, are you all right? I am fine, you may go. Huinia spoke subconsciously, then immediately realized that her tone didn't match Huinia's usual manner, and that such an explanation would only make the other party more suspicious. But to her surprise, upon hearing her words, the suspicion in the eyes of the maid outside turned into confusion, yet it was brief, and soon her face became expressionless. She withdrew her hand, bowed respectfully, and after a simple yes, she left. It was as if, unknowingly, she had been influenced, dominated by some power. After a brief moment of stupor, Huinia immediately realized it was the power of the eyes and tongue. And Bai Wei's next words confirmed it. Oh, you really are talented. He spoke with evident interest. Without my actively sharing power with you, you've managed to steal a share. Tusk, such a strong adaptability, truly an enviable body. Huinia began to say something, but soon felt a sharp pain in her eyes and tongue again, forcing her to cover them once more. It seems it's not entirely a good thing, Bai Wei said with a smile. The price must still be paid. If it goes on like this, you won't live much longer. Tusk, looks like it's up to me. The moment Bai Wei's words ended, the secondary pain in her eyes and tongue disappeared, and her vision returned to normal. What's happening? Huinia couldn't help but ask. Let me give you a simple analogy, Bai Wei said. It's like I've installed a water tap inside your body, but what flows out isn't water, it's my power mixed with your life force. You can use my power at the cost of your life force as long as you open the tap. Do you understand? Who controls this tap? You've instantly grasped the crux of the matter, Bai Wei spoke with an admiring tone. Usually the gate of this tap is under my control, after all, it's my power. But your constitution is so special that you also have some ability to turn the gate, albeit just a little, enough to release a few drops, but it's still significant. At least my previous 2 partners couldn't do this. It's your talent. However, Bai Wei paused. Although you have the ability to open the tap, it seems you lack the ability to close it. So like just now, if you use it, your life force will also keep flowing out unstoppably, and that's when I have to step in and close it, just as I did earlier. After listening to Bai Wei's explanation, Huinia nodded in understanding after a brief silence, without further comment. For Bai Wei, the relationship between his power and the host's life force was far more complicated than this metaphor suggested. But he did not elaborate at such a time, as he was more interested in Huinia's reaction. This individual, who had always been extremely wary of Bai Wei, to the point of not wanting to use Bai Wei's powers even when cornered, how would she feel now that she had woken up to find 3 parts of her body replaced and Bai Wei's power deeply infused? The thought was truly intriguing. Huinia had no idea what Bai Wei was thinking at this time. She just got out of bed, walked in front of the full-length mirror, and calmly gazed at her reflection, going over all the events of the previous night in her mind. Then she slowly began to speak. So, how should I address you now? Huinia stared at the star-like left eye in the mirror, as if she were gazing at Bai Wei. I have already sworn loyalty to you, Huinia said expressionlessly. That shouldn't be an illusion. Bai Wei smiled. You actually remember. An unprecedented experience, especially one that hovers between life and death, Huinia spoke, is generally hard to forget. You saved me, my life is yours now, so I want to know how I should address you. I should say you. Is it Lord Visas or Master or? Just call me sir like before, Bai Wei said with a smile. I'm not so particular about titles. Go with what feels comfortable. Very well, Mr. Visas, Huinia obediently replied. Then what would you like me to do for you? Bai Wei didn't speak but watched Hunia quietly. The Hunia of now was very different from before. She seemed to have lost her heart power to challenge the world alone in the great frustration of last night. Her eyes brimmed with utter desolation, as if resigned to her fate. If the former Huinia was like a hungry wolf disguised as a little lamb, then the current one was like a soulless puppet, manipulated by others. This situation was actually quite normal. Bai Wei had encountered many similar cases in his previous life. How many young people's enthusiasm and dreams, after being fiercely collided by the locomotive called reality, become shattered, eventually abandoning everything and indulging in idleness, from "I will defy heaven" to "let heaven dictate." This was a common phenomenon. But the question was, would Huinia be such a person? Bai Wei had a big question mark in his heart about this, but he didn't show it and pretended to be satisfied. Actually, our objectives align. We want to play the divine song, so collecting the 6 golden notes before playing the divine song is what we have to do. So proceed with your original plan for now. Come to me if you really run into trouble. Yes, Hunia respectfully answered. At this time the door was knocked again, and the maid's voice came from outside. "Miss, the lady is urging you to get up, saying a guest has arrived." Hearing the maid's words, Bai Wei neatly added, "Go ahead and enjoy your life as a young lady for now. Last night was a lot for you, and I'm tired too. It's time for me to sleep." "I wish you a pleasant rest," thought Huinia to herself. Bai Wei chuckled softly, then fell silent. After feeling that Bai Wei had left her body, Huinia's pupils slightly narrowed, her expression betraying some change, as if deep in thought. But she didn't hesitate too long. After responding to the waiting maid outside, she quickly changed her clothes. While changing, Hunia saw in the mirror the 3 notes etched in gold on her snow-white body. 1 golden, 2 silver. That was also Bai Wei's handiwork. Hunia's expression grew more complex, but she said nothing, quickly finishing dressing and leaving the room. Outside, the maid waited respectfully. Huinia immediately reverted to her usual demeanor, asking offhandedly, "Who did you say the guest was?" "Mr. Harduck." Huinia's body paused. "Who?" "Mr. Harduck, have you forgotten?" The maid spoke. "Miss Daphne's father, Mr. Haddock Trell." Chapter 344, 30 Stupid-Looking Women. Chapter 344, 30 Stupid-Looking Women. "Miss, what's wrong?" The maidservant looked at Huinia's slightly unnatural expression and became worried again. "Your complexion doesn't look very good." I guess I didn't sleep well last night," Huinia said, feigning calmness. "It's probably because I haven't slept in my own bed at home for a long time. I'm slightly unaccustomed." "Is that so? Would you like me to replace your bedding with something softer tonight?" Huinia almost said no out of reflex, since it was just an excuse she had found, but she quickly realized that the real Huinia wouldn't say that, so she nodded slightly, her voice growing a bit colder. "This is something you should have resolved last night, isn't it?" The maidservant's face turned pale, then she apologized repeatedly. Huinia scoffed and quickened her pace, stepping in front of the maidservant so that she could no longer clearly see her expression. After all, too much had happened in the past 2 days, and even the most basic masquerade was starting to fail Huinia. Being at home in the family was more dangerous than being at school. After all, the family members had watched Huinia grow up, and any lapse of attention could easily expose a flaw. Therefore, if it wasn't for a very special situation, Huinia really didn't want to stay at home. Not to mention, this was a special situation among special situations. Haddock Trell, that is Daphne's father. His sudden appearance made Huinia realize that last night's events were not over. Bai Wei had only dealt with the trouble that had come knocking. And Daphne's backing, the Trell family, was also a problem, because they too knew of Huinia's identity. At least Haddock, as the family head, definitely did. So what was his purpose in coming to see her now? Huinia, walking ahead, furrowed her brows tightly. Her biggest issue at the moment was not knowing what else had happened afterwards, not even how she had returned home. Because Bai Wei hadn't mentioned those things and had gone off to sleep on her own. Normally, Huinia would hope that Bai Wei could stay asleep within her body a bit longer, sleep until the world turned dark, so she didn't have to be watched all the time and could have more private time to do her own things. But now she wished that Bai Wei wouldn't sleep, or at least clarify everything first. However, that was destined to be just wishful thinking. From the second-floor rooms to the first floor, the maidservant behind Huinia was still anxiously following. But Huinia had already adjusted her mindset, showing no trace of abnormality on her face, temporarily putting aside those miscellaneous thoughts, and once again became the young miss of the Haluo family. Now she was going to see the guests of the Haluo family. Aside from the exceptional Teichu family, the nobles of Holy Sound were roughly divided into 3 tiers. The first-tier families, like the Lawrence family, with hundreds of years of history, were few in Holy Sound. The properties they owned could at least be the equivalent of a city-state in other church territories, possessing double-digit numbers of seed districts capable of cultivating notes. The second tier included families like the Haluo family, unable to be called great families, but still with long-standing historical heritage. In other church territories, they controlled assets equivalent to a small town level and also had 1 or 2 seed districts for cultivation. The third tier was like the Triel family, possessing a small patch of land and assets, much richer than ordinary people, but not permitted to own seed districts. Therefore, for new blood, they often needed to rely on families like the Haluo family, which is why Daphne said the Triel family was a vassal of the Haluo family. Before meeting Haddock, Huinia constantly reviewed this information in her mind, as if revising just before entering an examination. Because this common knowledge among nobles was knowledge that Huinia had previously not come into contact with, everything she had crammed in this past year. After all, getting caught could very likely cost her life. Last night was the perfect example. It didn't take long for Huinia to arrive at the parlor. The maidservant helped her open the door. Huinia immediately saw a man and a woman sitting on both sides of a long table. Upon hearing the sound of the door, both looked over. The woman had a smile in her eyes, while the man's eyes held a hint of respect. Among them, the woman was naturally Huinia's mother, Mandy, while the man was Daphne's father, Haddock. After greeting Mandy, Huinia also sat down at the table. Throughout, she outwardly didn't look at Haddock, but secretly she kept observing him with her peripheral vision. Huinia didn't know if it was because of Bai Wei's eyes, but even just with a sidelong glance, she could see very clearly, even detecting the scrutiny and worry hidden deep within Haddock's eyes. After Huinia took her seat, Mandy, as the hostess, naturally was the first to speak. "Did you sleep well last night, darling?" Her tone was languid, just like her posture, completely lacking the dignity and stance of a matron of the Haluo family, as she sprawled listlessly in her chair. Her attire was also very casual. Although she wore an extravagantly made dress, she managed to make it appear tattered, and a substantial portion of her upper body skin was exposed without any concern in front of outsiders. Of course, Huinia knew it was intentional. However, she was not intending to showcase her body, but rather the mark engraved upon her flesh, the 7th note of an incredibly pure silver. Chapter 345, 30 Silly-Looking Women 2. Chapter 345, 30 Silly-Looking Women 2. This was Mandy's proudest achievement, being born in an ordinary family, but it was precisely because of her exceptionally high-quality silver notes that she was able to marry into the Haluo family. And she successfully bore Hevnia of the Golden Rank's 7th note, thus establishing her status as the family head. So Hevnia and these notes were what Mandy was most proud of, and she wished she could display them to outsiders all the time. This was also why she dressed in this manner, and why she insisted on having the maid wake Hevnia to receive visitors. It was all to satisfy her desire to show off. Of course, what Mandy wanted to boast about the most was Hevnia's golden notes. If it weren't for the family head explicitly prohibiting it, Mandy would certainly have Hevnia dress in the same attire to receive guests, while stroking Hevnia's skin and smiling at the guests, saying, "This is my child." And this was not just wild guessing on Hevnia's part. She had learned from the housemaids that when the real Hevnia was younger, Mandy had indeed done similar things, having her stand unclothed under the gaze of countless people. Therefore, Hevnia had always believed that the real Hevnia's twisted personality definitely had something to do with Mandy. This was indeed a selfish and foolishly laughable woman, who had nothing in her mind except for showing off. But Hevnia did not dislike Mandy's foolishness. In fact, if it wasn't for her predictable stupidity, when Hevnia first arrived here a year ago, knowing nothing, she would not have been able to deceive and adapt in such a short time. Moreover, Mandy was helpful to the current Hevnia. Hevnia had carefully observed Mandy's various poses and gestures, as despite being foolish, the woman certainly had a pleasant face, possessing a charm that appealed to many men. These were all things that Hevnia, a little girl from the Seed District, had never experienced before. Thus, in the challenge of becoming the real Hevnia, the first model she referenced was Mandy. And even now, some of Mandy's habits could still be traced back to Hevnia. For instance, Hevnia often showcased her beautiful, fair neck, ensuring that anyone passing by could see the subtly visible golden scales with a casual glance backward. And most men fell for this, like Hevnia's senior brother Dosi. But there were those who didn't, like that entity inside her who might not even be considered human. It seems like we've strayed off topic. Calling you down is because you ha ha ha. Mandy pointed at Hardock's face, momentarily forgetting the other's name. Luckily, this was not the first time, and Hardock, smiling, said, "Just call me Hardock, madam." "Yes, you Uncle Hardock," Mandy said, tilting her head lazily to Hevnia. "Your Uncle Hardock and our Haluo family have had generational ties, and with your father not home, you naturally need to come down and reciprocate properly. That's basic etiquette." She couldn't even remember the name. Was this really etiquette? Hevnia thought internally, though she did not voice it. The Haluo family didn't hold much regard for the Triel family, or else Hevnia's father wouldn't have had the foolish Mandy receive Hardock. Allowing Mandy to sit in the main seat was itself a declaration of attitude. This was clear to everyone present, so Hardock too smiled, not daring to show any resistance. And since Mandy had shifted the topic to Hardock, Hevnia could finally naturally turn her gaze towards Hardock. Several gift boxes were piled beside Hardock, looking like they were here to congratulate the Haluo family on the 7-note syllable. But only Hevnia knew why he was really here. "Uncle Hardock," Hevnia asked smilingly, "didn't Daphne come with you?" While asking this question, Hevnia kept her gaze fixed on Hardock's eyes, trying to catch more emotional changes. But Hardock covered it up very well, even with Bai Wei's eyes aiding. No flaws could be seen. "Daphne is resting at home," Hardock responded with a smile. "After all, the road back from the academy is long. She has been lying down at home for a day." Saying this, he paused and then seemed puzzled as he asked, "Speaking of which, Daphne mentioned before returning that Miss Hevnia was the last to leave school. It was already past midnight. Isn't Miss Hevnia tired?" Temptation. An undisguised temptation. Hevnia was furiously thinking in her mind. From Hardock's words, it was clear that as the family head, he indeed knew about the operation last night. But the problem was, since Daphne and the 4 players had all been killed by Bai Wei, no message had been relayed back, so he didn't know what exactly had happened. However, he couldn't directly visit the academy to check the situation, as that would undoubtedly be walking into a trap. Therefore, he had come to the Haluo family seeking answers, especially since Hevnia had returned. She was the prey. Wait, that's not right. Hevnia suddenly realized something. She wasn't the Triel family's prey. Triel family's target was Ariana. Their arrangements were all meant to target Ariana. That meant, fundamentally, she was separated from Triel family by a layer. So in case of mishaps, the first person Hardock would suspect should also be the still missing Ariana. Looking at it this way, if Hevnia slightly disguised the time of her return, like saying she had returned in the afternoon and didn't know what happened at night, then could she? Yes, she arrived home almost at dawn. But at this moment Mandy, while yawning, lazily said, "The coachman only picked her up in the early morning, and after a night of travel she returned home with a high fever, looking sickly and dirty, with her clothes torn as if she had rolled in the snow several times. Really, not ladylike at all." Mandy's sudden remark caused a change in both Hevnia and Hardock's expressions. Hevnia's expression was one of surprise and annoyance. The surprise was because she didn't know her state when she returned last night was so bad. If it really was as Mandy described, wouldn't that just right? It was me all over her face. Why did Bai Wei have time to gouge out her eyes and tongue, but no time to tidy up her body? Couldn't he have given her a bath or some makeup? Or at the very least changed her clothes? What kind of after-sales service was this? And the annoyance was because she shouldn't have tested this in front of Mandy. This foolish woman could do nothing but screw things up. On the other hand, Hardock's expression had visibly darkened. He was staring intently at Hevnia, his eyes full of rage and the intent to kill. After all, from his perspective, it was obvious that Daphne had already met her demise. Not just Daphne, but also the 4 players he sent out, crucial forces of the Triel family. Gone just like that. A grand gamble by the Triel family failed. For a moment, Hevnia even doubted whether Hardock would throw caution to the wind and directly expose her identity. Since he was already at a loss, why not drag Hevnia down to hell with him? Fortunately, before she entered the house, Hevnia had already prepared for this. She looked at Hardock, her lips slightly parted, and silently mouthed a word. Hardock, understanding the shape of Hevnia's lips, was instantly stunned. Because the word Hevnia had uttered was father. Chapter 346, 31 There must be no panties under the skirt of a lady. Chapter 346, 31 There must be no panties under the skirt of a lady. Upon reading the word father from Huinia's lips, even the deeply scheming Hardock couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment in that instant. Of course, his astonishment didn't last long. Realizing this, he immediately regained composure, and then he cautiously glanced at Mandy, who was seated in the main chair. Fortunately, Mandy noticed nothing, still leisurely admiring her own body, completely unaware of what was happening over here. It's good that it's this fool. Hardock's hanging heart suddenly eased a great deal. If it had been her husband here, the momentary flaw that Hardock had just revealed would have been far too dangerous. But what was that all about just now? Hardock looked again at Huinia. After all, her cry of father held too much information. Since he had resolved to make a move against the golden score, how could he not thoroughly understand it? He naturally knew the golden score possessed the ability to turn into the devoured note's appearance, and the fellow who had emerged from the seed district had relied on this trait to survive to this day under the identity of Huinia. Was Huinia's recent call of father her way of telling him that she was not Huinia but his daughter Daphne? At least, that's what the word intended to convey. But why had it turned into this situation? What exactly happened last night? Why did Daphne follow him back to the Haluo family looking like Huinia? What happened to the 4 players he had sent out? Why had he received no news at all? A series of questions surged into Hardock's mind. Of course, there was still the most important one. Was she really Daphne? Hardock gazed at Huinia, narrowing his eyes slightly. As the head of the Triel family, Hardock had experienced too many things to simply believe such a suspicious conjecture based on an unspoken father. He must first confirm her identity. Thinking this, Hardock leaned slightly forward, inching closer to Huinia. In that moment, Huinia felt immense pressure. As she saw Hardock's lips part, about to say something, she preemptively made a move, accidentally lifting her skirt hem. As expected, Mandy's scream sounded just on cue. "Huinia, look at what you're doing." Mandy's sudden outburst startled Hardock as well, and Huinia also reacted in panic like a startled rabbit. What's wrong?" "What do you mean, what's wrong? Look at what you're wearing." Mandy could no longer pretend to act like a lady of her station, rising immediately from the main seat, stomping over to Huinia's side, grabbing the hem of her skirt gracelessly, then pointing at the black pants underneath, exclaimed, "How many times have I told you? How many times? You are not allowed to wear pants under your skirt, and black pants at that. You are my daughter, you are a member of the Haluo family, you are the golden note, why do such vulgar things?" Mandy's words left both Hardock and Huinia completely astonished. Of course, Huinia's expression was feigned. Long before this, Huinia had learned of Mandy's 2 taboo points. One was the color black, and the other was leggings under the skirt. To be precise, the cheap undergarments beneath expensive clothes. This was related to Mandy's past experiences. Before marrying into the Haluo family, her family was only slightly better off than the lowest class of the seed district. To change her life, the young Mandy had to frequent the parties of the nobility, but she couldn't afford the dresses required, so she had to borrow them. To avoid soiling the borrowed gowns, and to ensure a safe return to her ordinary city district home, or move on to the next party, she had to wear more practical pants underneath her gowns. This was Mandy's most unwilling memory, much like the black color which was particularly favored by the common people for its dirt resistance. She also despised it thoroughly. So after giving birth to Huinia and becoming the Haluo family matriarch, black and pants under skirts became Mandy's absolute taboos. She would not allow anyone in the house to dress that way. If a servant did, she would dismiss them on the spot. And if the one dressed that way appeared to be her daughter but was actually Huinia, the personification of Mandy's own values, she would become even angrier. Upon discovery, regardless of the circumstance, she would fall into an irrational rage. Just like now, she didn't care if there were guests watching at home. She grabbed Huinia and started walking out. "Go and change right now, change." "Mother, it's just a school uniform, I forgot to change." Hunia tried to explain. A school uniform? It's still unacceptable, Mandy continued to shriek. How many times have I told you, you might as well not wear anything under your skirt, but you can't wear such pants. And why are you calling me mother? Call me mom, call me mom. Why are you like this today? You simply don't resemble my own child at all. It's as if I picked you up from somewhere. Being dragged unreasonably by Mandy, Hunia could only leave in panic and helpless, managing to give father a complicated look before she was taken out. Chapter 347. 31 There must be no panties under the skirt of a lady too. Chapter 347. 31 There must be no panties under the skirt of a lady too. Hardock watched, eyes wide open, as Hunia was pushed away by Mandy, who loudly demanded the maid to pull down her pants before returning, face full of displeasure. As he walked back, he muttered to himself, "This child, goodness knows where she picked up these bad habits. She used to be such a ladylike girl just like me. Ah, it must be something she brought back from school. Really, I've always said that schools should raise their admission standards. Those people of low status should just." Mandy rambled under her breath, while Hardock for once listened intently. Ignoring the meaningless complaints, Hardock still extracted the critical information. There was indeed something amiss about Hunia today. It seemed. Hardock took another look at the drawing-room door, mulling over his next move. After listening to Mandy's gripes for a few more minutes, Hardock echoed a few words of agreement, then stood up to take his leave. Mandy, seemingly exhausted after her rant, lazily nodded her head, then instructed a servant to escort Hardock out. After the servant had escorted Hardock out of the manor, his waiting butler immediately approached him. "Lord." Hardock gestured with his hand, signaling him to remain silent. They walked a considerable distance until the servant returned to the manor, and then they stopped. "Any news?" Hardock asked. The butler shook his head. "We didn't dare to get too close." Hardock nodded slightly. Being cautious is right. If something really did happen, the 3 colleges will surely conduct a thorough investigation. Getting too close now would only increase the risk, and... He looked back toward the manor he had just left, his expression grave. "What is it, Lord?" the butler asked. "Could it be that golden score?" "Yes, she's back," Hardock interrupted, speaking before the butler could express his astonishment. "But she might be Daphne." "The young mistress?" The butler was even more surprised. Hardock recounted everything that happened in the manor. The butler's face lit up with joy after hearing the details. "If it is indeed the young mistress, then our losses are completely acceptable. The golden score is more important than anything else." Hardock glanced at him. "That's if she really is." The butler's smile gradually faded. "You think she's faking it?" "We can't eliminate that possibility. After all, we don't know what's really beneath that face," Hardock said in a low voice. "So we need to stay here a few more days. If she is truly Daphne, then we must find a way to take her away." "And if she is?" Hardock narrowed his eyes slightly, a fierce glint flashing through them. "Then I will make her pay the price." "What?" Hunia stood on the balcony on the 2nd floor, watching the exchange between Hardock and the butler outside the manor. In theory, this was beyond the scope of normal human vision, but the current Hunia could see everything clearly. The only regret was that she couldn't hear their voices. But from Hardock's expression, she could guess the gist. Obviously, Hardock did not believe that Hunia was Daphne, at least not entirely. However, Hunia wasn't surprised. If Hardock had been convinced based on her series of actions alone that she was Daphne, then he wouldn't be worthy of having raised a daughter like Daphne. Initially, Hunia had treated these nobles with a triple layer of caution, always on guard. But last night's experience made her realize that this was still not enough. She had to regard each person as an all-knowing enemy. It was not Huinia's intention to use Daphne's identity to convince Hardock, but rather to buy time to think of countermeasures. After all, the current Hardock was extremely dangerous. After the failed operation against her last night, the Triel family lost 4 elite players as well as Daphne, which was an unbearable price to pay. In the grand scheme of things, the now heirless Triel family might very well lose their noble status directly. So in reality, Hardock wasn't much different from Huinia. Fundamentally, they were both barefoot. If he truly did something crazy, it wouldn't be surprising. For example, kidnapping Huinia at all costs, openly revealing Huinia's identity and her breakdown, or taking her intelligence to another noble family. Any of these possibilities were unacceptable to Huinia. Therefore, Huinia had decided to use Daphne's identity to first stabilize Hardock. She was very clear that after last night's big incident, the three colleges couldn't possibly not investigate. And Hardock, being a minor noble, certainly wouldn't dare send out probes at this time, so he wouldn't be able to get detailed news in the short term. During this period, even if he had enough suspicions without concrete evidence, he would be willing to believe that his daughter had succeeded, both emotionally and rationally. A more accurate expression would be wishful thinking. These were the days for Huenia. She had to send Hardock to meet his daughter before he discovered the truth. Huenia's eyes narrowed into a dangerous curve. Only the dead keep secrets best. However, she couldn't just act recklessly, at least not in a way that the Haluo family would detect anything unusual. To dispose of the head of the Triel family on the Haluo family's turf without raising their suspicions was clearly no easy task. If it had been earlier, Huenia wouldn't have thought she could do it. She would have tried to escape the Haluo family and live with a new face by using the features of the golden score. But now things were different. Huenia's fingers lightly tapped on the railing. Although it was not her original intention, she indeed was not alone anymore. To put it unpleasantly and bluntly, she was now Visas's lapdog. Although Visas itself posed a tremendous danger, its danger made the previous one seem less threatening. After the experience of the previous night, Huenia quickly realized something in an extremely short amount of time. Becoming Visas's lapdog wasn't necessarily a bad thing. If the previous Huenia was too weak and alone, struggling with all her might without even the right to gamble at the table, now it seemed she had that right. At the high-stakes table of powers like Techu, Lawrence, and various factions, Huenia could now join in by leveraging her affiliation with Visas. Only those at the table have the opportunity to gamble. Huenia understood. It was at that moment that her left eye began to throb painfully again, making her involuntarily gasp for air. She knew this was the price that came with power. And at that moment, Huenia also felt Baiwei return to her body, followed by that familiar lazy voice ringing in her mind. "Are you treating my eye as a new toy you've just got, using it again so soon? You're not afraid of dying, huh? Let's see what you're looking at him." Two old men. The extraordinary vision that had come with the pain receded like a tide. Huenia knew it was Baiwei who had helped her shut off the water tap. After taking a deep breath, she pushed aside those thoughts she had just had and straightforwardly made a request to Baiwei in her mind. "I need to deal with a few people." "Go for it. I need to use your power." "Okay." Baiwei's casual agreement momentarily took Huenia by surprise. She fell silent for a while, then added, "You might need to take over at times like you did last night." "Of course," Baiwei replied with a laugh. "No problem, all my power is open to you." Chapter 348, 32, The Borrowed Seed Woman. Chapter 348, 32, The Borrowed Seed Woman. Frankly, I didn't expect to have to come in and work overtime on the day of the 7-note syllable festival. I must seriously consider whether the salary the academy pays me is worth this, Silence said. In the three colleges, a silver-haired elder was guided by several young people toward the small church. His mood clearly not the best, as he stepped deeply into the snow, each footprint deeper than the others. "Sorry, Professor Francis," the young guide in front apologized with a full face of regret, "but the situation really is quite serious this time." "How serious can it be?" Francis replied gruffly. "Isn't it just a few deaths of unidentified individuals? Let me tell you, young people, as the festival approaches, this is normal. It happens every year. For the power of the Lord, some people will take risks doing things that can't be brought to light. You're already in a panic now. When the 7-note syllable festival ends and the preparations for the festival officially start, won't you feel like the sky is falling?" Facing Francis's sarcasm, the leading young man said with a rueful smile, "I understand what you mean, Professor, but this time the situation is truly special." How special can it be?" Francis was still disdainful. Then he saw the young people suddenly stop, and his brows immediately furrowed. "What? You're not happy with what I said?" "No, Professor," the young man said. "We have arrived." "Arrived?" Francis didn't understand what was meant for a moment. He distinctly remembered that the event occurred at that small church, but this place. He turned his head subconsciously to look, then fell into a long silence. After a while, Francis slowly said, "This is really unexpected." Before him was a large pit. The bottom of the pit wasn't snow or mud, but some dark substance that was unidentifiable. Several school workers who had arrived earlier were studying the dark substances with somber expressions. and Francis's expression was just as grave. He knew he should no longer complain about working overtime, as this place truly needed him to handle personally. After all, an entire small church had vanished, and clearly the situation was much more severe than he had imagined. Who were the victims? We cannot ascertain that yet. How many people died? That we are also unclear about. Seeing Francis's eyes widen as if he was about to get furious, the young man immediately sought to defend himself. There really isn't a way because, as you can see, we can't piece together a complete corpse at the scene. No, not even a complete corpse. We can't piece together any bodies at all. They are all dissolved into those black substances. And what we can only determine now is that there is more than one victim. Francis's eyes grew wide, almost popping out, which exerted great pressure on the young man. Nevertheless, Francis didn't reprimand them. As a professor, he could naturally discern the severity of the scene, and probably knew what the dark substance was. The victims had been dissolved by a powerful chorus magic. Only magic of 6 notes or higher would have such an effect. Francis stated his conclusion. The expressions on the young people grew more surprised. Magic of 6 notes or higher, who could wield such a grand spell? Rather than thinking about who could wield such grand spells, it would be better to contemplate what reasons there were for them to fight so furiously here. The young man was somewhat bewildered. Is there any difference? The difference was significant. Francis didn't explain outright to the young man, but pondered within himself. Magic of 6 notes or higher certainly was rare among players, but within noble families, even the slightest ones with a claim to nobility could produce 1 or 2 such spells. But the question was, what reason could there be to attract such families to fight here? The festival was always restless. Everyone knew this, which is why Francis was so dismissive when he first heard about the situation here. It was something he had also experienced 20 years prior. However, incidents which escalated to murder were generally centered on individuals. To secure better positions in the appropriate orchestras, to achieve better results at the festival, students with nothing to their names, especially those from common backgrounds, would often resort to extremes. Drugging, assassination, and the like were truly countless. But among noble families, such occurrences were basically impossible. The reason was simple: it wasn't worth it. The blessings of the Holy Sound Master were worth sacrificing everything for an individual. But to families, particularly those in power, it was indeed a treasure, but not one worth risking their lives. Even for the most powerful Techu families of the Holy Sound, when faced with the ambitious Lawrence family seeking to challenge their status, they only sought to counter and suppress them, never resorting to outrageous acts like sending assassins after Phineas and Orina. After all, the festival was nothing more than a show prepared for the Holy Sound Master. There was no need to fight to the death. If the Techu family didn't perform well in the festival, they were still the Techu family. Should the Lawrence family succeed, they'd become the next Techu family. If they failed, of course, they'd face suppression, but not to the point of ruin. Chapter 349, 32, The Borrowed Seed Woman 2. Chapter 349, 32, The Borrowed Seed Woman 2. And among the nobles, the Techu and Lawrence families, which are the most competitive, had no need to fight to the death, so the lower-ranking nobles had even less reason to do so. If they exhausted all their efforts, they wouldn't gain much more, so why bother? Thus, Francis simply couldn't understand the current situation. Only a noble could use musical chapters of 6 notes or more, but what exactly were they fighting over so fiercely for? Unless... Francis slightly narrowed his eyes as a bold idea surfaced in his mind. The young man beside him noticed the change in Francis's expression and immediately asked, "Have you thought of something, Professor?" Francis lifted his head to look at the young man and asked, "Do you know what the grace of the Lord specifically entails, or what it relates to?" The young man, not expecting Francis to suddenly ask this, was stunned for a moment before saying, "I only know that the Lord's grace is related to the position at the grand ceremony. The closer to the front your position is, the greater the Lord's grace. As for what it is, you can simply understand it as wealth, position, and power," Francis said. "It's precisely because the Techu two families have obtained rankings close to the front at the grand ceremonies over hundreds of years that they continuously receive the Lord's grace, leading to their position today. So fundamentally, the Lord's grace can be directly equated to material rewards, as the Lord gives us what we desire, and these desires are predetermined." The young man appeared lost. What else could there be? Looking into the young man's eyes, Francis spoke deliberately. But this isn't the greatest grace. The greatest grace has always been the wishes made to the Lord. It took the young man a moment to respond. What kind of wishes can be made? Francis simply said flatly, for example, eternal life. The young man's eyes widened in an instant. Eternal life is but the most superficial of things. Francis spoke softly. In any case, anything you can think of that can be realized by him can be granted to you. You could live forever, or in a single night become a family more powerful than the Teichu family. You could also pursue true power, becoming the world's most powerful player. Oh no, human. Any individual, as long as they receive the Lord's wish, can instantly own everything in the realm of the holy sound. The young man listened to Francis's portrayal with growing thirst and couldn't help but ask, "Then how can one obtain this wish? Be ranked first?" "Of course not," Francis shook his head. "There is only one possibility, to play the 7 notes divine song." The 7 notes divine song? The young man was puzzled. If that was truly the case, then wouldn't the Teichu two families have already been able to? It's not possible. Even for the Teichu two families, it is very difficult to gather 7 golden notes in the same year, Francis said. Moreover, even if they did gather them, they would perform as an orchestra, but the Lord's wish is singular. Such a wish is so immense that even within the Teichu family itself, there would be no unanimity. Therefore, the 7 notes divine song has not been played for 1,000 years. The headmaster from 20 years ago came very close, but was missing the golden 7th note. I see. The young man nodded with a semblance of understanding, but quickly expressed doubts again. But what does this have to do with last night's events? Francis did not respond anymore, just gazed at the pit in front of him. The Lord's wish is too tempting, but equally uncontrollable, and even the Teichu family would not wish to send their family head to that high platform. Therefore, the failure of the headmaster from 20 years ago was both fortuitous and inevitable. People all wanted to obtain that wish, yet they didn't want to see it snatched away by someone else, so a tacit rule had formed over the millennia. They would fight for grace, not for wishes. In this way, at least the fixed powers would not be broken. Yet there exists something in this world that can ignore this rule. Even more so, as soon as it appeared, the old rule would be instantly broken, plunging everyone into madness. No matter whether you are Teichu, a high noble, a low noble, or a commoner, possessing it would provide an opportunity to turn the world upside down. That is the golden score. If what the people here fought over last night was the golden score, then everything would make sense. But was that really possible? Francis, who had lived for so many years, had never seen the golden score, and had even doubted its existence. But if not the golden score, what else would be worth a noble capable of releasing the 6 notes chapters to fight to the death over? Francis knew he was being presumptuous. However, even if there was just a glimmer of possibility. He slightly narrowed his eyes, and that black substance reflected in his pupils seemed to burn like pitch-black flames. What? A cold breeze swept by. Huinia, who was sitting by the window writing something, suddenly shivered. Then she heard Bai Wei's concerned voice in her mind. Cold, isn't it? You should move closer to the fire. This sudden show of concern left Huinia momentarily stupefied, and she subconsciously said, I'm not cold. What I mean is, I'm cold. The left index finger, pressing down on the paper, suddenly turned its head at an extremely twisted angle and just like that gazed at Huinia. Your window is too wide open and you're too far from the magic candle. Are you trying to freeze me to death so you can inherit my power? Wrap up in gloves at least. I'm freezing stiff. Chapter 350, 32, The Borrowed Seed Woman 3. Chapter 350, 32, The Borrowed Seed Woman 3. After a brief silence, Miss Hevnia silently moved the magic candle closer to the table. The warmth drew near once more, allowing her frozen middle finger to comfortably relax and be controlled by her again. Yet even so, Miss Hevnia still felt a strange fullness in her heart that made it hard for her to focus back on the plan she was working on. Interesting, I thought you would hand it off to me directly, Bai Wei said with a smile. Looks like you wanted to try handling it yourself. The plan Miss Hevnia was working on was naturally aimed at dealing with Hardock. How to deal with Hardock without drawing the attention of the Haluo family within their territory was a matter that required careful consideration. So Miss Hevnia noted down some suitable places for taking action from her memory and the information she gathered from the maid. But Bai Wei's interruption made her lose her train of thought. She felt that Bai Wei was in an unusually good mood tonight, even occasionally humming a tune in her mind she couldn't comprehend. It made her feel strange. Although today was 7-note syllable, did Visas also celebrate 7-note syllable? Or was he influenced by the festive atmosphere? Miss Hevnia couldn't quite understand, but she didn't dwell on it. Instead, she gathered her focus again to further refine her plan when suddenly she heard the maid shouting from outside. "Lady, the young master has been found, the young master has been found." Miss Hevnia subconsciously looked up towards the courtyard, then saw a young boy with a mischievous face returning home. Behind him was a middle-aged woman dressed plainly, clearly not a member of the Haluo family. That boy was Miss Hevnia's younger brother, Brian. As for that woman, Miss Hevnia squinted her eyes, and with the help of Bai Wei's exceptional vision, she could see underneath the woman's plain coat. Nothing, she was wearing absolutely nothing else. She immediately understood what was happening. Sure enough, she soon heard the maid shouting at Mandy, who had just appeared. "Lady, this woman borrowed the young master's seed." Mandy's expression instantly turned sour. The woman immediately knelt down and pleaded, "Lady, please spare me. I also have a note. I won't waste the young master's." Before she could finish speaking, her face was slapped twice by a servant standing by. "Where did you come from, you lowlife, daring to touch the young master of the Haluo family?" They stripped off the woman's clothes as they spoke. Beneath the woman's coat were notes that seemed to be made of rust spots. "A copper rank, daring to borrow our young master's seed." "You really dare?" Watching the maids beating the woman, Miss Hevnia remained expressionless. Borrowing seeds was the most direct way for those from the lower city district to climb the social ladder. Should the borrowed seed produce offspring of a higher rank, all misfortunes could be rewritten. Just like Miss Hevnia's mother, Mandy, had done, only this woman wasn't as subtle about it. Had she had her eyes on Brian for a long time? Miss Hevnia looked towards her brother again. Brian, who was the recipient of the seed, showed no expected anger, but was instead watching with interest as the woman was beaten, seemingly having anticipated her fate. Nobles wouldn't allow their prestigious seed to be taken unless the other party also held a respectable rank, like Mandy's silver rank. But a mere copper rank woman clearly didn't qualify. Therefore, the borrowed seed had to be returned, and of course, the methods used were not gentle. Miss Hevnia quietly watched the scene before her, as if watching a group of livestock. She shook her head, intending to move to another location, but then she heard the woman shout loudly, "Give me a chance, lady. Although I'm only copper rank, my genes are good. My sister once bred a golden rank for the Haluo family." Miss Hevnia's body froze. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "I'm not lying. My niece is called Nia. She was taken away by Miss Hevnia." The woman screamed hysterically towards the mansion. "Nia, you must be inside. Please save me. I'm your aunt." Miss Hevnia slowly turned around. In those eyes belonging to Visas, there was a coldness like solid ice.